The god from the machine. Hit a man and help a woman and ye can't be far wrong anyways maxims of Private Mulvaney. The inexpressibles gave a ball they borrowed a 7-pounder from the gunners, and wreathed it with laurels, and made the dancing floor plateless, and provided a supper the like of which had never been eaten before, and set 2 sentries at the door of the room, to hold the trays of programmecards my friend Private Mulvaney was one of the sentries, because he was the tallest man in the regiment when the dance was fairly started. The sentries were released, and Private Mulvaney went to curry favor with the mess sergeant in charge of the supper. Whether the mess sergeant gave, or Mulvaney took, I cannot say. All that I am certain of is that at supper time I found Mulvaney with Private Ortherus 2/3 of a ham, a loaf of bread, half a pate de foiegras, and 2 magnums of champagne, sitting on the roof of my carriage. As I came up I heard him saying, "Praise be a dance doesn't come as often as ordly room, or by this, and that Orthrus me son I wad be the disgrace, av the rigment insted, av the brightest jewel in Ut's crown." "Han the colonel's pet nuisance," said Ortherus, "but what makes you curse your rations? This air fizzy stuff's good enough." "Stuff ye uncivilized pageant teas, champagne, we're drinkin' now tisn't, that I am set agin teas this quare stuff, with the little bits av black leather in it, I missed out. I will be distressin'ly sick wid it in the mornin', what is ut." "Goose liver," I said, climbing on the top of the carriage, for I knew that it was better to sit out with Mulvaney than to dance many dances. "Goose liver is ut," said Mulvaney. "Faith, I am thinkin' thim, that makes it wad do better to cut up the colonel. He carries a power av liver, under his right, a rum win. The days are warm and the nights chill, he wad give thim tons and tons av liver teas. He says so. I am all liver today," says he, and wid that he orders me 10 days Roman 100b, for as mold a da trink, as iver a good sojer tuck between his teeth. That was when he wanted for to wash hisself in the fort ditch. Ortherus explained, said there was too much beer in the barrack water butts for a God-fearing man. "You was lucky in gettin' orf with what you did, Mulvaney. Say you so now. I am persuaded I was cruel hard traded, seein' what I've done for the likes av him, in the days when my eyes were wider open than they are now. Man alive, for the colonel to whip me on the peg, in that way, me that have saved the reputation, av a 10 times better man than him. 'Twas nefarious'n, that money's a power av evil." "Never mind the nefariousness," I said, "whose reputation did you save?" "More's the pity 'twasn't my own, but I tuck more trouble wid ut than av ut was. 'Twas just my way messin' wid what was no business av mine. Here now." He settled himself at ease on the top of the carriage. "Ill tell you all about ut, av course. I will name no names, for there's one, that's an orf'cer's lady now, that was in ut, and no more will I name places, for a man is thracked by a place." "I," said Ortherus lazily, "but this is a mixed story what's common. Onct upon a time, as the childer books say, I was a recruity." "Was you though?" said Ortherus, "now that's extraordinary." "Ortherus," said Mulvaney, "av you open thim lips av yours again, I will savin your percent sore, take you by the slack av your trousers and heave you." "I am mum," said Ortherus, "what append, when you was a recruity." "I was a betther recruity than you iver was, or will be, but that's neither here nor there. Thin I became a man, and the divil of a man, I was 15 years ago. They called me Buck Mulvaney in thim days, and begad I tuck a woman's eye. I did that. Ortherus, ye scrub, what are ye sniggerin' at? Do you misdoubt me?" "Devil a doubt," said Ortherus, "but I've eared some at like that before." Mulvaney dismissed the impertinence with a lofty wave of his hand, and continued. "And the orf'cers av the rigment I was in thim days was orf'cerscrin men, wid a manner on em, and a way wid em such as is not made these days. Sol. But one o' the captains, a bad da trill, a wake voice, and a limp leg. Thim 3 things are the signs av a bad man you bear, that in your mind, Orthrus me son." And the colonel av the rigment had a daughterwin av thim lamb-like bleatin picmupankerimur, ill-die girls, such as was made for the natural prey, av men like the captain who was everlastin' payin' court to her, though the colonel he said time, and over cape, out av the brute's way, my dear. But he niver had the heart for to send her away from the Thrubal bane, as he was a widower and she their wan child. "Stop a minute," Mulvaney said. How in the world did you come to know these things?" "How did I come?" said Mulvaney, with a scornful grunt. "Becase I'm turned durin' the quan's pleasure to a lump, av wood lookin' out straight forninst me, wid a candelabrum in my hand for you to pick your cards, out av must I not see nor feel? Av course, I do up my back and in my boots, and in the short hair av the neck. That's where I cape my eyes when I am on duty. and the reglar ones are fixed, no take my word for it sore everything in a. Great Dale more is known in a rigment or f what would be the use av a mess sergeant, or a sergeant's wife doin' wet nurse to the major's baby, to resume he was a bad da trill. Was this captain a rotten bad drillin' win? First I ran me eye over him, I says to myself my militia bantam. I says my cock av a gosport dunghilt was from Portsmouth. He came to Usthers, combs to be cut, says I, and by the grace av God teased Terence Mulvaney will cut them. So he went Menoderin, and Minenderin and Blandenderin round, and about the colonel's daughter, and she poor innocent looking at him, like a commissariat bullock looks at the company cook. He de a dirty little scrub, av a black mustache, and he twisted and turned every word he used, as av he found ut too sweet for to spit out Aya he was a tricky man and a liar by nater some are born, so he was one I knew, he was over his belt in money, borrowed from natives. Besides a lot av other matters, which in regard for your percent sore, I will obliterate a little av, f what I knew the colonel knew, for he would have none av him, and that I am thinkin', by f what happened afterwards the captain knew. One day bane mortial idle, or they would never ha thried at the rigment gave amshire theatrical officers and orficers ladies. You've seen the likes time, and again sore and poor fun teas for them, that sit in the back row and stamp with their boots for the honor, av the rigment. I was told off for to shift the scenes haulin' up this and draggin' down that light workut, was wid Lashins av. Beer and the girl that dressed the orficers latest but she died in Agra 12 years gone, and my tongue's gettin' the betther av me. They was actin' a plaything called Sweethearts, which you may ha heard av in the colonel's daughter. She was a lady's maid. The captain was a boy called Broomspread Broom, was his name in the play. Thin I saw ut come out in the actin' fwhat I never saw. Before and that was that he was no gentleman, they was too much together, thim too a wishperin behind the scenes. I shifted and some av what they said I heard, for I was death blue death, and Ivian the cumcutin, he was everlastingly oppressing her, to fall in with some sneakin' shame, av his, and she was thryin' to stand out against him. But not as though she was set in her, will I wonder. Now in thim days that my ears did not grow a yard on me head wid listenin', but I looked straight forninst me, and hauled up this and dragged down that such as was my duty in the orficers ladies, says one to another thinkin', I was out av listin' reach. F what an obligin' young man is this Corporal Mulvaney. I was a corporal, then I was reduced afterwards. But no matter I was a corporal onst. Well, this sweetheart's business went on like most Amshire theatricals and barren, f what I suspicion twasn't, till the dress rehearsal that I saw for certain that thim, too he the blackguard and she no wiser than she should ha been had put up an evasion. A what said Roman one evasion, f what you call an elopement evasion, I calls it because he acceptin' win tease, right and natural and proper tease, wrong and dirty to steal a man's one child. She not know in her own mind, there was a sergeant in the commissariat who set my face upon evasions. I'll tell you about that. Stick to the bloomin' captain's Mulvaney, said Orthoris commissariat sergeants is low. Mulvaney accepted the amendment and went on. Now I knew that the colonel was no fool any more than me, for I was hilled the smartest man in the rigment, and the colonel was the best officer commandin' in Asia. So f what he said and I said was a mortial truth. We knew that the captain was bad, but for reasons which I have already obliterated I knew more than me colonel. I would ha rolled out his face with the butt av my gun before permittin' av him to steal the girl saints knew, av he would ha married her. And av he didn't she would be in great torment and the divil av a scandal. But I never thruck, never raised me hand on my superior officer, and that was a miracle now, I come to consider it. Mulvaney the Dons rissin said Orthoris, and we're no nearer ome than we was at the beginnin'. Lend me your pouch mines, all dust. Mulvaney pitched his pouch over and filled his pipe afresh. So the dress rehearsal came to an end, and because I was curious I stayed behind when the scene of shiftin' was ended and I shud hobbin in barracks, lyin' as flat as a toad under a painted cottage thing. They was talkin' in whispers, and she was shiverin' and gaspin' like a fresh-hucked fish. Are you sure you've got the hang av the manover, says he, or words to that effect as the court-martial says sure as death, says she. But I missed out tease cruel hard on my father, damn your father, says he, or anyways twas. F what he thought the arrangement is as clear as mud. Jungie will drive the cadge, after all's over and you come to the station cool and aisy in time for the 2 o'clock train, where ill be wid your kit faith. Thinks I to myself, thin, there's a Aya in the business too. A powerful bad thing is a Aya. Don't you never have any thruck wid one thin, he began soothin' her, and all the orficers and orficers ladies left. And they put out the lights to explain the theory. Av the flight, as they say at Musk 3, you must understand that, after the sweetheart's nonsense was ended, There was another little bit av a play called Couple Some Kind av. Couple or another, the girl was actin' in this, but not the man I suspicioned he'd go to the station. With the girl's kit at the end, av the first piece. 'Twas the kit that flustered me, for I knew for a captain to go trapezing about the empire. With the Lord knew what av a truce on his a rum, was nefarious and would be worse than easin' the flag so far as the talk afterwards went. Old on Mulvaney Watts trousseau, said Orthoris. You're an uncivilized man, me son, when a girl's married all her kit and countriments are trousseau, which Monet's weddin' portion, and tease the same when she's runnin' away, even with the biggest blackguard on the my list. So I made my plan av campaign. The colonel's house was a good 2 miles away. Dennis, says I to my color sergeant, av you love me lend me your kyart, for me heart is bruck and me feet is sore wid trampin' too. And from this foolishness at the gaff, and Dennis lent up wid a rampin' stampin' red stallion in the shafts when they was all settled. Down to their sweethearts for the first scene, which was a long one. I slips outside, and into the kyart, mother av hiven. But I made that horse walk and we came into the colonel's compound, as the divil went through Athlonine standin'. Leps, there was no one there except the servants, and I went round to the back, and found the girl's ayah. Ye black brazen Jezebel, says I, sellin' your master's honor for 5 rupees back up all the Miss Sahib's kit, and look slippy Captain Sahib's order, says Roman, one going to the station. We are, I says in wid that I laid my finger to my nose, and looked the shaman sinner I was. Bodakai, says she, so I knew she was in the business, and I piled up all the sweet talk it ever learnt in the bazaars on to the shebuluk, and prayed av her to put all the quick she knew into the thing. While she packed, I stood outside and sweated, for I was wanted for to shift the second scene. I tell you, a young girl's evasion monays as much baggage as a rigment, on the line av March Saints help Dennis Springs. Thinks I, as I bundled the stuff into the thrap, for ill have no mercy. I am common too, says the ayah. No, you don't, says I, ladder petchy, you Beto, where you are ill petchy, come and bring you Sart along with me, you Meriden of her mind, what I called her. Then I went for the gaff, and by the special ord her av Providence, for I was doin' a good work, you will understand Dennis Springs, hild toit, now when the captain goes for that kit, thinks I hell be throubled at the end, av sweethearts off the captain runs in his kyart to the colonel's house, and I sits down on the steps, and laughs wonston again. I slipped in to see how the little piece was goin', and when ut was near and din, I stepped out all among the cadges, and sings out very softly Jungy wid, that a cadge began to move, and I waved to the driver Hithuro, says I, and he hithuroed, till I judged he was at proper distance, and then I tuck him fair and square between the eyes, all I knew for good or bad, and he dropped wid a guggle like the canteen Beeringen when uts runnin' low thin. I ran to the kyart and tuck out all the kit and piled it into the cadge, the sweat runnin' down my face in drops. Go home, says I to the size yowl, find a man close here very sick. He is take him away, and av you iver say one word about what you've decoed ill marrow you till your own wife wants some. Who your thin eye. Heard the stampin' av feet at the end, av the play, and I ran in to let down the curtain when they all came out. The girl thried to hide herself behind one av the pillars, and says Jungy, in a voice that wouldn't ha scared a hair. I run over to Jungy's cadge, and tuck up the lousy old horse blanket on the box, wrapped my head and the rest av me in ut, and drove up to where she was. Miss Sahib, says I, going to the station. Captain Sahib's orderin' without a sign. She jumped in all among her own kit. I laid to an druv like steam to the colonel's house, before the colonel was there, and she screamed, and I thought she was goin' off. Out comes the ayah, saying all sorts av things about the captain, havin' come for the kit, and gone to the station. Take out the luggage, you divil, says I, or ill murther you. The lights av the thraps people common from the gaff was showin' across the parade ground, and by this and that the way them 2 women worked at the bundles and thrunks was a caution I was dyin' to help. But seein' I didn't want to be known, I sat with the blanket round me and coughed, and thanked the saints there was no moon that night. When all was in the house again, I never asked for buckshish, but drove tremendous in the opposite way from the other cadge, and put out my lights. Presently, I saw a nagger man wallowin' in the road. I slipped down before I got to him, for I suspicion Providence was wid me all through that night. 'Twas Jungy, his nose smashed in flat, all dumb sick. As you please, Dennis man must have tilted him out av the thrap when he came to hut, says I, but he began to howl. You black lump av dirt, I says, is this the way you drive your gharry that Ticka has been owin' and ferry-owin' all over the bloomin' country, this whole bloomin' night, and you as mutwalla as Davies, so? Get up, you hog, says I louder, for I heard the wheels av a thrap in the dark. Get up and light your lamps, or you'll be run into this, was on the road to the railway station. F what the divils, this says the captain's voice in the D-hark, and I could judge, he was in a lather av rage. Gary driver here da trunk sore says, I've found his Gary S. Thrayan, about cantonments and now I've found him. Oh, says the captain, F what's his name? I stooped down and pretended to listen. He says his name's, Jungi sore says Roman, one hood my harse, says the captain to his man, and with that he gets down with the whip and lays into Jungi, just mad wid rage and swearin' like the scut he was. I thought after a while he would kill the man, so I says stop sore, or y'all, murder him, that da trow all his fire on me, and he cursed me into blazes and out again. I stood to attention and saluted sore. Says I have every man in this world, had his rights I am thinkin' that more than one would be beaten to a jelly for this night's work that, never came off at all sore as you see now, thinks I to myself, Terence Mulvaney, you've cut your own throat for hell thrike, and y'all knock him down for the good av his soul, and your own everlastin' disgrace. But the captain never said a single word. He choked where he stood and thin, he went into his thrap, without saying good night, and I went back to barracks. And then said Orthoris and I together. That was all, said Mulvaney, never another word did I hear av the whole thing. All I know was that there was no evasion, and that was F what I wanted now, I put ut to you sore, is 10 days Roman 100, be a fit and a proper treatment, for a man who has behaved as me. Well, anyhow, said Orthoris, twarn't this air colonel's daughter, and you was blazin' copped when you tried to wash in the fort ditch. That, said Mulvaney, finishing the champagne, is a superfluous and impertinent observation. Of those called. Footnote 1895. We were wallowing through the China Seas in a dense fog, the horn blowing every 2 minutes for the benefit of the fishery craft that crowded the waterways from the bridge. The forecastle was invisible from the handwheel at the stern. The captain's cabin, the fog held possession of everything, the pearly white fog once or twice. When it tried to lift, we saw a glimpse of the oily sea, the flitting vision of a junk's sail spread in the vain hope of catching the breeze, or the buoys of a line of nets. Somewhere close to us lay the land. But it might have been the Kurile Islands for aught we knew. Very early in the morning, there passed us not a cable's length away, but as unseen as the spirits of the dead, a steamer of the same line as ours. She howled melodiously in answer to our bellowing, and passed on. Suppose she had hit us, said a man from Saigon, then we should have gone down, answered the chief officer. Sweetly beastly thing to go down in a fog, said a young gentleman, who was traveling for pleasure. Chokes a man both ways. Why no, we were comfortably gathered in the smoking room, the weather being too cold to venture on the deck. Conversation naturally turned upon accidents of fog, the horn tooting significantly in the pauses between the tales I heard of the wreck of the Eric, the cutting down of the Strathnairn, within half a mile of harbor, and the carrying away of the bow plates of the Sigismund outside Sandy Hook. It is astonishing, said the man from Saigon, how many true stories are put down as sea yarns. It makes a man almost shrink from telling an anecdote. Oh, please don't shrink on our account, said the smoking room with one voice. It's not my own story, said the man from Saigon. A fellow, on a Massageries boat, told it me. He had been third officer of a sort on a Geordie tramp, one of those lumbering dish-bottomed coal barges, where the machinery is tied up with a string, and the plates are riveted with putty. The way he told his tale was this: the tramp had been creeping along some sea or other with a chart 10 years old, and the haziest sort of chronometers, when she got into a fog, just such a fog as we have now. Here the smoking room turned round as one man and looked through the windows. In the man's own words, just when the fog was thickest, the engines broke down. They had been doing this for some weeks, and we were too weary to care. I went forward of the bridge and leaned over the side, wondering where I should ever get something that I could call a ship, and whether the old hulk would fall to pieces. As she lay, the fog was as thick as any London one, but as white as steam. While they were tinkering at the engines below, I heard a voice in the fog about 20 yards from the ship's side calling out, "Can you climb on board if we throw you a rope?" That startled me, because I fancied we were going to be run down the next minute by a ship engaged in rescuing a man overboard. I shouted for the engineer room whistle, and it whistled about 5 minutes, but never the sound of a ship could we hear. The ship's boy came forward with some biscuit for me. As he put it into my hand, I heard the voice in the fog crying out about throwing us a rope. This time, it was the boy that yelled ship on us, and off went the whistle again. While the men in the engineer room, it generally took the ship's crew to repair the Hespa's engine, stumbled upon deck. To know what we were doing, I told them about the hail, and we listened in the smother of the fog. For the sound of a screw, we listened for 10 minutes. Then we blew the whistle for another 10. Then the crew began to call the ship's boy a fool, meaning that the third mate was no better when they were going down below. I heard the hail the third time. So did the ship's boy. There you are, I said. It is not. 20 yards from us, the engineer sings out. I heard it too. Are you all asleep? Then, the crew began to swear at the engineer. And what with discussion, argument, and a little swearing for, there is not much discipline on board a tramp. We raised such a row that hour. Skipper came aft to inquire I the engineer, and the ship's boy stuck to our tail. Voices, or no voices, said the captain. You'd better patch the old engines up and see if you've got enough steam to whistle with. I've a notion that we've got into rather too crowded ways. The engineer stayed on deck, while the men went down below. The skipper hadn't got back to the chart room before I saw 30 feet of bowsprit hanging over the break of the forecastle. 30 feet of bowsprit, sir, doesn't belong to anything that sails the seas except a sailing ship or a man of war. I speculated quite a long time with my hands on the bulwarks as to whether our friend was soft wood or steel. Plated, it would not have made much difference to us anyway, but I felt there was more honor in being rammed, you know. Then I knew all about it. It was a ram we opened out. I am not exaggerating. We opened out, sir, like a cardboard box. The other ship cut us two-thirds, through a little behind the break of the forecastle. Our decks split up, lengthways. The mizzenmast bounded out of its place, and we heeled over. Then the other ship blew a foghorn. I remember thinking as I took water from the port bulwark that this was rather ostentatious, after she had done all the mischief. After that I was a mile and a half, under sea, trying to go to sleep as hard as I could. Someone caught hold of my hair and waked me up. I was hanging to what was left of one of our boats, under the lee of a large English ironclad. There were two men with me. The three of us began to yell. A man on the ship sings out, can you climb on board if we throw you a rope? They weren't going to let down a fine new man-of-war's boat to pick up three half-drowned rats. We accepted the invitation. We climbed. I the engineer and the ship's boy. About half an hour later, the fog cleared entirely, except for the half of the boat away in the offing. There was neither stick nor string on the sea to show that the Hespa had been cut down. And what do you think of that now? Said the man from Saigon. Private Leroyd's story. And he told a tale. Chronicles of Gautama Buddha. Far from the haunts of company officers who insist upon kit inspections, far from key-nosed sergeants who sniff the pipe stuffed into the bedding roll, 2 miles from the tumult of the barracks, lies the trap. It is an old dry well shadowed by a twisted pipal tree, and fenced with high grass. Here in the years gone by did Private Orthoris establish his depot and menagerie for such possessions, dead and living, as could not safely be introduced to the barrack room. Here were gathered Howden pullets and fox terriers of undoubted pedigree, and more than doubtful ownership, for Orthoris was an inveterate poacher and preeminent among a regiment of neat-handed dog-stealers. Never again will the long lazy evenings return, wherein Orthoris, whistling, softly moved surgeon-wise among the captives of his craft at the bottom of the well, when Leroyd sat in the niche giving sage counsel on the management of tykes and mulvaney, from the crook of the overhanging pipple, waved his enormous boots in benediction above our heads, delighting us with tales of love and war and strange experiences of cities and men. Orthoris landed at last in the little stuffed bird shop, for which your soul longed. Leroyd back again, in the smoky stone-ribbed north, amid the clang of the Bradford looms. Mulvaney grizzled tender, and very wise Ulysses sweltering on the earthwork of a central India line. Judge if I have forgotten old days in the trap. Orthoris, as a loose thinks he gnaws more than other folks, said she wasn't a real lottie, but not but a Eurasian. I don't gainsay, as her color was a bit dusky-like. But she was a lottie. Why, she rode Roman for a carriage, and good osses too, and her air was that oiled as you could see your face in it, and she wore diamond rings and a gold chain, and silk and satin dresses as mun, a cost a deal for it, isn't a cheap shop, as keeps enough o' one pattern to fit a figure like hers. Her name was Mrs. de Sussa. Aunt Why I come to be acquainted why her was along of our Colonel's Lottie's dog Rip. I've seen a vast o' dogs, but Rip was t prettiest picter of a cliver fox terrier. At Ivor, I set eyes on he could do oat you like, but Spiek and T Colonel's Lottie set more store by him than if he had been a Christian. She had bairns of her on, but they was I England. And Rip seemed to get all T Coodlin and Pet as belonged to a bairn by good right. But Rip were a bit on a rover, and he'd a habit o' breakin' out o' barracks like, and trottin' round T place, as if he were T cantonment magistrate, coom round, inspectin' the Colonel leathers him once or twice. But Rip didn't care and kept on gooin' his rounds. Why, his tile a wagon as if he were flagsignalin' to T world at large. At he was gettin' on nicely, thank yo. And how's Yosin? And then T Colonel, as was no a sort of a hand. Why, a dog tease him oop, a real clipper of a dog, and it's no a wonder. Yon Lottie Mrs. de Sussa should take a fancy tiv him theers, 1 ot 10 commandments, says yo mont cue at your neighbor's ox nor his jackass. But it doesn't say nout about his terrier dogs and happen thoughts t reason, why Mrs. de Sussa coveted Rip though. She went to church reglar along why her husband, who was so much darker, at if he hadn't such a good coat tiv his back yo, might ha called him a black man, and nut tell a lee nother they said he addled his brass eye jute and he dee a rare lot on it. Well you seen when they teed Rip up t poor odd lad didn't enjoy very good health, so t Colonel's Lottie sends for me, as adanam for bane knowledgeable about a dog and axes what's ailin why him. Why says I he's gettin' tea mopes and what he wants is his liberty and company like tea rest on us. While happen a rat or two ud liven him oop, it's low mum says I is rats. But it's tea nature of a dog and so as cuttin', round and meetin' another dog or two, and passin' tea time o' day, and heaven, a bit of a turn up why him like a Christian. So she says her dog mont, niver fight and no a Christians iver fought. Then what's a soldier for says I and I explains to her tea contrary qualities of a dog, at when yo come to think on't is one ought curiousest things, as is for they larn to behave theirsons like gentlemen born fit for tea fasto cumpanathi tell me tea, Witty herself is fond of a good dog, and gnaws one when she sees it as well as ony body, then on tea other hand 8 when round after cats and get mixed oop I all manners o blackguardly streetros and killin, rats and fightin like divils. T Colonel's Lottie says well leerid, I don't agree why you, but you're a right in a way o speakin', and I should like yo to tech rip out a walkin' why you sometimes. But yo mont let him fight nor chase cats, nor do nout orid in them was her very wads. So a Rip and me goes out a walkin' o evenins, he bane a dog, as did credit tiv a man, and I catches a lot o rats, and we he dee a bit of a match on, in an odd dry swimmin' bath at back ot cantonments. And it was none so long afore he was as bright as a button again, he dee away o flyin' at them. Big yaller pariah dogs, as if he was a harrow off in a bow, and though his weight were nout, he tuck 'em so sudden like they rolled over like skittles in a halley, and when they coot he stretched after 'em, as if he were rabbit-runnin' saw me with cats when he could get cat agot o runnin'. One even in him, and me was trespassin' over a compound wall. After one of them, mongooses at he dee started, and we was busy grubbin' round a prickly bush. And when we looks up, there was Mrs. de Sussa, why a parasol over her shoulder a watchin' us oh, my. She sings out there's that lovely dog, would he let me stroke him, Mr. Soldier? I he would mum says I for he's fond o Lottie's company. Cum here Rip and spiak to this kind Lottie, and Rip seein' at tea mongoose he dee get clean away cooms up like tea gentleman, he was niver a hopworth shy or awkward. Oh you beautiful you pretty dog, she says clippin' and chantin' her speech in a way them suart, has oh there on, I would like a dog like you are so very lovely so, awfully pretty and all thought sort o talk, at a dog o sense meb. Thinks nout on though he bides it by reason o his breedin'. And then I mex him jump over my swagger cane, and sheck, hands and beg and lie dead, and a lot o them tricks, as Lottie's TH's dogs, though I don't hod with it meisin for its mackin' a fool, oh a good dog to do such like. And at lung length it cooms out at shed, been throwin' sheep's eyes, as T sayin' is at Rip for many a day yo see, her childer was grown up and shed nout mitch to do, and we're a lose fond of a dog so as she axes me, if id tech something to da trink, and we goes into tea drawin' room, where her husband was assitin they mex a girt fuss or tea dog, and I has a bottle o all, and he gave me a handful o cigars. So I coomed away but tea odd lass sings, out oh Mr. Soldier please coom again, and bring that pretty dog. I didn't let on to tea Colonel's Lottie about Mrs. de Sussa, and Rip. He says nout nother and I goos again and every time, there was a good da trink and a handful o good smooex, and I telled tea odd lass a he up more about Rip than id ever heerd how he tucked tea fost prize at Lunnon. Dog show and cost £33 fower shillin from tea man as bred him at his own brother, was tea property o tea Prince o Wales, and at he had a pedigree as long as a dook's, and she lapped it all oop and were niver tired o admirin' him. But when tea odd lass took to jivin, me money and I seed that she were gettin' fair fond about tea dog, I began to suspicion some at ony body may give a soldier tea price of a pint, in a friendly way and there's no arm done. But when it cooms to 5 rupees, slipped into your hand sly like why it's what tea lectioneerin'. Fellows calls bribery and corruption, specially when Mrs. de Sussa threwed hints how tea cold weather would soon be o'er, and she was goin' to Munsori Pahar, and we was goin' to Rawalpindi, and she would never see Rip any more unless somebody she knowed on would be kind tiv her. So I tells Mulvaney and Orthoris, all tea tall throw beginnin' to end. Tea's larceny that wicked old Lottie Manes says tea Irishman tea's felony, She is seducing ye into my friend Learoyd, but ill perdector and nonsense ill save ye from the wicked wiles. Av that wealthy oud woman and ill go wid ye this even in, and spake to her the words av truth and honesty. But Jock says he waggin his head twas not like ye to cape all that. Good da trink and thim fine cigars to yourself, while Orthris here and me have been prowlin round wid throats as dry as lime kilns and nothin' to smoke. But canteen plug, twas a dirty thrick to play on a comrade, for why should you Learoyd be balancin' yourself on the butt av a satin chair, as if Terence Mulvaney was not the aquil av anybody who thrades in jute. Let alone me sticks in Orthris, but that's like life. Them Watts really fitted to decorate society, get no show, while a blunderin' Yorkshireman like you. Nay, says I, it's none o.t. blunderin' Yorkshireman. She wants its Rip, he's the gentleman this journey. So a tea next day Mulvaney and Rip and me goes to Mrs. de Susse's and tea Irishman Bain. A stranger she were a bit shy at fost. But you've heard Mulvaney talkin' yo may believe, as he fairly bewitched tea, odd lass while she let out at she wanted to tek Rip away why her to Munsori Pahar. Then Mulvaney changes his tune and axes her solemn like, if shed thought o tea consequences, o gettin' too poor but honest soldiers sent tea Andemming Islands. Mrs. de Sussa began to cry so Mulvaney turns round oppen tea other tack, and smooths her down allowin' at Rip Ud, be a vast better off in tea hills than down I Bengal, and 'twas a pity he shouldn't go where he was so well beliked. And so he went on backin' and fillin' and workin' up tea odd lass, while she felt as if her life weren't worth nowt if she didn't have tea dog. Then all of a sudden he says, but ye shall have him marm for I've a feelin' heart, not like this could-blooded Yorkshireman, but 'twill cost ye not a penny less than 300 rupees. Don't yo believe him? Mum says it Colonel's Lottie wouldn't tek 500 for him. Who said she would, says Mulvaney, it's not buyin' him I main, but for the sake o' this kind good Lottie ill, do what I never dreamt to do in my life ill stale him. Don't say steal, says Mrs. de Sussa, he shall have the happiest home dogs often get lost you know, and then they stray and he likes me, and I like him as I never liked a dog. Yet and I must have him, if I got him at tea last minute I could carry him off to Munsori Pahar, and nobody would never gnaw. Now and again Mulvaney looked across at me, and though I could mak nout, oh what he was, after I concluded to take his lead. Well mum, I says, I never thought to coom down to Dogstialin, but if my comrade sees how it could be done to oblige a lottie like Yosin, I am nut tea man to hod back though it's a bad business, I am thinkin', and 300 rupees is a poor set off again, tea chance of them damning islands as Mulvaney talks on. I'll mek it 350, says Mrs. de Sussa, only let me have tea dog. So we let her persuade us and she texts Rip's measure theer, and then sent to Hamilton's to order a silver collar again tea time, when he was to be her on which was to be tea day, she set off for Munsori Pahar. Sit the Mulvaney, says I, when we was outside you're niver goin' to let her have Rip. And would ye disappoint a poor old woman, says he, she shall have a Rip. And where's he to come through, says Roman 1, Learoyd my man, he sings out you're a pretty man av your inches and a good comrade. But your head is made av duff, isn't our friend Orthris a taxidermist, and a raw artist wid his nimble white fingers, and what's a taxidermist, but a man who can thrate sh-kins? Do ye mind the white dog that belongs to the canteen sergeant bad cess to him? That's lost half his time and snarlin'. The rest he shall be lost for good now, and do ye mind that he's the very spit in shape and size, av the colonel's baron that his tail is an inch too long, and he has none av the color that divarsifies the raw Rip in his timper, is that av his master and worse. But what is an inch on a dog's tail, and what to a professional like Orthris, is a few ring-straked pots, av black, brown, and white nothin' at all. Then we meets Orthris and that little man Bain sharp as a needle seed his way through tea business in a minute, and he went to work a practice in Erdies, the very next day beginnin' on some white rabbits. He had and then he drored all Rip's markins on tea back of a white commissariat bullock, so as to get his, and in and be sure of his colors shadden off brown into black, as natural as life if Rip he d a fault it was too much markin, but it was strangely reglar and Orthris settled himself to make a fostrate job on it when he got hod ot canteen sergeant's dog theer niver, was sich a dog as thought for bad temper, and it did not get no better when his tail he d to be fettled an inch and a half shorter. But they may talk o theer royal academies, as they like I niver seed a bit o animal paintin' to beat tea copy, as Orthris made of Rip's marks, while tea picter itself was snarlin' all tea time and tryin' to get at Rip standin' theer to be copied as good as Gould. Orthris alloos he d as mich conceit on himson, as would lift a balloon, and he were so pleased why his sham Rip he were for tecking him to Mrs. de Sussa, before she went away, but Mulvaney and me stopped thought no in Orthris work, though neither so clever was na but skindeep. And at last Mrs. de Sussa fixed tea day for startin' to Munsori Pahar. We was to tek Rip to tea station, I a basket and hand him over just when they was ready to start, and then shed give us tea, brasses was agreed upon. And my wad it were high time she were off for them erdies upon tea curs back, took a vast of paintin' to keep tea reet colour, though Orthris spent a matter o 7 rupees 6 annas it, best drugist shops I Calcutta. And tea canteen sergeant was lookin' for, is dog everywhere, and why bane tied up tea beasts timper got war nor ever. It were it evenin' when tea train started through Howrah, and we elped Mrs. de Sussa why about 60 boxes, and then we gave her tea basket Orthris for pride av his work. Axed us to let him come along why us, and he couldn't help liftin' tea, lid and showin' tea cur, as he lay coiled oop. O says tea odd lass the beauty how sweet he looks, and just then tea beauty snarled and showed his teeth, so Mulvaney shuts down tea lid, and says yell be careful marm win? Ye tek him out he's disaccustomed to travelling by tea railway and hell be sure to want his rawl mistress and his friend Learid, so yell make allowance for his feelings at fast. She would do all thought and more for the dear good Rip, and she would nut up in tea basket, till they were miles away for fear anybody should recognize him, and we were real good and kind soldier men. We were, and she bonds me a bundle o notes, and then cooms up a few of her relations and friends to say good benot more than 7 to 5 there Wassington, we cuts away. What coom to tea 350 rupees thoughts, what I can scarcelins tell yo. But we melted it, it was share and share alike for Mulvaney said. If Learid got hold of Mrs. de Sussa, first sure 'twas I that renumbered the sergeant's dog, just in the nick av. Time and Orthris was the artist av Janius that made a work, av art out, av that ugly piece av illnature yet, by way av a thankofferin, that I was not led into felony, by that wicked ood woman, ill, send a thrifle to Father Victor for the poor people, he's always beggin' for. But me and Orthris he bane Cockney and I bane pretty far north, did not see it it saw me way wed gettin' tea brass, and we mean to keep it in soa, we did for a short time. Noa we never heard a wad more o tea. Odd lass our rigment went to Pindi and tea canteen sergeant. He got himself another tyke, instead o tea one at got lost so reglar, and was lost for good at last. The big drunk draft. We're goin' ome. Our ship is at the shore. And you muse pack your aversack. For we want come back no more. Ho, don't you grieve for me. My lovely Mary Ann. For ill many you yet on a forpny bit. As a time expired man. Barrackroom ballad. An awful thing has happened my friend Private Mulvaney, who went home in the Serapis Tim expired, not very long ago has come back to India. As a civilian it was all Dinah Shadd's fault, she could not stand the poky little lodgings. And she missed her servant Abdullah. More than words could tell the fact was that the Mulvaneys had been out here too long, and had lost touch of England. Mulvaney knew a contractor on one of the new Central India lines, and wrote to him for some sort of work. The contractor said that if Mulvaney could pay the passage, he would give him command of a gang of coolies for old sake's sake. The pay was 85 rupees a month, and Dinah Shadd said that if Terence did not accept she would make his life a bastard purgatory. Therefore the Mulvaneys came out as civilians, which was a great and terrible fall, though Mulvaney tried to disguise it, by saying that he was colonel on the railway line and a consequential man. He wrote me an invitation on a Toolendant form to visit him, and I came down to the funny little construction bungalow at the side of the line. Dinah Shadd had planted peas about, and nature had spread all manner of green stuff round the place. There was no change in Mulvaney, except the change of clothing, which was deplorable, but could not be helped. He was standing upon his trolley, haranguing a gangman, and his shoulders were as well drilled, and his big thick chin was as clean-shaven as ever. "I'm a civilian now," said Mulvaney. "Could you tell that I was iver a martial man? Don't answer sore avure strainin', betune a compliment and a lie. There's no hoodin' Dinah Shadd now, she's got a house av her own. Go inside and da trink tay out av Chiney. In the drrrrowin room, and thin well da trink like Christians, under the tree here scut ye nagger folk. There's a sahib come to call on me, and that's more than hell iver do. For you onless, you run, get out and go on pillin' up the earth quick till sundown." When we three were comfortably settled under the big sisham, in front of the bungalow, and the first rush of questions and answers about Privates Ortheris and Learid and old times and places had died away, Mulvaney said reflectively, "Glory, B. There's no prayed tomorrow and no bun-headed corporal poi to give you his lip and yit. I don't know teas had to be something ye niver, were in niver, meant to be in all the ood days, shut up along wid your papers I am, growin' rusty. And teas, the will av God that a man mustn't serve his quan for time, and he helped himself to a fresh peg, and sighed furiously. Let your beard grow, Mulvaney, said I, and then you won't be troubled with those notions, yowl, be a real civilian. Dinah Shadd had told me in the drawing room of her desire to coax Mulvaney into letting his beard grow twas, so civilian-like, said poor Dinah, who hated her husband's hankering for his old life. Dinah Shadd you're a disgrace to an honest clane-script man, said Mulvaney without replying to me, grow a beard on your own chin, darlint, and lave my razors alone, they're all that stand between me and disrespectability. Av I didn't shave I would be tormented wid and outrageous thirst, for there's nothin' so da tryin' to the throat as a big billygoat beard wagon. Under the chin you wouldn't have me da shrink. Always Dinah Shadd, by the same token you're a cappin' me cruel, dhry. Now let me look at that whiskey. The whiskey was lent and returned, but Dinah Shadd, who had been just as eager as her husband in asking after old friends rent me with. I take shame for you sore coming down Haritho, the saints know you're as welcome as the daylight win, you do Camian upsettin' Terrence's. Head wid your nonsense about. What's much better forgotten, he bane a civilian now, and you niver was aught else, can you not let the my rest tease not good for Terence. I took refuge by Mulvaney, for Dinah Shadd has a temper of her own. Let be, said Mulvaney, tease only wants in a way, I can talk about the ood days. Then to me he say drumsticks is well in his lady too, I never knew how I liked the grey Garin. Till I was shut av him, and Asia Drumsticks was the nickname of the colonel commanding Mulvaney's old regiment. Will you be seeing him again? You will thin tell him. Mulvaney's eyes began to twinkle. Tell him, wid privet. Mr. Terence, interrupted Dinah Shadd. Now the divil and all his angles in the firmament, av hiven fly away, wid the mister and the sin, av making me swear beyond your confession, Dinah. Shadd privet, I tell you, wid privet Mulvaney's best obedience, that, but for me, the last Tim expired would be still pullin' hair on their way to the sea. He threw himself back in the chair, chuckled, and was silent. Mrs. Mulvaney, I said, please take up the whiskey, and don't let him have it until he has told the story. Dinah Shadd dexterously whipped the bottle away, saying at the same time, "'Tis nothing to be proud av," and thus captured by the enemy Mulvaney spake. "'Twas on Tuesday week I was behadderin' round, with the gangs on the bankment. I've taught the hoppers how to cape, step and stop, screechin' when a head gangman comes up to me, wid 2 inches av shirttail, hanging round his neck and a distressful light in his eye. Sahib, says he, there's a rigment, and a half av soldiers up at the junction, knockin' red cinders out av everything and everybody. They tried to hang me in my cloth. He says, and there will be murder and ruin and rape in the place before nightfall. They say they're a common down here. To wake us up, what will we do wid our women folk? Fetch my throlly, says I, my heart sick in my ribs for a wink at anything, with the Quan's uniform on. Fetch my throlly, and 6 av the gildiest men, and run me up in sh tile. He tuck his best coat, said Dinah Shadd reproachfully. "'Twas to do honor to the witty I could ha done no less. Dinah Shadd, you and your digressions interfere with the course av the narrative. Have you ever considered what I would look like wid me head shaved as well as my chin? You bear that in your mind, Dinah darlin'. I was throwled up 6 miles all to get a sh at that draft. I knew 'twas a spring draft goin' home, for there's no rigment hereabouts, more's the pity." "Praise the Virgin," murmured Dinah Shadd, but Mulvaney did not hear. When I was about 3/4 av a mile off the risk camp Poutharin, along fit to burst, I heard the noise av the men, and on my soul sore I could catch the voice av Peg Barney bellowin', like a bison wid the bellyache. You remember Peg Barney that was in D Company, ah? Red Harry Scrawn, wid a scar on his jaw. Peg Barney, that cleared out the blue lights, jubilee meeting with the cookroom mop last year. Then I knew was a draft of the ood rigment, and I was consumed wid sorrow, for the boy that was in charge we was had scrappins at any time. Did I ever tell you how Horker Kelly went into clink naked, as Phoebus Apollonius with the shirts av the corporal and file under his rum, and he was a moiled man? But I am digression. 'Tis a shame both to the rigments and the ermine. Sendin' down little orfser boys wid a draft av strong men, mad wid liquor and the chanced av gettin' shut av India, and niver a punishment that's fit to be given right down and away from cantonments to the dock teas. This nonsense when I am servin' my time I am, under the articles av war, and can be whipped on the peg for thim. But when I've served my time, I am a reserved man in the articles. Av war haven't any hood on me and orfser can't do anything to a Tim expired. Savin confinin him to barracks teas, a wise reglation, because he a Tim expired does not have any barracks bane on the move, all the time teas. A Solomon ava reglation, is that I would like to be introduced to the man that made ut teas easier to get colts from a Kibbereen horse fair into Galway than to take a bad draft over 10 miles av country consequently that reglation for fear that the men would be hurt by the little orfser. Boy no matter the nearer my throwly came to the risk camp, the wolder was the shine and the louder. Was the voice av Peg Barney teas good I am here? Thinks I to myself, for Peg alone is employment for 2 or 3, he bane I well knew as copped as a drover. Faith that risk camp was a sight the tentropes was all skew-nosed and the pegs looked as da trunk, as the men 50 av them scourins and rinsins and divils lavins, av the ud rigment, I tell you sore they were drunker than any men you've ever seen in your mortal life. How does a draft get da trunk? How does a frog get fat they suck ut in through their shkins? There was Peg Barney sittin' on the ground in his shirtwin, shoe off and wan shoe onwakin a tent peg over the head, wid his boot and singin' fit to wake the dead twas no clane song, that he sung though twas the divil's mass. What's that I asked? When a bad egg is shut av the Aramai, he sings the divil's mass for a good riddance and that Monet's swearin' at everything from the commander-in-chief, down to the room corporal, such as you niver in your days, heard, some men can swear so as to make green turf crack. Have you ever heard the curse in an orange? Lodge the divil's mass is 10 times worse, and Peg Barney was singin' ut whackin' the tent peg on the head wid his boot, for each man that he cursed a powerful big voice, had Peg Barney, and a hard swearer, he was win sober. I stood forninst him, and 'twas not me oi alone, that cud tell Peg was da trunk as a coot. Good mornin', Peg, I says when, he da trout breath after cursin'. The adjutant general I've put on my best coat to see you, Peg Barney, says Roman one thin, take it off again, says Peg Barney latherin. Away with the boot, take it off and dance, ye lousy civilian. With that he begins cursin' ud drumsticks, being so full he clean, disremembers the brigade major, and the judge advocate general. Do you know me, Peg, says I, though me blood was hot in me, wid, being called a civilian. And him a decent married man, wailed Dinah Shad. I do not, says Peg, but da trunk or sober, ill tear the hide off your back, wid a shovel when I've stopped singin'. Say you so, Peg Barney, says Roman, one tease clear as mud you've forgot me ill, assist your autobiography wid, that I stretched Peg Barney boot, and all and went into the camp, an awful sight ut was. Where's the orfser in charge, av, the detachment, says I to Scrub Greeneth, mainest little worm that ever walked. There's no orfser ye ud cook, says Scrub, we're a bloomin' republic. Are you that, says I, thin I am, Connell the dictator, and by this, you will larn to kape a civil tongue in your ragbox. With that I stretched Scrub Green and went to the orfser's tent. 'Twas a new little boy not one id I'ver seen, before he was sittin' in his tent pertined in, not to ave ear av the racket. I saluted but for the life av me, I meant to shake hands when, I went and 'twas the sword hangin' on the tent pole, changed my will. Can't I help, sore, says I, 'tis a strong man's job, they've given you and y'all be wantin' help by sundown. He was a boy wid boils, that child and a raw gentleman. Sit down, says he. Not before my orfser, says I, and I told him what my service was. I've heard av you, says he, you tuck the town, av lungtumpen naked. Faith, thinks I, that's honor and glory for 'twas Lieutenant Brasenose. Did that job I am widdy sore, says I, if I am av use they should, niver ha sent you down with the draft, savin your percent sore. I says tease, only Lieutenant Hackerston in the ud rigment can manage a home draft. I've niver had charge of men like this before, says he, playin' with the pens on the table, and I see by the regulations. Shut your oi to the regulations, sore, I says, till the throopers into blue water. By the regulations you've got to tuck them up for the night, or they'll be runnin' foul. Av my coolies, and Mackin, a shiverarium half through the country, can you trust your non-coms, sore? Yes, says he. Good, says I, there'll be throuble before the night, are you marchin', sore? To the next station, says he. Better still, says I, there'll be big throuble. Can't be too hard on a home draft, says he, the great thing is to get them in ship. Faith, you've learnt the half av your lesson, sore, says I, but av you stick to the regulations, y'all, niver get them in ship at all, or there won't be a rag av kit, betune them when you do. 'Twas a dear little orfser, boy, and by way av cappin' his heart up, I told him, What I saw once in a draft in Egypt. What was that Mulvaney said Roman, 1 and 50 men sittin' on the bank, av a canal laughin' at a poor little squidrine, av an orfser, that they'd made wade into the slush and pitch, the things out av the boats for their lord high mightinesses, that made me orfser boy woiled with indignation. Soft and aisy sore says, you've never had your draft in hand, since you left cantonments wait, till the night and your work will be ready to you wid your permission, sore. I will investigate the camp, and talk to my old friends tease. No manner, I've used thryin to top the divilment now. With that I went out into the camp and introduced myself to every man sober enough to remember me. I was someone in the old days and the boys was glad to see meal. Except Peg Barney, wid a eye like a tomato 5 days in the bazaar, and a nose to match they come round me in. Shuck me and I told them I was in privet employ, wid an income av me own, and a drrrowin room fit to bait the quans and wid me lies and me tories and nonsense. Generally, I kept 'em quiet in one way, and another knockin' round the camp 'twas bad, even thin when I was the angle av peace. I talked to me ud noncom's thigh was soberin' betune me and thim, we wore the draft over into their tents at the proper time, the little orfser boy. He comes round decent and civil spoken as might be. Rough quarters men says he, but you can't look to be as comfortable as in barracks. We must make the best av things. I've shut my eyes to a dale, av dogs tricks today and now, there must be no more avat. No more we will come and have a drink, me son, says Peg Barney staggerin', where he stud me little orfser boy kep his temper. You're a sulky swine you are, says Peg Barney, and at that the men in the tent began to laugh. I tid you me orfser boy had bowls he cut Peg Barney, as near as might be on the oi that id squished win, we first met Peg went spinnin' across the tent. Peg him out sore, says I in a whisper. Peg him out, says me orfser boy up loud, just as if 'twas battalion parade, and he pickin' his words from the sergeant. The noncoms tuck Peg Barney a howlin' handful. He wasn't in 3 minutes he was pegged out chin down tight dronin', his stomach a tent peg to each arm, and legs swearin' fit to turn a nager white. I tuck a peg and jammed ut into his ugly jawbite on that Peg Barney. I says the night is set and frosty, and y'all be wantin' diversion before the mornin'. But for the regulations you'd be bitten on a bullet now, at the Triangles Peg Barney, says Roman. 1. All the draft was out av their tents watchin' Barney Bane pegged. Tease again the regulations he struck him screeches out Scrub Green, who was always a lawyer, and some of the men tuck up the shoutin'. Peg out that man, says my orfser boy niver lossin' his temper, and the noncoms went in, and pegged out Scrub Green, by the side av Peg Barney. I could see that the draft was common round, the men stud not knowin' what to do. Get to your tents, says me orfser boy sergeant, put a sentry over these 2 men. The men went back into the tents like jackals, and the rest av the night there was no noise at all, except the stip av the sentry over the 2 and Scrub Green blubberin' like a child 'twas, a chilly night, and faith sobered Peg Barney. Just before reveille, my orfser boy comes out and says loose those men and send them to their tents. Scrub Green went away without a word, but Peg Barney stiff, with the cowled stud like a sheep thryin' to make his orfser understand. He was sorry for playin' the goat. There was no tucker in the draft when fell in for the march, and divil, a word about illegality could I hear. I went to the oud color sergeant, and I says let me die in glory, says Roman, when I've seen a man this day. A man he is, says oud huther, the draft's as sick as a heron thale, all go down to the sea like lambs, that boy has the bowls av a cantonment av generals. Ammon, says I, in good luck go wid him, wherever he be by land or by sea, let me know how the draft gets clear. And do you know how they did that, boy? So I was tood by letter from Bombay, bulladammed down to the dock, till they couldn't call their souls their own from the time they left me till they was tween decks, not one av them, was more than dacently trunk, and by the holy articles av war win, they went aboard they cheered him till they couldn't spaken that mark. You has not come about wid a draft in the memory av livin' man. You look to that little orfser boy, he has bowls teas, not every child, that would chuck the regulations to Flanders and stretch Peg Barney, on a wink from a broken and dilapidated oud carcass like meself, id be proud to serve. Terence Uray, a civilian, said Dinah Shad warningly. So I am is likely. I would forget but he was a grand boy all the same, and I am only a mudtipper wid a hod on my shoulders, the whiskies in the heel av your hand sore, wid your good lave well shrink, to the oud rigment 3 finger standin' up. And we drank. The wreck of the Visigoth, Footnote 1895. Eternal Father strong to save, whose arm hath bound the restless wave, who bidst the mighty ocean keep its own appointed limits deep. The lady passengers were trying the wheezy old harmonium in front of the cuddy. Because it was Sunday night in the patch of darkness, near the wheel grating sat the captain, and the end of his cheroot burned like a headlamp. There was neither breath nor motion upon the waters, through which the screw was thudding, they spread dull silver under the haze of the moonlight, till they joined the low coast of Malacca, away to the eastward. The voices of the singers at the harmonium were held down by the awnings, and came to us with force. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee. For those in peril on the sea. It was as though the little congregation were afraid of the vastness of the sea, but a laugh followed, and someone said, "Shall we take it through again a little quicker?" Then the captain told the story of just such a night, lowering his voice for fear of disturbing the music and the minds of the passengers. She was the Visigoth 500 tons, or it may have been 6 in the coasting trade, one of the best steamers, and best found on the Cutch Castle line. She wasn't 6 years old when the thing happened on just such a night as this, with an oily smooth sea under brilliant starlight, about 100 miles from land to this day. No one knows really what the matter was. She was so small that she could not have struck even a log in the water without every soul on board feeling the jar. And even if she had struck something, it wouldn't have made her go down, as she Roman 999. I was fourth officer then. We had about 7 saloon passengers, including the captain's wife and another woman, and perhaps 500 deckbesengers, going up the coast to a shrine on just such a night as this, when she was ripping through the level sea, at a level 9 knots an hour. The man on the bridge, whoever it was, saw that she was sinking at the head, sinking by the head. As she went along, that was the only warning we got. She began to sink. As she went along, of course, the captain was told, and he sent me to wake up the saloon passengers and tell them to come on deck. Sounds a curious sort of message that to deliver on a dead still night. The people tumbled up in their dressing gowns and pajamas, and wouldn't believe me, we were just sinking as fast as we could. And I had to tell him that. Then the deckbesengers got wind of it, and all hell woke up along the decks. The rule in these little affairs is to get your saloon passengers off first, then to fill the boats with the balance, and afterwards God help the extras. That's all. I was getting the starboard stern boat, mailboat away. It hung as it might be over yonder. And as I came along from the cuddy, the deckbesengers hung round me, shoving their money-belts into my hand, taking off their nose-rings and earrings, and thrusting them upon me to buy just one chance for life. If I hadn't been so desperately busy, I should have thought it horrible. I put biscuits and water into the boat, and got the 2 ladies in. One of 'em was the captain's wife. She had to be put in by main force. You've no notion how women can struggle. The other woman was the wife of an officer going to meet her husband, and there were a couple of passengers beside the Lascars. The captain said he was going to stay with the ship. You see, the rule in these affairs, I believe, is that the captain has to bow gracefully from the bridge and go down. I haven't had a ship under my charge wrecked, yet when that comes, I'll have to do like the others. After the boats were away, and I saw that there was nothing to be got by waiting, I jumped overboard exactly as I might have vaulted over into a flat green field, and struck out for the mailboat. Another officer did the same thing, but he went for a boat full of natives, and they whacked him on the chest with oars, so he had some difficulty in climbing in. It was as well that I reached the mailboat. There was a compass in it, but the idiots had managed to fill the boat half full of water somehow or another, and none of the crew seemed to know what was required of them. Then the Visigoth went down, and took everyone with her. Ships generally do, that the corpses don't cumber the sea for some time. What did I do? I kept all the boats together, and headed into the track of the coasting steamers. The aggravating thing was the thought that we were close to land as far as a big steamer was concerned, and in the middle of eternity as far as regarded a little boat. The sea looks hugest big from a boat at night. O Christ, whose voice the waters heard, and hushed their ravings at thy word, who walkedst on the foaming deep, and calm amidst its rage did keep. O hear us when we cry to thee. For those in peril on the sea, sang the passengers cheerily. That harmonium is disgracefully out of tune, said the captain. The sea air affects their insides. Well, as I was saying, we settled down in the boat. The captain's wife was unconscious. She lay in the bottom of the boat, and moaned. I was glad she wasn't thrashing about the boat. But what I did think was wrong was the way the 2 men passengers behaved. They were useless with funk out and out fear. They lay in the boat, and did nothing fetched a groan now and again to show they were alive. But that was all. But the other woman was a jewel dam, It was worth being shipwrecked to have that woman in the boat. She was awfully handsome. And as brave as she was lovely, she helped me bail out the boat. And she worked like a man. So we kicked about the sea from midnight till 7 the next evening, and then we saw a steamer. I'll give you anything I'm wearing to hoist as a signal of distress, said the woman, but I had no need to ask her, for the steamer picked us up and took us back to Bombay. I forgot to tell you that when the day broke, I couldn't recognize the captain's wife widow. I mean, she had changed in the night as if fire had gone over her. I met her a long time afterwards. And even then, she hadn't forgiven me for putting her into the boat and obeying the captain's orders, but the husband of the other womaness in the armor wrote me no end of a letter of thanks, I don't suppose. He considered that the way his wife behaved was enough to make any decent man do all he could. The other fellows who lay in the bottom of the boat and groaned, I've never met, don't want to, shouldn't be civil to M, if I Roman 999. And that's how the Visigoth went down for no assignable reason, with 80 bags of mail, 500 souls, and not a single packet insured on just such a night as this. O Trinity of love and power, our brethren shield in that dread hour. From rock and tempest, fire and foe, protect them wheresoe'er they go. Thus evermore shall rise to thee glad hymns of praise by land and sea. Strikes me they'll go on singing that hymn all night. Imperfect sort of doctrine in the last lines. Don't you think they might have run in an extra verse specifying sudden collapse, like, the Visigoths, I am going on to the bridge now, good night, said the captain. And I was left alone with the steady thud of the screw and the gentle creaking of the boats at the davits. That made me shudder. The solid Muldoon. Did ye see John Malone, wid his shinin' brand new hat? Did ye see how he walked like a grand aristocrat? There was flags and banners wavin' high in DHS and SH tile were shown, but the best av all the company was Mr. John Malone. John Malone. There had been a royal dogfight in the ravine at the back of the riflebuts between Lyrid's jock and Orthrus, blue rot both, mongrel, ramper hounds chiefly ribs and teeth. It lasted for 20 happy howling minutes, and then blue rot collapsed and Orthrus paid Lyrid 3 rupees, and we were all very thirsty. A dogfight is a most heating entertainment quite apart from the shouting, because rampers fight over a couple of acres of ground later when the sound of belt badges clicking against the necks of beer bottles had died away. Conversation drifted from dog to man fights of all kinds. Humans resemble red deer. In some respects, any talk of fighting seems to wake up a sort of imp in their breasts, and they bell one to the other exactly like challenging bucks. This is noticeable even in men who consider themselves superior to privates of the line. It shows the refining influence of civilization and the march of progress. Tale provoked tale, and each tale, more beer. Even dreamy Lyrid's eyes began to brighten, and he unburdened himself of a long history in which a trip to Malham Cove, a girl at Pateley Brig, a ganger himself, and a pair of clogs were mixed in drawling tangle. And so coots yade oppen from tea chin to tea hair, and he was abed for tea matter a month, concluded Lyrid pensively. Mulvaney came out of a reveria, was lying, Downend flourished his heels in the air. You're a man, Lyrid, said he critically. But you've only fought wid men, and that's an everyday experience. But I've stood up to a ghost, and that was not an everyday experience. No, said Orthrus, throwing a cork at him. You get up and address the ouskew in your experiences. Is it a bigger one nor usual? 'Twas the livin' trut, answered Mulvaney, stretching out a huge arm, and catching Orthrus by the collar. Now, where are ye, me son? Will ye take the word av the lawed out av my mouth another time? He shook him to emphasize the question. No, something else though, said Orthrus, making a dash at Mulvaney's pipe, capturing it, and holding it at arm's length. I'll chuck it across the ditch, if you don't let me go. You married in Hathen tease the only cuddy I iver loved handle her tinder, or I'll chuck you across the nulla, if that poip was bruck, give her back to me sore. Orthrus had passed the treasure to my hand. It was an absolutely perfect clay, as shiny as the black ball at pool. I took it reverently, but I was firm. Will you tell us about the ghost fight? If I do, I said. Is ut the sh tory that's troublin' you, av course? I will, I meant to all along. I was only gettin' at ut my own way. As Pop Doggle said when they found him trying to ram a cartridge down the muzzle, Orthrus fall away. He released the little Londoner, took back his pipe, filled it, and his eyes twinkled. He has the most eloquent eyes of anyone that I know. Did I ever tell you, he began, that I was once the divil av a man? You did, said Lyrid with a childish gravity, that made Orthoris yell with laughter for Mulvaney, was always impressing upon us his great merits in the old days. Did I ever tell you, Mulvaney continued calmly, that I was once more av a divil than I am now? Maria, you don't mean it, said Orthoris. When I was corporal, I was reduced afterwards, but, as I say, when I was corporal, I was a divil of a man. He was silent for nearly a minute, while his mind rummaged among old memories, and his eye glowed. He bit upon the pipestem, and charged into his tale. They was great times. I'm ud now, me hides wore off in patches Synthrigo has disconceited me, and I am a married man too. But I've had my day, and nothing can take away the taste that my time past when. I put me foot through every livin' one the 10 commandments between reveille and lights, out blew the froth, off a pewter wiped me mustache with the back me hand, and slept on ut all as quiet as a little child, but uts over untwill niver come back to me, not though I prayed for a week Sundays. Was there any one in the ud rigment to touch Corporal Terence Mulvaney when? That same was turned out for sediction. I never met him. Every woman that was not a witch was worth the run-in. After in those days, and every man was my dearest friend or I had stripped to him, and we knew which was the better av the two. When I was corporal, I would not ha changed with the colonel, nor, yet the commander-in-chief I would be a sergeant. There was nothin' I would not be. Mother av Hiven look at me. What am I now? We was quartered in a big cantonmenties, no manner, av use nam and names, for ut might give the barracks disreputation in. I was the emperor av the earth to my own mind, and one or two women thought the same small blame to them, after we had lain there a year Bragen the color. Sergeant av e company went and took a wife that was lady's maid to some big lady in the station. She's dead now. Is Annie Bragendied in childbed at Kerpatal? Or ut may ha been all moras of 9 years, gone in Bragen he married again, but she was a pretty woman when Bragen introduced her to cantonment society. She had eyes like the brown av a butterfly's wing, when the sun catches ut, and a waist no thicker than my arm, and a little soft button. Av a mouth I would ha gone through all Asia, bristlin' wid bayonets to get the kiss av in her hair, was as long as the tail av. The colonel's charger forgive me mentionin' that blunderin based in the same mouthful with Annie Bragen, but was all sh pun golden time, was when a lock av ut was more than dimmins to me. There was niver pretty woman, yet an Ive had thruck, wid a few cut open the door to Annie Bragen. 'Twas in the Catholic chapel. I saw her first me rolling round, as usual to see what was to be seen. You're too good for Bragen, my love, thinks I to meself, but that's a mistake I can put straight, or my name is not Terence Mulvaney. Now take my word for you Orthris there, and leered and cape out, av the married quarterses, I did not know good iver comes av ut, and there's always the chance av your bane found wid your face in the dirt, a long picket in the back, av your head in your hands, playing the fifes on the tread, av another man's doorstep. 'Twas so we found O'Hara, he that Rafferty killed 6 years gone, when he went to his death wid his hair old whistlin' Larry O'Rourke between his teeth. Cape out av the married quarters, I say, as I did not tease unwholesome tease, dangerous, and tease everything else that's bad, but my soul tease swat while ut lasts. I was always hangin' about there when I was off duty and Bragen wasn't, but never a sweet word bayon ordinar did I get from Annie Bragen tease. The pervarsity av the sect, says I to meself, and gave my cap another cock on my head and straightened my back. 'Twas the back av a rum major. In those Dason went off as though I did not care wid all the women in the married quarters laughin'. I was persuaded most boys are I am, thinkin' that no woman born av woman could stand against me. Av I held up my little finger, I had reason fur thinkin' that wait'll I met Annie Bragen. Time and again when I was blandin' her in the dusk, a man would go past me as quiet as a cat. That's queer, thinks I, for I am, or I should be the only man in these parts. Now, what divilment can Annie be up to? Thin I called myself a blackguard for thinkin' such things, but I thought them all the same in that mark you is the way av a man. One evenin', I said, Mrs. Bragen Mannin, no disrespect to you, who is that Corporal man? I had seen the stripes, though I could never get sight av his face. Who is that Corporal man that comes in always when I am goin' away? Mother av God, says she, turnin' as white as my belt. Have you seen him too? Seen him, says I, av course I have. Did you want me not to see him? For we were standin' talkin' in the hark outside the veranda av Bragen's quarters. Out better tell me to shut me eyes unless I am mistaken. He's come now. And sure enough, the corporal was walkin' to us, hangin' his head down, as though he was ashamed av himself. Good night, Mrs. Bradgen says, I very cool tease not for me to interfere with your amours, but you might manage things wid more dacency I'm off to canteen, I says. I turned on my heel and went away swearin'. I would give that man a dressin' that would sh top him messin' about the married quarters for a month and a week. I had not tucked 10 paces before Annie Bradgen was hangin' on to my arm, and I could feel that she was shackin' all over. Stay wid me, Mr. Mulvaney, says she, you're a flesh and blood at the least, dare ye not. I am all that says I in my anger went away in a flash. Will I want to be asked twice, Annie? With that I slipped my arm round her waist, for begad I fancied she had surrendered at discretion, and the honors av war were mine. What nonsense is this, says she, drowin' herself up on the tips av her dear little toes. With the mother's milk not dhry on your impident mouth, let go, she says. Did ye not say just now that I was flesh and blood, says Roman one, I have not changed, since I says, and I kept my arm where it was. Your arms to yourself, says she, and her eyes sparkled. Sure, 'tis only human nature, says I, and I kept my arm where it was. Nature or no nature, says she, you take your arm away, or ill tell Bradgen and hell alter the nature, av your head, what do you take me for, she says. A woman, says I, the prettiest in barracks. A wife, says she, the straightest in cantonments. With that I dropped my arm, fell back 2 paces, and saluted, for I saw that she meant what she said. Then, you know something that some men would give a good deal to be certain of. How could you tell? I demanded, in the interests of science. Watch the hand, said Mulvaney. Av she shuts her hand tight, thumb down over the knuckle, take up your hat and go yowl. Only make a fool av yourself, av you sh day. But av the hand lies oppen on the lap, or av you see her thryin' to shut out and she can't go on, she's not past reason in wid. Well, as I was sayin', I fell back, saluted, and was goin' away. Day wid me, she says, look, he's common again. She pointed to the veranda, and by the hoyt av impertinence, the corporal man was common out av Bradgen's quarters. He's done that these 5 evenin's past, says Annie Bradgen. Oh, what will I do? Hell not do ut again, says I, for I was fightin' mad. Cape away from a man that has been a thrifle crossed in love, till the fevers died down, he rages like a brute beast. I went up to the man in the veranda mannin, as sure as I sit to knock the life out av him. He slipped into the open. What are you doin' philanderin' about here? Ye scum av the gutter, says I, polite to give him his warnin', for I wanted him ready. He never lifted his head, but says, all mournful and melancholious, as if he thought I would be sorry for him, I can't find her, says he. My troth, says I, you've lived too long, you and your seekins and findins, in a dacent married woman's quarters. Hood up your head, ye frozen thief av Genesis, says I, and y'all find all you want and more. But he never hilled up, and I let go from the shoulder, to where the hair is short over the eyebrows. That'll do your business, says I, but it nearly did mine. Insted I put my body weight behind the blow. But I hit nothing at all, and near put my shoulder out. The corporal man was not there, and Annie Bradgen, who had been watchin' from the veranda, throws up her heels and carries on like a cock when his neck's wrung by the drummer boy. I went back to her, for a livin' woman, and a woman like Annie Bradgen is more than a parade ground. Full av ghosts, id never seen a woman faint before, and I stud like a tuck calf, askin' her whether she was dead, and prayin' her for the love av me, and the love av her husband, and the love av the Virgin to open her blessed eyes again, and callin' meself all the names under the canopy, av hiven for plagwin her wid my miserable amours, when I ought to ha stud betune her and this corporal man that had lost the number av his mess. I misremember what nonsense, I said, but I was not so far gone that I could not hear a foot on the dirt outside Twas Bradgen common. In and by the same token Annie was common too. I jumped to the far end av the veranda, and looked as if butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. But Mrs. Quinn, the quartermaster's wife, that was had tud Bradgen about my hangin' round Annie. I'm not pleased wid you, Mulvaney, says Bradgen, unbucklin' his sword, for he had been on duty. That's bad hearin', I says, and I knew that the pickets were driven in what for sergeant, says Roman one, come outside, says he, and ill show you why. I am willin', I says, but my stripes are none so ood that I can afford to loses him. Tell me now, who do I go out wid, says Roman one. He was a quick man, and a justin saw what I would be. After wid Mrs. Bradgen's husband, says he might ha known by me askin' that favor that I had done him no wrong. We went to the back av the arsenal, and I stripped to him, and for 10 minutes 'twas all I could do to prevent him killin' himself against my fists. He was mad as a dumb dog, just frothing wid rage, but he had no chanced wid me in reach or learnin', or anything else. Will ye hear reason says, I win his first wind was run out. Not woil I can see says he wid that I gave him both one after the other smash through the low yard that he'd been taught win. He was a boy and the eyebrow shut down on the cheekbone like the wing av a sick crow. Will ye hear reason now ye brave man says Roman 1. Not woil I can speak says he staggerin' up blind as a stump, I was loath to do ut. But I went round and swung into the Jossidian, and shifted at a half pace to the left. Will ye hear reason now says, I can't keep my temper much longer and tease like I will hurt you. Not woil I can stand he mumbles out av one corner av his mouth, so I closed and threw him blind dumb and sick, and jammed the jaw straight. You're an ood fool, Mr. Bragen says Roman. One you're a young thief, says he, and you've bruck my heart, you and Annie betoon you. Then he began cryin' like a child, as he lay I was sorry, as I had never been before tease, an awful thing to see a strong man cry. Ill swear on the cross, says Roman, one I care for none av your oath, says he. Come back to your quarters, says I.N. If you don't believe the livin' begad you shall listen to the dead, I says. I hoisted him and tuck him back to his quarters. Mrs. Bragen says I here's a man that you can cure quicker than me. You've shamed me before my wife, he whimpers. Have I so, says Roman 1, by the look on Mrs. Bragen's face, I think I am for a dressin' down worse than I gave you. And I was Annie Bragen was woiled wid indignation. There was not a name that a dacent woman could use that was not given my way. I've had my colonel walk round me like a cooper round a cask, for 15 minutes in ordly room because I went into the corner shop and unstrapped lunatic. But all I iver tuck from his rasp, av a tongue was ginger pop to what Annie tud me, and that mark you is the way av a woman. When ut was done for want av breath and Annie was bendin' over her husband, I says tease all through and I am a blackguard and you're an honest woman, but will you tell him of one service that I did you? As I finished speakin', the corporal man came up to the veranda, and Annie Bragen queeled the moon was up and we could see his face. I can't find her, says the corporal man, and went out like the puff av a candle. Saints stand between us and evil, says Bragen crossin' himself, that's Flahy av the Tyrone. Who was he, I says, for he has given me a dale av fightin' this day. Bragen told us that Flahy was a corporal, who lost his wife av cholera in those quarters, 3 years gone, and went mad and walked, after they buried him huntin' for her. Well, says I to Bragen, he's been hookin' out av purgatory to kape company wid Mrs. Bragen ivery evenin' for the last fortnight, you may tell, Mrs. Quinn, wid my love, for I know that she's been talkin' to you, and you've been listenin', that she ought to onderstand the differ twixt a man and a ghost. She's had 3 husbands, says I, and you've got a wife too good for you instead av which you lave her. To be bothered by ghosts onin, all manner av evil spirits ill never go talkin' in the way av politeness to a man's wife again. Good night to you both, says I, and wid that I went away havin' fought wid woman man. And divil all in the heart, av an hour by the same token, I gave Father Victor 1 rupee to say a mass for Flahy's soul, me havin' discommoded him by sticking my fist into his system. Your ideas of politeness seem rather large, Mulvaney, I said. That's as you look at ut, said Mulvaney calmly. Annie Bragen niver cared for me for all that I did not want to leave anything behind me, that Bragen could take hood av to be angry wid her about win, and honest word cud, ha cleared all up, there's nothing. Like oppen speakin' orthris, ye scut let me put me oi to that bottle for my throats, as dhry, as win, I thought I would get a kiss from Annie Bragen. And that's 14 years gone, I a Cork's own city in the blue sky, above utan the times that wast times that was. With the main guard. Der junger Ulanen. Sit round mit open mouth. While Braitman tell dem stories. Of fightin' in the south. Und gift dem moral lessons. How before der battle pops. Take a little prayer to Himmel. Und a goot long drink of schnapps. Hans Braitman's ballads. Mary Mother av Mercy, what the divil possessed us to take and cape this melancholious country, answer me that sore. It was Mulvaney who was speaking. The time was 1 o'clock of a stifling June night, and the place was the main gate of Fort Amara, most desolate and least desirable of all fortresses in India. What I was doing there at that hour is a question which only concerns M. Grath, the sergeant of the guard, and the men on the gate. Slape, said Mulvaney, is a superfluous necessity. This jardlel sht lively, till relieved he himself was stripped to the waist, leered on the next bedstead, was dripping from the skinful of water which Orthoris, clad only in white trousers, had just sluiced over his shoulders, and a fourth private was muttering uneasily, as he dozed open-mouthed in the glare of the great guard lantern. The heat under the bricked archway was terrifying. "The wuss night that iver I remember Aya is all hell loose this tide," said Mulvaney. A puff of burning wind lashed through the wicket gate like a wave of the sea, and Ortherus swore. "Are ye more heasy, Jock?" he said to Leroyd. "Put your eed between your legs. It'll go orf in a minute." "I don't care, I would not care, but ma heart is plyin' tivy on ma ribs, let me die. Oh, leave me die," groaned the huge Yorkshireman, who was feeling the heat acutely, being of fleshly build. The sleeper under the lantern roused for a moment, and raised himself on his elbow. "Die and be damned." Then he said, "I'm damned, and I can't die." "Who's that?" I whispered, for the voice was new to me. "Gentleman born," said Mulvaney. "Corporal, 1 year sergeant next, red hot on his sea mission. But da trinks like a fish, hell be gone before the cowld weather's here so." He slipped his boot, and with the naked toe just touched the trigger of his martini. Ortherus misunderstood the movement, and the next instant the Irishman's rifle was dashed aside, while Ortherus stood before him, his eyes blazing with reproof. "You said, Ortherus, my God, if it was you, what would we do?" "Cape quiet, little man," said Mulvaney, putting him aside, but very gently. "Tease not me, nor will ut be me woil. Dinah shads here I was but showin' something." Leroyd bowed on his bedstead, groaned, and the gentleman ranker sighed in his sleep. Ortherus took Mulvaney's tendered pouch, and we three smoked gravely for a space, while the dust devils danced on the glacis and scoured the red-hot plain. "Pop," said Ortherus, wiping his forehead, "don't tantalize wid talkin' av da trink, or ill sh tough you into your own breech block and fire you off," grunted Mulvaney. Ortherus chuckled, and from a niche in the veranda produced 6 bottles of gingerade. "Where did ye get at, ye Machiavel?" said Mulvaney. "Tease no bazar, Pop." "Ow do hi know what the orf'cers drink," answered Ortherus. "Arse the messman. Ye'll have a district court-martial settin' on ye, yet me son," said Mulvaney. "Buth opened a bottle. I will not report ye this time. What's in the meskid is mint for the belly, as they say, specially when that mate is da trink. Here's luck a bloody war or on, we've got the sickly season war thin," waved the innocent Pop to the 4 quarters of heaven. "Bloody war, north, east, south, and west, Jock. Ye quackin' hayrick comin' da trink." But Leroyd, half mad with the fear of death presaged in the swelling veins in his neck, was begging his maker to strike him dead, and fighting for more air between his prayers. A second time Ortherus drenched the quivering body with water, and the giant revived. "And divn't see thought a moan is I fettle for gooin' on to live in divn't see thought there is oat for tea livin' for here. Now lads, tired turd. There's na but water I ma bones, let me die." The hollow of the arch gave back Leroyd's broken whisper in a bass boom. Mulvaney looked at me hopelessly. But I remembered how the madness of despair had once fallen upon Ortherus that weary afternoon on the banks of the Kemi River, and how it had been exorcised by the skillful magician Mulvaney. "Talk, Terence," I said, "or we shall have Leroyd slinging loose, and hell be worse than Ortherus." "Was talk hell answer to your voice?" Almost before Ortherus had deftly thrown all the rifles of the guard on Mulvaney's bedstead, the Irishman's voice was uplifted, as that of one in the middle of a story, and turning to me he said, "In barracks or out of it, as you say, sorin warish rigment, is the divil and more tease, only fit for a young man wid edicated fistices? Oh, the crame av disruption is in warish rigment, and rippin' tearin' ragin' scatherers in the field, av war my first rigment was warish fanians, and rebils to the heart av their marrow. Was they, and so they fought for the witty better than most bane contrary warish, they was the Black Tyrone. You've heard av them sore." Heard of them, I knew the Black Tyrone for the choicest collection of unmitigated blackguards, dog-stealers, robbers of hen roosts, assaulters of innocent citizens, and recklessly daring heroes in the army list. Half Europe and half Asia has had cause to know the Black Tyrone. Good luck be with their tattered colors, as glory has ever been. They was hot pickles and ginger. I cut a man's head too deep wid my belt in the days av my youth, and after some circumstances, which I will obliterate, I came to the ud rigment, Baron the character, av a man wid hands and feet, but as I was goin' to tell you, I fell across the Black Tyrone agin one day when we wanted thim powerful bad Orthrus, me son. What was the name av that place, where they sint wan company, av us and wan, av the Tyrone, round a hill and down again, all for to tash the Pathans something they'd niver learned before after gunsy twas. Don't know what the bloomin' Pathans called it. We called it Silver's Theatre, you know that, sure. Silver's Theatriso twas a gut between two hills as black as a bucket, and as thin as a girl's waist. There was over many pathans for our convenience in the gut, and begad they called themselves, a reserve being impident by nature our Scotchies, and Lashins av Gurkies was pounded into some pathan rigments. I think twas Scotchies and Gurkies are twins because'y, they're a so onlike and they get. Da trunk together when God plaises, as I was sayin' they sint wan company, av the ud and wan of the Tyrone, to double up the hill and clane out the Pathan reserve orfsers was scarce in thim days, what with dysentery, and not talkin' care av themselves, and we was sint out wid only wan orfser for the company. But he was a man that had his feet beneath him and all his teeth in their sockets. Who was he, I asked. Captain O'Neill old Crook nabbling him, that I told ye that tale av when he was in Burma. Footnote. Now first of the foemen of Beau de Thone was Captain O'Neill of the Black Tyrone. The Ballad of Beau de Thone ha. He was a man the Tyrone tuck a little orfser boy, but divil a bit was he in command, as ill demonstrate presently. We and they came over the brow av the hill wan on each side av the gut, and there was that ondescent reserve weightin' down below like rats in a pit. Howled on men, says Crook who tuck a mother's care, av us always roll some rocks on thim, by way av visitin' kyards. We hadn't rolled more than 20 boulders, and the Pathans was beginnin' to swear tremenjous win, the little orfser boy, av the Tyrone sh queeks, out across the valley. What the devil and all are you doin' sh poilin' the fun for my men, do ye not see they'll stand? Faith, that's a rare plucked wan, says Crook, never mind, the rocks men come along down and take tay wid thim. There's damned little sugar in says my rear rank man, but Crook heard. Have ye not all got spoons, he says laughin', and down we went as fast as we could Learid Bain sick at the base, he av course was not there. Thought's a lie, said Learid, dragging his bedstead, nearer gotten thought theer, and you know at Mulvaney he threw up his arms, and from the right armpit ran diagonally through the fell of his chest, a thin white line terminating near the fourth left rib. My mind's goin', said Mulvaney, the unabashed ye were there, what I was thinkin' of twas another man av course. Will y'all remember Thin Jack, how we and the Tyrone met wid a bang at the bottom, and got jammed past all movin' among the Pathans? Ow, it was a tight 'ole I was squeezed, till I thought id bloomin' well bust, said Ortherus, rubbing his stomach meditatively. 'Twas no place for a little man, but one little man. Mulvaney put his hand on Ortherus, shoulder saved the life. Av me there, we sh tuck for divil a bit did the Pathans flinch and divil a bit dare. We are business bane to clear 'em out, and the most extraordinar thing, av all, was that we and they just rushed into each other's rums, and there was no firing for a long time nothin', but knife and bayonet when we could get our hands free, and that was not often we was breastin' to thim, and the Tyrone was yelpin' behind av us in a way. I didn't see the lean av at first, but I knew later, and so did the Pathans. Knee to knee sings out Crook, wid a laugh when the rush av our common into the gut sh topped, and he was huggin' a hairy great Pathan, neither bane able to do anything to the other though both was wishful. Breast to breast, he says as the Tyrone was pushin' us forward closer and closer. And hand over back, says a sergeant that was behin' I saw a sword lick out past Crook's ear, and the Pathan was tuck in the apple av his throat like a pig at Droman Fair. Thank ye, brother inner guard, says Crook cool, as a cucumber without salt. I wanted that room, and he went forward by the thickness. Av a man's body havin' turned the Pathan under him, the man bit the heel off Crook's boot in his death bite. Push men, says Crook, push ye paper-backed beggars, he says, am I to pull ye through? So we pushed and we kicked, and we swung and we swore, and the grass bane slippery. Our heels wouldn't bite, and God help the front rank man that went down that day. Ave you ever been in the pit hentrance, oh the Vic, on a thick night, interrupted Ortherus. It was worse nor that, for they was goin' one way and we wouldn't ave it leastways, I hadn't much to say. Faith me son, ye said thin, I kept the little man betune my knees as long as I could. But he was pawkin' round wid his bayonet blindin' and stiffin' ferocious. The devil of a man is Ortherus in a ructionarant, ye said Mulvaney. Don't make game, said the Cockney, I knowed I wasn't no good then, but I guv him compot from the left flank when we opened out no, he said, bringing down his hand with a thump on the bedstead. A bayonet ain't no good to a little man might, as well ave a bloomin' fishin' rod. I ate a clowin' maulin' mess. But gimme a breech that's wore out a bit in hamunition 1 year in store, to let the powder kiss the bullet and put me somewheres, where I ain't trod on by ulkin swine like you, and selp me God, I could bowl you over 5 times outer 7 at height. Undread would your try you lumber in Hirishman. No ye wasp I've seen, ye do what I say, there's nothin' better than the bayonet wid a long reach a double twist, av ye can in a slow recover. Dom the bayonet said Leroyd, who had been listening intently look. At her he picked up a rifle an inch below the foresight with an underhand action, and used it exactly as a man would use a dagger. Sitha said he softly thoughts better than oat for a moan, can bash t foss why thought, and if he didn't he can briac t forearm o t guard t's, not it books though jai me t butt. Each does at his own way like Mac in love, said Mulvaney, quietly the butt or the bayonet, or the bullet accordin' to the nater, av the man well as I was sayin'. We sh tuck their breathin' in each other's faces, and swearin' powerful orthress cursin' the mother that bore him because he was not 3 inches taller. Presently, he says duck ye lump, and I can get at a man over your should her. Y'all blow me head off I says throw in my arm clear go through under my armpit, ye bloodthirsty little scut says I, but don't shtick me, or ill ring your ears round. What was ye gave the pathan man forninst me him, that cut at me when, I could move hand or foot hot or cowled was Cold said Ortherus up and under the ribgent, come down flat best, for you Roman 999. Through my son this jam thing that I am talkin', about lasted for 5 minutes good and thin, we got our arms clear and wint and I misremember exactly what I did. But I didn't want Dinah to be a witty at the depot thin. After some promiscuous hackin', we tuck again, and the Tyrone behin was callin' us dogs and cowards and all manner av names we bear in their way. What ails the Tyrone thinks, I thave the Mackins av a most convenient fight here. A man behind me says beseechful, and in a whisper let me get at thim, for the love av Mary, give me room beside ye tall man. And who are you that so anxious to be kilt, says, I widout turn in my head for the long knives, was dancin' in front like the sun on Donegal, Baywin uts rough. We've seen our dead, he says squeezin' into me our dead, that was men 2 days gone and me, that was his cousin by blood. Could not bring Tim Coolin off, let me get on he says, let me get to thim, or ill, run ye through the back. My troth thinks I if the Tyrone have seen their dead god, help the Pathans this day, and then I knew why the warish was ragin' behind us as they was. I gave room to the man, and he ran forward with the haymaker's lift on his bayonet, and swung a Pathan clear off his feet, by the belly band, av the brute and the iron bruck at the Lockenring. Tim Coolunlil Slape, easy tonight, says he wid a grin, and the next minute, his head was in 2 halves, and he went down grinnin' by sections. The Tyrone was pushin' and pushin', and our men was swearin' at thim, and Crook was workin' away in front, av us all his sword arm swingin' like a pumfendle, and his revolver spittin' like a cat. But the strange thing av was the quiet that lay upon twas like a fight in a dram except for thim that was dead. When I gave room to the warishman, I was expended and forlorn in my inside tease. Away I have 7% sore in action. Let me out, boys, says I backin' in among them I am going to be on well faith. They gave me room at the Wurrud, though they would not ha given room for all hell with the chill off when I got clear. I was 7% sore outragas sick because I had da trunk heavy that day. Well and far out av harm was a sergeant av the Tyrone sittin' on the little orfser boy, who had stopped Crook from rollin' the rocks. Oh, he was a beautiful boy, and the long black curses was slidden out av his innocent mouth like mornin' dew from a rose. What have you got there, says I to the sergeant. Juan av Her Majesty's bantams wid his spurs up, says he's goin' to court-martial me. Let me go, says the little orfser boy, let me go, and command my men mannin' thereby the black Tyrone, which was beyond any common day, even av they had made the divil a field orfser. His father holds my mother's cowfeed in Clonmel, says the man that was sittin' on him. Will I go back to his mother and tell her that I've let him throw himself away lie still, ye little pinch, av dynamite and court-martial me afterwards. Good, says I, tease the likes av him, makes the likes av the commander-in-chief. But we must preserve thim. What do you want to do, sore, says I, very politeful. Kill the beggar skill, the beggars, he queeks his big blue eyes brimmin' wid tears. And how'll ye do that, says Roman, one you've quibbed off your revolver like a child wid. A cracker you can make no play wid that fine large sword av yours in your hands, shackin', like an asp on a leaf lie, still and grow, says Roman, one get back to your company, says he, you're insolent. All in good time, says I, but ill have a da trink first. Just thin Crook comes up blue and white all over where he wasn't red. Water, says he, I am dead wid druth, oh, but it's a grand day. He drank half a skinful, and the rest he tilts into his chest, and it fair hissed on the hairy hide av him. He sees the little orfser boy under the sergeant. What's yonder, says he. Mutiny sore, says the sergeant, and the orfser boy begins pleadin' pitiful to Crook to be let go, but divil a bit wud Crook budge. Cape him there, he says, tease no child's work this day. By the same token, says he, ill confiscate that illigant nickel-plated scent sprinkler av yours for my own, has been vomitin' disgraceful. The fork av his hand was black with the backspit av the machine, so he tucked the orfser boy's revolver. Ye may look sore by my faith, there's a dale more done in the field than Ivor gets into field orders. Come on, Mulvaney, says Crook, is this a court-martial? The two av us went back together into the mess, and the Pathans were still standin' up. They was not too impartinent, though, for the Tyrone was callin' one to another to remember Tim Coolin. Crook stopped outside av the strife and looked anxious, his eyes rollin' round. What is ut sore, says I get ye anything? Where's a bugler, says he. I went into the crowder men, was drowin' breath behind the Tyrone, who was fightin' like souls in tormentin'. Presently, I came across little Frehin, our bugler, boy pockin, round among the best wid, a rifle and bayonet. Is amusin' yourself, what you're paid for ye limb, says I, catchin' him, by the scruff come out av, that an attend to your duty, I says, but the boy was not pleased. I've got one, says he, grinnin' big, as you Mulvaney and fair half, as ugly, let me go get another. I was displeased at the personability av that remark, so I tucks him under my arm, and carries him to Crook, who was watchin' how the fight went. Crook cuffs him, till the boy cries and thin says nothin' for a while. The Pathans began to flicker uneasy, and our men roared op in ord her double, says Crook, blow child blow, for the honor of the British Urmai. That boy blew like a typhoon in the Tyrone, and we opined out as the Pathans broke, and I saw that what had gone before would be kissin' and huggin' to what was to come wed of them into a broad part. Av the gut win, they gave in thin, we opined out and fair, danced down the valley driven thim before us, oh 'twas lovely and steady too. There was the sergeants on the flanks, av what was left av us cap in touch, and the fire was runnin' from flank to flank, and the Pathans was droppin', we opined out with the widenin' av the valley. And when the valley narrowed, we closed again like the shticks on a lady's fan, and at the far end, av the gut, where they tried to stand, we fair blew them off their feet, for we had expended very little ammunition, by reason av the knife work. I used 30 rounds goin' down that valley, said Orthoris, and it was gentleman's work, might 'a done it in a white handkerchief, and pink silk stockings, that part high was on in that piece. You could ha heard the Tyrone yellin' a mile away, said Mulvaney, and 'twas all their sergeants could do to get them off. They was mad Crook sits down in the quiet that fell when we had gone down the valley, and covers his face wid his hands. Presently, we all came back again, accordin' to our natures and dispositions, for they mark you show through the hide, av a man in that hour. Boys, says Crook to himself, I missed out, we could ha engaged at long range and saved better men than me. He looked at our dead and said no more. Captain Deer, says a man av the Tyrone common up, wid his mouth bigger than iver his mother kissed, spittin' blood, like a whale. Captain Deer, says he, if one or two in the talls have been discommoded the gallery, enjoyed the performances, avaricious. Then I knew that man for the Dublin Docret. He was one av the boys that made the lessee av Silver's Theatre grey before his time, wid tearin' out the bowls av the benches and trowin' them into the pit. So I passed the word that I knew when I was in the Tyrone and we lay in Dublin. I don't know who 'twas, I whispers, and I don't care, but anyways ill knock the face av you Tim Kelly. Aya, says the man, was you there too well call Silver's Theatre, half the Tyrone knowin' the ud place tuck it up, so we called Silver's Theatre. The little orfser boy av the Tyrone was thremblin' and cryin' he had no heart for the court-martials, that he talked so big upon yell do well later, says Crook, very quiet for not bane, allowed to kill yourself for amusement. I am a disgraced man, says the little orfser boy. Put me under arrest, sore, if you will, but by my soul id do ut again sooner than face your mother would you dead, says the sergeant that had sat on his head standin' to attention and salutin', but the young wan only cried as though his little heart was breakin'. Then another man, av the Tyrone, came up with the fog av fightin' on him. The what, Mulvaney? Fog av fightin', you know, sore, that like Mackin love ut takes each man different now. I can't help bane powerful sick when I am in action. Orthris here never stops swearin' from ind to ind, and the only time that Leroyd opens his mouth to sing Is when he is messin' wid other people's heads for he's a dirty fighter? Is jock recruities sometime cry, and sometime they don't know what they do and sometime they are all for cuttin' throats and such like dirtiness. But some men get heavy dead drunk on the fightin'. This man was staggerin' and his eyes were half shut and we could hear him draw breath. 20 yards away he sees the little orfser. Boy and comes up talkin' thick and drowsy to himself blood. The young whelp, he says blood, the young whelp and wid that he threw up his arms pun round and dropped at our feet dead, as a pathan, and there was neither sign or scratch on him. They said 'twas his heart was rotten. But oh 'twas a queer thing to see. Then we went to bury our dead, for we would not lave them to the pathans and in movin' among the hathen. We nearly lost that little orfser. Boy he was for jivin wan divil wat her. And layin' him aisy against a rock, be careful sore says, I a wounded pathans worse than alive one my. Troth before the words was out of my mouth. The man on the ground fires at the orfser boy, lannin' over him, and I saw the helmet fly. I dropped the butt on the face of the man, and tuck his pistol the little orfser boy, turned very white for the hair, av half his head was singed away. I told you so sore says I, and after that win, he wanted to help a pathan, I stud wid the muzzle. Contagious to the ear, they dare not do anything. But curse the Tyrone was growlin' like dogs, over a bone, that had been taken away too soon, for they had seen their dead, and they wanted to kill every soul on the ground crook to them that he blow the hide off any man that misconducted himself. But seeing that was the first time the Tyrone had ever seen their dead, I do not wonder they were on the sharp tees. A shameful sight, when I first saw I would neither ha given quarter to any man north of the Kai Barno, nor woman either, for the women used to come out after hark auger. Well, eventually we buried our dead and tuck away our wounded and come over the brow, av the hills to see the Scotchies and the Gurkies taking tay with the pathans in bucketsfuls. We were a gang av dissolute ruffians, for the blood had caked the dust, and the sweat had cut the cake in our bayonets, was hangin' like butcher's steels between legs, and most av us were marked one way or another. A staff orfser man clean as a new rifle, rides up and says, what damned scarecrows are you? A company av Her Majesty's Black Tyrone, and one av the Ud Rigment says crook, very quiet jivin our visitors the fleurs twas. Oh, says the staff orfser, did you dislodge that reserve? No, says crook, and the Tyrone laughed. Thin, what the divil have ye done? Destroyed says crook, and he took us on, but not before Toomey that was in the Tyrone says, aloud his voice, somewhere in his stomach what, in the name? Av misfortune, does this parrot without a tail mane by top in the road av his bethers? The staff orfser went blue and Toomey makes him pink by changin' to the voice. Av a minotarin woman, and sayin', come and kiss me major dear for me husbands at the wars, and I am all alone at the depot. The staff orfser went away and I could see Crook's shoulders shackin'. His corporal checks Toomey lave me alone, says Toomey without a wink I was his batman, before he was married and he knows. What I mane, av you don't there's nothin' like livin', in the Hoyt av society do you remember that orthris. Hi do Toomey, died in orspital next week, it was cause I bought arf his kit and I remember after that. Guard turn out. The relief had come, it was 4 o'clock ill catch a kyart for you sore said Mulvaney, diving hastily into his accoutrements. Come up to the top av the fort, and well pursue our investigations into M. Grath's table. The relieved guard strolled round the main bastion on its way to the swimming bath, and Leroyd grew almost talkative orthoris, looked into the fort ditch, and across the plain it's weary waitin' for Mari he hummed, but I'd like to kill some more bloomin' pathans before my time's up, war bloody war north, east, south, and west. Amen, said Leroyd slowly. What's here, said Mulvaney, checking at a blur of white. By the foot of the old sentry box he stooped, and touched it, it's Nora M. Taggart. Why nonai darlin', what are ye doin' out av your mother's bed at this time? The 2-year-old child of Sergeant M. Taggart must have wandered for a breath of cool air to the very verge of the parapet of the fort ditch. Her tiny nightshift was gathered into a wisp round her neck, and she moaned in her sleep. See, there, said Mulvaney, poor lamb, look at the heatresh on the innocent skin, av her tease hard, cruel hard. Even for us, what must it be for these wake up nonai your mother will be woiled about you, begad the child might ha fallen into the ditch. He picked her up in the growing light and set her on his shoulder, and her fair curls touched the grizzled stubble of his temples orthoris, and Leroyd followed, snapping their fingers, while Nora smiled at them, a sleepy smile. Then caroled Mulvaney clear as a lark, dancing the baby on his arm. If any young man should marry you, say nothin' about the joke. That iver ye slep in a synthry box. Wrapped up in a soldier's cloak, though on my soul nanai, he said gravely, there was not much cloak about you, never mind you want DHS like this 10 years to come kiss your friends and run along to your mother. Nanai sat down close to the married quarters, nodded with the quiet obedience of the soldier's child. But ere she pattered off over the flagged path, held up her lips to be kissed by the three musketeers, Orthoris wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and swore sentimentally. Leeroyd turned pink, and the two walked away together. The Yorkshireman lifted up his voice and gave in thunder the chorus of the sentry box, while Orthoris piped at his side. Been to a bloomin' sing-song, you two, said the artilleryman, who was taking his cartridge down to the morning gun. You're over merry for these dashed days. I bid ye take care o' the brat, said he, for it comes of a noble race. Leeroyd bellowed. The voices died out in the swimming bath. Oh, Terence, I said, dropping into Mulvaney's speech, when we were alone, it's you that have the tongue. He looked at me wearily, his eyes were sunk in his head, and his face was drawn and white. Aya, said he, I've blanded her thim through the night somehow, but can thim that helps others help themselves answer me that sore? And over the bastions of Fort Amara broke the pitiless day. In the matter of a private, hurrah, hurrah, a soldier's life for me. Shout, boys, shout, for it makes you jolly and free. The Ramrod Corps. People who have seen say that one of the quaintest spectacles of human frailty is an outbreak of hysterics in a girls' school. It starts without warning, generally on a hot afternoon among the elder pupils. A girl giggles till the giggle gets beyond control. Then she throws up her head and cries honk, honk, honk like a wild goose, and tears mix with the laughter. If the mistress be wise, she will rap out something severe at this point to check matters. If she be tender-hearted and send for a drink of water, the chances are largely in favor of another girl, laughing at the afflicted one and herself. Collapsing thus, the trouble spreads, and may end in half of what answers to the lower sixth of a boys' school, rocking and whooping together. Given a week of warm weather, 2 stately promenades per diem, a heavy mutton and rice meal in the middle of the day, a certain amount of nagging from the teachers, and a few other things, some amazing effects develop. At least this is what folks say who have had experience. Now the mother superior of a convent and the colonel of a British infantry regiment would be justly shocked at any comparison being made between their respective charges. But it is a fact that under certain circumstances, Thomas in bulk can be worked up into dithering, rippling hysteria. He does not weep, but he shows his trouble unmistakably. And the consequences get into the newspapers, and all the good people who hardly know a martini from a Snyder say, take away the brute's ammunition. Thomas isn't a brute, and his business, which is to look after the virtuous people, demands that he shall have his ammunition to his hand. He doesn't wear silk stockings, and he really ought to be supplied with a new adjective to help him to express his opinions. But for all that, he is a great man, if you call him the heroic defender of the national honor one day and a brutal and licentious soldiery, the next you naturally bewilder him, and he looks upon you with suspicion. There is nobody to speak for Thomas, except people who have theories to work off on him, and nobody understands Thomas except Thomas, and he does not always know what is the matter with himself. That is the prologue. This is the story. Corporal Slane was engaged to be married to Miss Johnsy M. Kenna, whose history is well known in the regiment and elsewhere. He had his colonel's permission, and being popular with the men, every arrangement had been made to give the wedding what Private Orthoris called éclair. It fell in the heart of the hot weather, and after the wedding Slane was going up to the hills with the bride. None the less Slane's grievance was that the affair would be only a hired carriage wedding, and he felt that the éclair of that was meager. Miss M. Kenna did not care so much. The sergeant's wife was helping her to make her wedding dress, and she was very busy. Slane was just then the only moderately contented man in barracks. All the rest were more or less miserable, and they had so much to make them happy, too. All their work was over at 8 in the morning, and for the rest of the day they could lie on their backs and smoke canteen plug and swear at the punkakulis. They enjoyed a fine full flesh meal in the middle of the day, and then threw themselves down on their cots and sweated and slept till it was cool enough to go out with their townie, whose vocabulary contained less than 600 words, and the adjective, and whose views on every conceivable question they had heard many times before. There was the canteen, of course, and there was the temperance room with the second-hand papers in it. But a man of any profession cannot read for 8 hours a day, in a temperature of 96 degrees or 98 degrees, in the shade, running up sometimes to 103 degrees. At midnight very few men, even though they get a pannikin of flat, stale, muddy beer, and hide it under their cots can continue drinking for 6 hours a day. One man tried, but he died, and nearly the whole regiment went to his funeral. Because it gave them something to do, it was too early for the excitement of fever or cholera. The men could only wait and wait and wait, and watch the shadow of the barrack, creeping across the blinding white dust. That was a gay life. They lounged about cantonments. It was too hot for any sort of game, and almost too hot for vice, and fuddled themselves in the evening, and filled themselves to distension with the healthy nitrogenous food provided for them, and the more they stoked the less exercise they took, and more explosive they grew. Then tempers began to wear away, and men fell a brooding over insults real or imaginary, for they had nothing else to think of. The tone of the repartees changed, and instead of saying light-heartedly ill, knock your silly face in, men grew laboriously polite, and hinted that the cantonments were not big enough for themselves and their enemy, and that there would be more space for one of the two in another place. It may have been the devil who arranged the thing, but the fact of the case is that Lawson had for a long time been worrying Simmons in an aimless way. It gave him occupation. The two had their cots side by side, and would sometimes spend a long afternoon swearing at each other. But Simmons was afraid of Lawson, and dared not challenge him to a fight. He thought over the words in the hot, still nights, and half the hate he felt towards Lawson he vented on the wretched Punkakuli. Lawson bought a parrot in the bazaar, and put it into a little cage, and lowered the cage into the cool darkness of a well, and sat on the well curb shouting bad language down to the parrot. He taught it to say Simmons ye sewer, which means swine, and several other things entirely unfit for publication. He was a big, gross man, and he shook like a jelly when the parrot had the sentence correctly. Simmons, however, shook with rage, for all the room were laughing at him. The parrot was such a disreputable puff of green feathers, and it looked so human. When it chattered, Lawson used to sit swinging his fat legs on the side of the cot, and ask the parrot what it thought of Simmons. The parrot would answer, Simmons, ye sewer good boy. Lawson used to say, scratching the parrot's head, ye ear, that Sim, and Simmons used to turn over on his stomach, and make answer, I ear take eed, you don't ear something one of these days. In the restless nights, after he had been asleep all day, fits of blind rage came upon Simmons, and held him till he trembled all over, while he thought in how many different ways he would slay Lawson. Sometimes he would picture himself trampling the life out of the man with heavy ammunition boots, and at others smashing in his face with the butt, and at others jumping on his shoulders and dragging the head back till the neckbone cracked. Then his mouth would feel hot and fevered, and he would reach out for another sup of the beer in the pannikin. But the fancy that came to him most frequently, and stayed with him longest, was one connected with the great roll of fat under Lesson's right ear. He noticed it first on a moonlight night, and thereafter it was always before his eyes. It was a fascinating roll of fat. A man could get his hand upon it and tear away one side of the neck, or he could place the muzzle of a rifle on it and blow away all the head in a flash. Lawson had no right to be sleek and contented and well todo, when he, Simmons, was the butt of the room. Some day perhaps he would show those who laughed at the Simmons ye sewer joke that he was as good as the rest, and held a man's life in the crook of his forefinger. When Lawson snored, Simmons hated him more bitterly than ever. Why should Lawson be able to sleep when Simmons had to stay awake hour after hour, tossing and turning on the tapes with the dull liver pain gnawing into his right side and his head throbbing and aching after canteen? He thought over this for many, many nights, and the world became unprofitable to him. He even blunted his naturally fine appetite with beer and tobacco, and all the while the parrot talked at and made a mock of him. The heat continued, and the tempers wore away more quickly than before. A sergeant's wife died of heat apoplexy in the night, and the rumor ran abroad that it was cholera. Men rejoiced openly, hoping that it would spread and send them into camp, but that was a false alarm. It was late on a Tuesday evening, and the men were waiting in the deep double verandas for last posts, when Simmons went to the box at the foot of his bed, took out his pipe, and slammed the lid down with a bang that echoed through the deserted barrack like the crack of a rifle. Ordinarily speaking, the men would have taken no notice, but their nerves were fretted to fiddlestrings. They jumped up, and 3 or 4 clattered into the barrack room, only to find Simmons kneeling by his box. "Ow, it's you, is it?" they said, and laughed foolishly. "We thought 'twas." Simmons rose slowly. If the accident had so shaken his fellows, what would not the reality do? "You thought it was, did you? And what makes you think," he said, lashing himself into madness, as he went on to hell with your thinking, ye dirty spies. Simmons ye sewer, chuckled the parrot in the veranda, sleepily recognizing a well-known voice now. That was absolutely all. The tension snapped. Simmons fell back on the arm rack. Deliberate, lithe men were at the far end of the room and took out his rifle and packet of ammunition. Don't go playing the goat. Sim said. Lawson put it down. But there was a quaver in his voice. Another man stooped, slipped his boot, and hurled it at Simon's head. The prompt answer was a shot which, fired at random, found its billet in Lawson's throat. Lawson fell forward without a word, and the others scattered. You thought it was, yelled Simmons. You're driven me to it. I tell you you're driven me to it. Get up, Lawson, and don't lie shamming there, you, and your blasted parrot that druv me to it. But there was an unaffected reality about Lawson's pose that showed Simmons what he had done. The men were still clamoring in the veranda. Simmons appropriated 2 more packets of ammunition and ran into the moonlight muttering, "Ill, make a night of it, 30 rounds and the last for myself, take you that you dogs." He dropped on one knee and fired into the brown of the men on the veranda, but the bullet flew high and landed in the brickwork with a vicious wit that made some of the younger ones turn pale. It is, as musketry theorists observe, one thing to fire and another to be fired at. Then the instinct of the chase flared up. The news spread from barrack to barrack, and the men doubled out intent on the capture of Simmons, the wild beast, who was heading for the cavalry parade ground, stopping now and again to send back a shot and a curse in the direction of his pursuers. "Ill learn you to spy on me," he shouted. "Ill learn you to give me dorgs names. Come on the ol' lot. Oh, you Colonel John Anthony Deaver Roman 100. B turned towards the infantry mess and shook his rifle. You think yourself the devil of a man, but I tell you that if you put your ugly old carcass outside that door, Ill make you the poorest looking man in the army. Come out, Colonel John Anthony Deaver Roman 100B, come out and see me practice on the range. I am the crack shot of the old Bloomin' Battalion," in proof of which statement Simmons fired at the lighted windows of the mess house. "Private Simmons company on the cavalry parade ground, sir, with 30 rounds," said a sergeant breathlessly, to the colonel. "Shoot in right and left, sir." "Shot, Private Lawson. What's to be done, sir?" Colonel John Anthony Deaver Roman 100B sallied out, only to be saluted by a spurt of dust at his feet. "Pull up," said the second in command. "I don't want my step in that way, Colonel. He's as dangerous as a mad dog." "Shoot him like one," then said the colonel bitterly. "If he want take his chance, my regiment too. If it had been the towheads, I could have understood." Private Simmons had occupied a strong position near a well on the edge of the parade ground, and was defying the regiment to come on. The regiment was not anxious to comply, for there is small honor in being shot by a fellow private. Only Corporal Slain, rifle in hand, threw himself down on the ground and wormed his way towards the well. "Don't shoot," said he to the men round him, "like as not yowl at me. Ill catch the beggar livin'." Simmons ceased shouting for a while, and the noise of trap wheels could be heard across the plain. Major Olden, commanding the horse battery, was coming back from a dinner in the civil lines, was driving after his usual custom, that is to say, as fast as the horse could go. "A orfser, a blooming spangled orfser," shrieked Simmons. "Ill make a scarecrow of that orfser." The trap stopped. "What's this?" demanded the major of gunners. "You there, drop your rifle." "Why, it's Jerry Blazes. I ain't got no quarrel with you, Jerry Blazes. Pass freen and all's well." But Jerry Blazes had not the faintest intention of passing a dangerous murderer. He was, as his adoring battery swore long and fervently, without knowledge of fear. And they were surely the best judges, for Jerry Blazes, it was notorious, had done his possible to kill a man each time the battery went out. He walked towards Simmons with the intention of rushing him and knocking him down. "Don't make me do it, sir," said Simmons. "I ain't got nothing agin you. Ah, you would." Major broke into a run. "Take that then." The major dropped with a bullet through his shoulder, and Simmons stood over him. He had lost the satisfaction of killing Lawson in the desired way, but here was a helpless body to his hand. Should he slip in another cartridge and blow off the head, or with the butt smash in the white face? He stopped to consider, and a cry went up from the far side of the parade ground. "He's killed Jerry Blazes." But in the shelter of the Welpelers, Simmons was safe, except when he stepped out to fire. "Ill blow your ansome eed off Jerry Blazes," said Simmons reflectively. 6 and 3 is 9, and 1 is 10, and that leaves me another 19, and 1 for myself." He tugged at the string of the second packet of ammunition. Corporal Slain crawled out of the shadow of a bank into the moonlight. "I see you," said Simmons. "Come a bit furder on, and I'll do for you." "I am common," said Corporal Slain briefly. "You've done a bad day's work, Sim. Come out air and come back with me." "Come to," laughed Simmons, sending a cartridge home with his thumb. "Not before I've settled you and Jerry Blazes." The corporal was lying at full length in the dust of the parade ground, a rifle under him. Some of the less cautious men in the distance shouted shoot, I am slain. You move and or foot slain, said Simmons, and ill kick Jerry Blazes eat in and shoot you after. I ain't movin', said the corporal, raising his head. You daren't at a man, on his legs let go Jerry Blazes and come out that, with your fists comin' at me? You daren't, you bloomin' dog shooter. I dare. You lie, you mansticker, you sneakin' sheeny butcher, you lie, see, they're slain, kicked the rifle away, and stood up in the peril of his life, come on now. The temptation was more than Simmons could resist, for the corporal in his white clothes offered a perfect mark. Don't misname me, shouted Simmons, firing. As he spoke, the shot missed, and the shooter, blind with rage, threw his rifle down and rushed at Slane from the protection of the well within striking distance. He kicked savagely at Slane's stomach, but the weedy corporal knew something of Simmons' weakness, and knew too the deadly guard for that kick, bowing forward and drawing up his right leg till the heel of the right foot was set some 3 inches above the inside of the left kneecap. He met the blow standing on one leg exactly, as Gons stand when they meditate and ready for the fall that would follow. There was an oath. The corporal fell over to his own left, as shinbone met shinbone, and the private collapsed, his right leg, broken an inch above the ankle. Pity you don't know that guard, Sim, said Slane, spitting out the dust, as he rose, then raising his voice, come and take him or 5 bruck his leg. This was not strictly true, for the private had accomplished his own downfall, since it is the special merit of that legard that the harder the kick, the greater the kicker's discomfiture. Slane walked to Jerry Blazes and hung over him with ostentatious anxiety, while Simmons, weeping with pain, was carried away. Ope, you ain't hurt badly, sir, said Slane. The major had fainted, and there was an ugly ragged hole through the top of his arm. Slane knelt down and murmured, "S'elp me, I believe 'e's dead well, if that ain't my blooming luck all over." But the major was destined to lead his battery afield for many a long day with unshaken nerve. He was removed and nursed and petted into convalescence, while the battery discussed the wisdom of capturing Simmons and blowing him from a gun. They idolized their major, and his reappearance on parade brought about a scene nowhere provided for in the Army regulations. Great, too, was the glory that fell to Slane's share. The gunners would have made him drunk thrice a day for at least a fortnight. Even the colonel of his own regiment complimented him upon his coolness, and the local paper called him a hero. These things did not puff him up when the major offered him money, and thanks the virtuous corporal took the one and put aside the other. But he had a request to make, and prefaced it with many a beg why pardon. Sir, could the major see his way to letting the Slane Kenna wedding be adorned by the presence of 4 battery horses to pull a hired barouche? The major could, and so could the battery excessively, so it was a gorgeous wedding. What did I do it for, said Corporal Slane, for the 'orses o' course, Johnsy. Ain't a beauty to look at, but I wasn't goin' to ave a hired turnout. Jerry Blazes. If I 'adn't a wanted something, Sim might ha' blowed Jerry Blazes, blooming eat into heerish stew, for aught it a cared. And they hanged Private Simmons, shaned him as high as Hammond in Hollow Square of the regiment, and the colonel said it was drink, and the chaplain was sure it was the devil, and Simmons fancied it was both, but he didn't know, and only hoped his fate would be a warning to his companions. And half a dozen intelligent publicists wrote 6 beautiful leading articles on the prevalence of crime in the Army. But not a soul thought of comparing the bloody-minded Simmons to the squawking, gaping schoolgirl with which this story opens. Blackjack. To the wake av Tim O'Hara came company. All St. Patrick's Alley was there to see Robert Buchanan, as the 3 musketeers share their silver tobacco and liquor together, as they protect each other in barracks or camp, and as they rejoice together over the joy of one, so do they divide their sorrows when Ortherus' irrepressible tongue has brought him into cells for a season, or Lyrid has run amuck through his kit, and accoutrements, or Mulvaney has indulged in strong waters and under their influence reproved his commanding officer. You can see the trouble in the faces of the untouched too, and the rest of the regiment know that comment or jest is unsafe generally. The 3 avoid orderly room and the corner shop that follows, leaving both to the young bloods who have not sown their wild oats. But there are occasions. For instance, Ortherus was sitting on the drawbridge of the main gate of Fort Amara with his hands in his pockets, and his pipe bowl down in his mouth. Lyrid was lying at full length on the turf of the glacis, kicking his heels in the air. And I came round the corner and asked for Mulvaney. Ortherus spat into the ditch and shook his head. "No good seein' I am now," said Ortherus. "'E's a bloomin' camel, listen." I heard on the flags of the veranda, opposite to the cells which are close to the guardroom, a measured step that I could have identified in the tramp of an army. There were 20 paces crescendo a pause, and then 20 diminuend. That's I am, said Orthoris, my God, that's I am all for a bloomin' button. You could see your face, in an a bit o' lip, that a bloomin' harkangel would a gov back. Mulvaney was doing pactral was compelled, that is to say to walk up and down for certain hours, in full marching order, with rifle bayonet ammunition, knapsack and overcoat. And his offense was being dirty on parade. I nearly fell into the fort ditch with astonishment and wrath, for Mulvaney is the smartest man that ever mounted guard and would as soon think of turning out uncleanly as of dispensing with his trousers. Who was the sergeant that checked him, I asked. Mullins, o' course, said Orthoris. There ain't no other man would whip I am on the peg, so. But Mullins ain't a man, he's a dirty little pig scraper, that's what he is. What did Mulvaney say? He's not the make of man to take that quietly. Said been better for I am, if Ed shut his mouth, Lord Ow. We laughed, Sergeant. E says he say I'm dirty, well, says E. When your wife lets you blow your own nose for yourself, perhaps y'all know what dirt is. You're a imperfectly educated, Sergeant, says E. And then we fell in, but after prayed, E was up and Mullins was swearing himself black in the face at Ordley Room that Mulvaney ad called I am a swine, and Lord knows what all. You know Mullins El Ave is E'd broke in one o' these days. E's too big a bloomin' liar for ordinary consumption. 3 hours, can and kit, says the colonel, not for bane dirty on parade. But for Avon said something to Mullins, though. I do not believe, says E. You said what E said, you said, and Mulvaney fell away sayin' nothin'. You know E never speaks to the colonel for fear o' gettin' himself fresh copped. Mullins, a very young and very much married sergeant, whose manners were partly the result of innate depravity, and partly of imperfectly digested board school, came over the bridge, and most rudely asked Orthoris what he was doing. Me, said Orthoris, ow, I am waiting for my sea mission, seed it common along yit. Mullins turned purple, and passed on. There was the sound of a gentle chuckle from the glacis, where Lyrid lay. He expects to get his sea mission some day, explained Orthoris. God elp the mess that Ave to put there, ends into the same kitty as I am what time diu. Make it Sir Fower Mulvaney'll be out in arf an hour. You don't want to buy a dorg, sir, do you? A pup you can trust arf rampor, by the colonel's ground. Orthoris, I answered sternly, for I knew what was in his mind. Do you mean to say that? I didn't mean to arx money owe you anyhow, said Orthoris. It a sold you the dorg good and cheap, but, I know Mulvaney'll want something after we've walked I am orf, and I ain't got nothin', nor E asn't neither. I'd sooner sell you the dorg, sir, s truth I would. A shadow fell on the drawbridge, and Orthoris began to rise into the air, lifted by a huge hand upon his collar. Onything but T-Bras, said Lyrid quietly, as he held the Londoner over the ditch. Onything but T-Bras, Orthoris, ma son of got 1 rupee 8 annas of ma own. He showed 2 coins, and replaced Orthoris on the drawbridge rail. Very good, I said, where are you going to? Goin' to walk I am orf when he comes out 2 miles or 3, or fower, said Orthoris. The footsteps within ceased. I heard the dull thud of a knapsack falling on a bedstead, followed by the rattle of arms. 10 minutes later, Mulvaney, faultlessly dressed, his lips tight, and his face as black as a thunderstorm, stalked into the sunshine on the drawbridge. Lyrid and Orthoris sprang from my side and closed in upon him, both leaning towards as horses lean upon the pole. In an instant, they had disappeared down the sunken road to the cantonments, and I was left alone. Mulvaney had not seen fit to recognize me, so I knew that his trouble must be heavy upon him. I climbed one of the bastions, and watched the figures of the 3 musketeers grow smaller and smaller across the plain. They were walking as fast as they could put foot to the ground, and their heads were bowed. They fetched a great compass round the parade ground, skirted the cavalry lines, and vanished in the belt of trees that fringes the low land by the river. I followed slowly and sighted them, dusty sweating, but still keeping up their long swinging tramp on the river bank. They crashed through the forest reserve, headed towards the bridge of boats, and presently established themselves on the bow of one of the pontoons. I rowed cautiously, till I saw 3 puffs of white smoke rise and die out in the clear evening air, and knew that peace had come again at the bridgehead. They waved me forward with gestures of welcome. Tie up your oars, shouted Orthoris, and come on, sir, we're all goin' home in this air bloomin' boat. From the bridgehead to the forest officer's bungalow is but a step. The messman was there, and would see that a man held my horse. Did the sahib require aught else? A peg or beer? Richie Sahib had left half a dozen bottles of the latter, but since the sahib was a friend of Richie Sahib, and he, the messman, was a poor man, I gave my order quietly, and returned to the bridge. Mulvaney had taken off his boots, and was dabbling his toes in the water. Lerid was lying on his back on the pontoon, and Orthoris was pretending to row with a big bamboo. I am an ood fool, said Mulvaney reflectively, dragging you two out here because I was under the black dogselkin like a child me, that was solderin, when Mullins and be damned to him. Was sh queelin on a counterpin, for 5 shillin a weekin, that not paid boys, I've took you 5 miles out, av natural pervarsity few. What's the odds so long as you're appy, said Orthoris, applying himself afresh to the bamboo, as well air as anywhere else. Lerid held up a rupee and an atana bit, and shook his head sorrowfully 5 mile from tea canteen, all along O Mulvaney's blasted pride. I know ut, said Mulvaney penitently, why will ye come wid me, and yet I wud be mortial sorry, if ye did note any time though. I am old enough to know better, but I will do penance, I will take a da trink av water. Orthoris squeaked shrilly. The butler of the forest bungalow was standing near the railings, with a basket, uncertain how to clamber down to the pontoon. Might a knowed you'd a got liquor out o bloomin' desert, sir, said Orthoris gracefully to me. Then to the messman, easy with them. Their bottles, they're a worth their weight in gold, jock, ye long-armed beggar, get out that and hike em down. Lerid had the basket on the pontoon in an instant, and the 3 musketeers gathered round it with dry lips. They drank my health in due and ancient form, and thereafter tobacco, tasted sweeter than ever. They absorbed all the beer, and disposed themselves in picturesque attitudes to admire the setting sun. O man, speaking for a while. Mulvaney's head dropped upon his chest, and we thought that he was asleep. What on earth did you come so far for? I whispered to Orthoris. To walk I am orf, o course, when e's been checked we a lose walks I am orf. E ain't fit to be spoke to those timesner. E ain't fit to leave alone neither, so we takes I am till E is. Mulvaney raised his head and stared straight into the sunset. I had my rifle, said he dreamily, and I had my bayonet, and Mullins came round the corner. And he looked in my face and grinned dishpitful. You can't blow your own nose, says he. Now I cannot tell what Mullins' experience may ha been, but mother av God, he was nearer to his death that minute than I have ever been to Minind. That's less than the thickness av a hair. Yes, said Orthoris calmly. You'd look fine with all your buttons took orf, and the band in front. Oh, you walkin' round slow time. We're both front rank men, me and Jock. When the rigments in all square bloomin' fine, you'd look the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh a why heezy. With that there drop, blessed be the name, oh the Lord, he gulped in a quaint and suggestive fashion. Mullins, Watts Mullins, said Lerid slowly, odd. Take a company, oh Mullins, says my hand behind me, sitha. Mulvaney, don't be a fool. You were not checked for what you did not do, and made a mock av after 'twas for less than that the Tyrone would ha sent O'Hara to hell instead. Av let him go by his own choosin' win. Rafferty shot him, retorted Mulvaney. And who stopped the Tyrone from doing it? I asked. That old fool who's sorry he didn't stick the pig. Mullins, his head dropped again. When he raised it, he shivered and put his hands on the shoulders of his 2 companions. Ye've walked the divil out av me, boys, said he. Orthoris shot out the red-hot dottle of his pipe on the back of the hairy fist. They say L's odder than that, said he, as Mulvaney swore aloud. You be warned, so look yonder. Pointed across the river to a ruined temple me, and you and him ha indicated me by a jerk of his head. Was there one day, when I made a bloomin' show o' myself, you and I am stopped me doin' such an high, was ony wishful for to desert you are mackin' a bigger bloomin' show o' yourself now. Don't mind him, Mulvaney, I said. Dinah Shad won't let you hang yourself yet a while, and you don't intend to try it either. Let's hear about the Tyrone. And O'Hara Rafferty shot him for fooling with his wife. What happened before that? There's no fool like an ood fool. You know you can do anythin' wid me when I'm talkin'. Did I say I would like to cut Mullins' liver out? I deny the imputation for fear that Orthoris here would report me. You would tip me into the river, would you? Sit quiet, little man. Anyways, Mullins is not worth the trouble av an extriprade, and I will trate him wid outrages, contempt the Tyrone and O'Hara, and the Tyrone. Begad, ood days are hard to bring back into the mouth, but they're always inside the head. Followed a long pause. O'Hara was a Roman 553, though I saved him for the honor av the rigment from his death. That time, I say it now, he was a Davila, long, bold, black-haired Roman 553. Which way? Asked Orthoris. Women? Thin, I know another. Not more than in reason, if you main me, ye warped walkin' shtick. I have been young, and for why should I not have tuck what I cud? Did I iver win? I was corporal, used the rise av my rank when step. And that taken away mores the sorrow and the fault. Av medo prosecute a nefarious intrigue. As O'Hara did I when I was corporal lay my spite upon a man, and make his life a dog's life from day to day did I lie as O'Hara lied, till the young wands in the Tyrone turned white with the fear, av the judgment, av God killin' thim, all in a lump as Ut killed the woman it devises. I did not I have sinned my sins, and I have made my confession and Father Victor knows the worst av me O'Hara was tuck, before he cud spake on Rafferty's doorstep, and no man knows the worst av him. But this much I know. The Tyrone was recruited any fashion in the Ood days, a draft from Connemara, draft from Portsmouth, a draft from Kerry, and that was a blazin bad draffer there. And everywhere but the large av them was warish black warish now. There are warish and warish, the good are good as the best, but the bad are worse than the worst teas this way they clog together in pieces, as fast as thieves, and no one knows what. They will do till one turns informer and the gang is bruck. But up begins again a day later meetin', in holes and corners and swearin' bloody, oaths and tickin' a man in the back, and runnin' away and thin waitin' for the blood money on the reward paper stow see? If Ut's worth enough those are the black warish and teas they that bring disgrace upon the name. Av Warland and thim I wud killas, I nearly killed wan wanst. But to resume my room twas before I was married was wid 12, av the scum, av the earth pickins, av the gutter main men that wud neither laugh nor talk, nor yet get da trunk as a man should, they thried some av their dogs thricks on me, but I da trow a line round my cot, and the man that transgressed Ut went into hospital for 3 days good. O'Hara had put his spite on the room. Was my color sergeant and nothin' cud we do to plaze him? I was younger than I am now and I tuck what I got in the way av dressing down, and punishmental wid my tongue in my cheek. But it was different with the others and why I cannot say, except that some men are born Maine and go to dirty murder, where a fist is more than enough after a while they changed their tune to me, and was disprit freenly all 12 av thim cursin' O'Hara in chorus. Aya says I O'Hara's a divil and I am not for denyin' Ut. But is he the only man in the world? Let him go hell get tired, av find in our kit foul, and our couchements unproperly kep. We will not let him go, says they. Then take him, says I, and a dashed poor yield you will get for your throuble. Is he not misconductin' himself? Wid slim his wife, says another. She's common to the rigment, says Roman. One, what has made ye this particular on a suddent? Has he not put his spite on the roomful? Av us can we do anythin' that he will not check us for, says another. That's through, says Roman one. Will ye not help us to do aught, says another, a big bold man like you. I will break his head upon his shoulders. Av he puts hand on me, says Roman one. I will give him the lie av he says that I am dirty, and I would not mind duckin' him in the artillery troughs, if ut was not that I am thryin' for my stripes. Is that all ye will do, says another, have ye no more spunk than that ye blood-drawn calf? Blood-drawn I may be, says I, get back to my cot and mackin, my line round Ut, but ye know that the man who comes across this mark will be more blood-drawn than me, no? Man, gives me the name in my mouth, I says understand. I will have no part wid you in anythin' ye do, nor will I raise my fist to my superior is any one common on, says Roman one. They made no move though. I gave them full time. But stud growlin' and snarlin' together at one end, av the room I tuck up my cap, and went out to canteen thinkin', no little av mesself. And there, I grew most ondecently da trunk in my legs, my head was all reasonable. Hooligan, I says to a man in company that was by way av bane a friend av mine, I am overtuck from the belt down, do you give me the touch av your shoulder, to preserve my formation and march, me across the ground into the high grass ill, sleep but off there, says I, and Hooligan's dead now. But good he was while he lasted walked wid me, givin' me the touch when I went wide ontel. We came to the high grass, and my faith, the sky and the earth was fair rollin', under me I made, for where the grass was thickest in there, I slep off my liquor, wid an easy conscience. I did not desire to come on books too frequent my character, having been potless for the good half avy. When I roused the trink was dyin' out in me, and I felt as though a sheket had littered in my mouth. I had not learned to hood my liquor wid comfort, in thim days teas little better. I am now, I will get Hooligan to pour a bucket over my head. Thinks I and I wud ha risen. But I heard some one say Mulvaney can take the blame avut for the backslidden hound he is. Oh ho, says I, in my head rang like a guardroom gong. What is the blame that this young man must take to oblige Tim Volmia, for 'twas Tim Volmia that poke. I turned on my belly and crawled through the grass, a bit at a time, to where the splash came from. There was the 12 av my room sittin' down in a little patch, the dhry grass wavin' above their heads, and the sin av black murder in their hearts. I put the stuff aside to get a clear view. F what's that says one man jump in up. A dog says Volmia, you're a nice hand to this job. As I said Mulvaney will take the blame of comes to a pinch. T's had to swear a man's life away, says a young Juan. Thank you for that, thinks Roman 1 now. F what the divil are you Peregrines conthriven against me? T's as easy as drinking your quart, says Volmia. At 7 or they're on O'Hara, will come across to the married quarters goin' to call on Slim's wife. The swine wan av usle, pass the word to the room, and we sh tart the divil and all av a shinelafin and kraken, on and tro in our boots about thin O'Hara. Will come to give us the order to be quiet the more by token because the room lamp will be knocked over in the Larkin he will take the straight road to the inn door, where there's the lamp in the veranda and that'll bring him clear against the light. As he tans, he will not be able to look into the dehark one. Avus will loose off in a close shot will be in shame to the man that Mrs. Twill be Mulvaney's rifle. She that is at the head av the rack there's no mistakin that longstocked crossied bitch even in the dehark. The thief misnamed my ud fearin piece out av jealousy I was persuaded. Av that'n made me more angry than all. But Volmia goes on O'Hara will da trop, and by the time the lights lit again, there'll be some 6 av us on the chest, av Mulvaney cryin' murd her, and rape Mulvaney's cot, is near the inn door and the Mockin rifle will be lyin' under him. When we've knocked him over we know and all the rigment knows that Mulvaney has given O'Hara more lip than any man av us. Will there be any doubt at the court-martial would 12 honest sojapoys swear away the life? Av a dear quiet swata-tempered man, such as is Mulvaney wid his line av pipe clay round his cot threatenin' us wid murd her? Av we overstepped as we can truthful testify. Mary Mother av mercy, thinks I to myself, it is this to have an unruly member and fists, fit to use the sneakin' hounds. The big da trops ran down my face, for I was wake wid the liquor and had not the full av my wits about me. I laid till and heard them, working themselves up to swear my life by tellin' tales. Av every time I had put my mark on one or another in my faith they was few, that was not so distinguished twas all in the way av fair fight, though for neither did I raise my hand, except when they had provoked me to T's all well, says one av them, but who's to do this shootin'? F what matter, says Volmia. T's Mulvaney will do that at the court-martial. He will, so says the man, but whose hand is put to the trigger in the room. Hall duet, says Volmia, lookin' round, but divil a man answered. They began to dispute, till Kiss that was always playin' Poyle. 5 says thry the cards wid, that he opined his tunic and tuck out the greasy palamers, and they all fell in with the notion. Delon says Volmia wid a big rattlin' oath, and the black curse. Av Sheelig, come to the man that will not do his duty as the cards say amen. Blackjack is the master, says Kiss dealin' blackjack sore I should expatiate to you, is the ace av pades, which from time immemorial has been intimately connect wid battle, murder, and sudden death. Onst Kiss dealt and there was no sign, but the men was white wid the workins av their souls twice Kiss dealt, and there was a grey shine on their cheeks like the mess. Av an egg 3 times Kiss dealt, and they was blue. Have he not lost him, says Volmia, whippin' the sweat on him. Let's ha done quick is says Kiss trowin' him the kyard, and fell face up on his knee blackjack. Then they all cackled wid laughin' duty thrippence, says one av them, and damned cheap at that price. But I could see they all trow a little away from Volmia, and left him sittin' playin', with the kyard. Volmia says no word for a while, but licked his lips ways. Then he threw up his head, and made the men swear by every oath known to stand by him, not alone in the room, but at the court-martial that was to set on me. He took off 5 av the biggest to stretch me on my cot, when the shot was fired, and another man he took off to put out the light, and yet another to load my rifle. He would not do that himself, and that was quare for twas, but a little thing considerin'. Then they swore over again that they would not bethray one another, and crept out av the grass in different ways 2 by 2. A mercy was that they did not come on me. I was sick wid fear in the pit av my stomach, sick. After they was all gone, I went back to canteen and called for a quart to put a thought in me. Volmia was their drinkin' heavy and politeful to me beyond reason. What will I doff, what will I do, thinks I to myself, when Volmia went away. Presently the armra sergeant comes in stiffin' and crackin', on not pleased wid anyone because the Martini Henry Bain, new to the rigment in those days. We used to play the mischief wid her arrangements. Twas a long time before I could get out av the way av thryin' to pull back the backside and turn in her over after Farina's if she was a snider. What tailormen do they give me to work wid, says the armra sergeant. Here's Hogan his nose flat, as a table laid by for a week, and ivery company send in their rums, in knocked to small shiverings. F what's wrong wid Hogan sergeant, says Roman one wrong, says the armorous sergeant I showed him, as though I had been his mother the way I've sh trip in a tinny, and he sh trup her clane and easy. I told him to put her to again and fire a blank into the blopit, to show how the dirt hung on the groove and he did that, but he did not put in the pin av the fallen block. And av course when he fired he was struck by the block jumpin' clear well for him twas, but a blank of full charge what ha cut his oi out. I looked a thrifle wiser than a boiled sheep's head. How's that, sergeant, says Roman one, this way, ye blunderin' man, and don't you be doin' says he wid that he shows me a waster action, breach av her all cut away to show the insidian so pleased. He was to grumble that he demonstrated, what Hogan had done twice over, and that comes av not knowin' the wepping you're a pervided wid, says he. Thank ye, sergeant, says, I will come to you again for further information. You will not, says he, cape your clan and rod away from the breech bin, or you will get into throuble. I went outside and I could ha danced wid delight for the grandeur av they will load my rifle, good luck to them while I am away. Thinks I, and back, I went to the canteen to give them their clear chanced. The canteen was fillin' wid men at the end av the day. I made feign to be far gone in da trink, and one by one all my roomful came in wid Volmia. I went away walkin' thick and heavy, but not so thick and heavy that any one could ha tuck me sure, and through there was a cartridge gone from my pouch and lyin' snug in my rifle. I was hot wid rage against them, all, and I worried the bullet out wid my teeth as fast as I could, the room bane empty. Then I tucked my boot and the clan and rod and knocked out the pin av the fallen block o twas music. When that pin rolled on the floor I put it into my pouch, and stuck a dab av dirt on the holes in the plate, puttin' the fallen block back. That'll do your business, Volmia, says I, lyin' easy on the cot. Come and sit on my chest the whole room. Av you, and I will take you to my bosom for the biggest divils that iver cheated halter. I would have no mercy on Volmia, his oi, or his life, little I cared. At dusk they came back, the 12 av them, and they had all been drinkin'. I was shammin' sleep on the cot. One man went outside in the veranda whin. He wishled they began to rage round the room and carry on tremendous. But I never want to hear men laugh, as they did scalarkin' two twas like mad jackals. Sh top that blasted noise, says O'Hara in the dark, and pop goes the room lamp. I could hear O'Hara runnin' up in the rattlin' av my rifle in the rack and the men breathin' heavy. As they stood round my cot I could see O'Hara in the light av the veranda lamp, and then I heard the crack av my rifle. She cried loud, poor darlint Bane, mishandled. Next minute 5 men were hoodin' me down. Go easy, I says, what's that all about? Then Volmia on the floor raised a howl you could hear from one end av cantonments to the other. I am dead, I'm butchered, I'm blind. Says he, saints have mercy on my sinful soul, sinned. For Father Constant, oh sinned. For Father Constant, and let me go clean. By that I knew he was not so dead as I could ha wished. O'Hara picks up the lamp in the veranda wid a hand as steady as a rest. What damned dog's thrick is this av yours, says he, and turns the light on Tim Volmia, that was women in blood from top to toe. The fallen block had sprung free behin' a full charge av powther good care. I tucked to bite down the brass, after talkin' out the bullet that there might be somethin' to give ut full worthin', had cut Tim from the lip to the corner av the right eye, lavin' the eyelid in tatters, and so up and along by the forehead to the hair. Twas more av a rack and plow, if you will understand, than a clean cut and niver. Did I see a man bleed, as Volmia Roman 999, the da shrink, and the stew that he was in pumped the blood strong. The minute the men sittin' on my chest heard O'Hara spackin', they scattered each one to his cot and cried out very politeful, what is ut, sergeant? What is ut, says O'Hara, shackin' Tim. Well and good, do you know, what ut is, ye skulkin' ditchlerkin dogs, get a dooley and take this whimperin' scud away. There will be more heard av ut than any av you will care for. Volmia sat up, rockin' his head in his hand, and moanin' for Father Constant. Be done, says O'Hara, draggin' him up by the hair. You're a none so dead that you cannot go 15 years for thryin' to shoot me. I did not, says Volmia, I was shootin' meself. That's queer, says O'Hara, for the front av my jacket is black wid your powther. He tuck up the rifle that was still warm and began to laugh. I'll make your life hell to you, says he, for attempted murder and cap'n your rifle improperly yowl. Be hanged first and then put under stoppages for 415. The rifle's done for, says he. Why tease my rifle, says I, comin' up to look. Volmia, ye divil, what were you doin' wid hair? Answer me that. Lave me alone, says Volmia, I am dyin'. I'll wait till you're a betther, says I, and then we two will talk it out umbrageous. O'Hara pitched Tim into the dooley none too tinder, but all the boys kept by their cots, which was not the sign av innocent men. I was huntin' everywhere for my fallen block, but not findin' ut at all I never found ut. Now what will I do, says O'Hara, swinging the veranda light in his hand, and lookin' down the room I had hate, and contempt av O'Hara, and I have now dead though he is. But for all that will I say he was a brave man, he is baskin' in purgatory this tide. But I wish he could hear that when he stood lookin' down the room and the boys shivered before the oi av him, I knew him for a brave man and I liked him so. What will I do, says O'Hara again, and we heard the voice av a woman low and soft in the veranda, 'twas Slim his wife, come over at the shot sittin' on one av the benches, and scarce able to walk. Oh, Denny, Denny dear, says she, have they kilt you? O'Hara looked down the room again and showed his teeth to the gum, then he spat on the floor. You're not worth ut, says he, light that lamp, ye dogs, and wid that he turned away, and I saw him walkin' off wid Slim's wife, she thryin' to wipe off the powder black on the front av his jacket wid her handkerchief. A brave man, you are, thinks I, a brave man and a bad woman. No one said a word for a time, they was all ashamed past spash. What do you think he will do, says one av them, at last he knows we're all in ut. Are we so, says I from my cot, the man that says that to me will be hurt. I do not know, says I, what underhand divilment you have contrived. But by what I've seen, I know that you cannot commit murder wid another man's rifle as such. Shackin' cowards, you are, I'm goin' to slape, I says, and you can blow my head off woil. I lay. I did not slape though for a long time, can you wonder? Next morn, the news was through all the rigment and there was nothin'. That the men did not tell O'Hara reports fair and easy, that Volmia was come to grief through tamperin, wid his rifle and barracks all for, to show the mechanism, and by my soul, he had the impertinence to say that he was on the sh pot at the time and could certify that ut was an accident you might ha knocked my roomful down wid a straw. When they heard that 'twas lucky for thim that the boys were always thryin' to find out how the new rifle was made, and a lot av thim had come up for ease in the pull by sh tickin' bits av grass and such in the part av the lock that showed near the thrigger, the first issues of the tinnies was not covered. In an I myself have eased the pull av mine time, and again a light pull is 10 points on the range to me. I will not have this foolishness, says the colonel, I will twist the tail off Volmia, says he, but when he saw him all tied up and groanin' in hospital, he changed his, will make him an early convalescent, says he to the doctor. And Volmia was made so for a warnin', his big bloody bandages and face puckered up to one side, did more to keep the boys from messin', with the insides av their rifles, than any punishment. O'Hara gave no reason for what he said, and all my roomful were too glad to inquire, though he put his spite upon thim more wearin' than before. One day, however, he tuck me apart very polite, for he could be that at the choosin'. You're a good soldier, though you're a damned insolent man, says he. Fair words, sergeant, says I, or I may be insolent again. 'Tis not like you, says he, to lave your rifle in the rack, without the breechpin, for without the breechpin she was when Volmia fired, I should ha found the break av ut in the eyes, av the holes else, he says. Sergeant, says I, what would your life ha been worth av the breechpin had been in place, for on my soul, my life would be worth just as much to me, av I told you whether ut was, or was not. Be thankful the bullet was not there, I says. That's through, says he, pulling his mustache, but I do not believe that you for all your lip was in that business. Sergeant, I says, I could hammer the life out av a man in 10 minutes wid my fists, if that man displeased me, for I am a good soldier, and I will be threaded as such an woil. My fists are my own, they're a strong enough for all work I have to do, they do not fly back towards me, says I, lookin' him between the eyes. You're a good man, says he, lookin' me between the ice, and oh, he was a grand bolt man to see you're a good man. He says, and I could wish for the pure frolic av ut that I was not a sergeant, or that you were not a privet, and you will think me no coward when I say this thing. I do not, says Roman one, I saw you when Volmia mishandled the rifle. But sergeant, I says, take the word from me now, spackin' as man to man, with the sh stripes off, though 'tis little right. I have to talk, me being what I am, by nater this time ye tuck no harm, and next time ye may not, but in the end, so sure as Slim his wife came into the veranda, so sure will ye take harm, and bad harm have thought. Sergeant, says Roman one, is ut worth ut. You're a bold man, says he, Brethren had a very bold man, but I am a bold man, too. Do you go your way, Privet Mulvaney, and I will go mine. We had no further spash thin or after, but one by another he drafted the 12 av my room out into other rooms, and got them spread among the companies. For they was not a good breed to live together, and the comp and why orfsers saw ut they would ha shot me in the night, av they had known what I knew, but that they did not. And in the end, as I said, O'Hara met his death from Rafferty, for foolin' wid his wife, he went his own way too well too well straight to that affair. Without turnin' to the right or to the left he went and may, the Lord have mercy on his soul, amen. Ear, said Ortherus, pointing the moral with a wave of his pipe, and this is I am, would be a bloomin' Vulmia, all for the sake of Mullins, and a bloomin' button. Mullins never went after a woman in his life. Mrs. Mullins, she saw I am one day. Ortherus, I said hastily, for the romances of private Ortherus are all too daring for publication. Look at the sun, it's 6:15. Oh Lord, 3/4 of an hour for 5 and a half miles well ave to run like Jimmy O. The three musketeers clambered onto the bridge and departed hastily in the direction of the cantonment road. When I overtook them, I offered them 2 stirrups and a tail, which they accepted enthusiastically. Ortherus held the tail, and in this manner we trotted steadily through the shadows by an unfrequented road. At the turn into the cantonments, we heard carriage wheels. It was the colonel's barouche, and in it sat the colonel's wife and daughter. I caught a suppressed chuckle, and my beast sprang forward with a lighter step. The 3 musketeers had vanished into the night. L'envoy, and they were stronger hands than mine, that digged the ruby from the earths, more cunning brains that made it worth the large desire of a king, and bolder hearts that through the brine went down the perfect pearl to bring. Lo, I have made in common clay rude figures of a rough-hewn race, for pearls strew not the marketplace. In this my town of banishment, where with the shifting dust I play, and eat the bread of discontent, yet is there life in that I make. O thou who knowest, turn and see. As thou hast power over me, so I have power over these, because I wrought them for thy sake, and breathed in them mine agonies. Small mirth was in the making now. I lift the cloth that cloaks the clay, and wearied at thy feet I lay. My wares ere I go forth to sell. The long bazaar will praise it, but thou, heart of my heart, have I done well? Poor dear mamma, the wild hawk to the windswept sky, the deer to the wholesome wold, and the heart of a man to the heart of a maid, as it was in the days of old. Gypsy Song. Scene interior of Miss Minnie Thregan's bedroom at Simla. Miss Thregan, in windows at, turning over a drawer full of things, Miss Emma Dearcourt, bosom friend, who has come to spend the day sitting on the bed, manipulating the bodice of a ballroom frock, and a bunch of artificial lilies of the valley. Time, 5 p. Roman 1000, on a hot May afternoon. Miss Dearcourt, and he said, I shall never forget this dance. And of course I said, oh, how can you be so silly? Do you think he meant anything, dear? Miss Thregan, extracting long lavender silk, stalking from the rubbish. You know him better than I do. Miss Roman 500, oh, do be sympathetic, Minnie. I am sure he does, at least I would be sure, if he wasn't always writing with that odious Mrs. Hagan. Miss T, I suppose so. How does one manage to dance through one's heels? First look at this, isn't it? Shameful, spread stocking heel on open hand for inspection. Miss Roman 500, never mind that you can't mend it, help me with this hateful bodice. I've run the string so, and I've run the string so, and I can't make the fullness come right. Where would you put this, waves, lilies of the valley? Miss T, as high up on the shoulder as possible. Miss Roman 500 AM, I quite tall enough, I know, it makes May Alger look lopsided. Miss T, yes, but May hasn't your shoulders, hers are like a hock bottle. Bearer rapping at door, Captain Sahib Aya. Miss Roman 500, jumping up wildly and hunting for body, which she has discarded owing to the heat of the day. Captain Sahib, what Captain Sahib? Oh good gracious, and I am only half dressed. Well, I shan't bother. Miss T calmly, you needn't, it isn't for us, that's Captain Gadsby. He is going for a ride with Mama. He generally comes 5 days out of the 7. Agonized voice from an inner apartment. Minnie, run out and give Captain Gadsby some tea, and tell him I shall be ready in 10 minutes. And oh Minnie, come to me an instant, there's a dear girl. Miss T, oh bother, aloud, very well Mama. Exit and reappears after 5 minutes, flushed and rubbing her fingers. Miss Roman 500, you look pink, what has happened? Miss T, in a stage whisper, a 24-inch waist, and she won't let it out. Where are my bangles? Rummages on the toiletable, and dabs at her hair with a brush in the interval. Miss Roman 500, who is this Captain Gadsby? I don't think I've met him. Miss T, you must have, he belongs to the harem set, I've danced with him. But I've never talked to him. He's a big yellow man, just like a newly hatched chicken with an enormous mustache. He walks like this imitates cavalry swagger. And he goes hum deep down in his throat. When he can't think of anything to say, Mama likes him, I don't. Miss Roman 500 abstractedly, does he wax his mustache? Miss T busy with powder puff, yes, I think so, why? Miss Roman 500 bending one of the bodice, and sewing furiously, oh nothingly. Miss T sternly, only what out with it, Emma. Miss Roman 500 well, May Aldrich is engaged to Mr. Charteris, you know said promise you won't repeat this. Miss T yes I promise, what did she say? Miss Roman 500 that being kissed with a rush by a man who didn't wax his mustache was like eating an egg without salt. Miss T at her full height with crushing scorn, May Alger is a horrid nasty thing. And you can tell her I said so. I am glad she doesn't belong to my seti, must go and feed this man. Do I look presentable? Miss Roman 500 yes perfectly, be quick, and hand him over to your mother. And then we can talk. I shall listen at the door to hear what you say to him. Miss T sure, I don't care, I am not afraid of Captain Gadsby. In proof of this swings into drawing room with a mannish stride, followed by 2 short steps, which produces the effect of a restive horse, entering Mrs. Captain Gadsby, who is sitting in the shadow of the window curtain, and gazes round helplessly. Captain Gadsby, aside the filly by Jove, must ha picked up that action from the sire aloud, rising good evening Miss Thregan. Miss T conscious that she is flushing good evening Captain Gadsby. Mama told me to say that she will be ready in a few minutes. Want you have some tea aside? I hope Mama will be quick. What am I to say to the creature aloud? And abruptly milk and sugar. Capt G no sugar thonks and very little milk hum. Miss T aside, if he's going to do that, I am lost, I shall laugh, I know I shall. Cap G pulling at his mustache and watching it sideways down his nose, aside, wonder what the little beast can talk about, must make a shot at it. Miss T aside, oh this is agonizing, I must say something. Both together have you been? Capt G, I beg your pardon, you were going to say. Miss T, who has been watching the mustache with odd fascination, want you have some eggs. Cap G looking bewilderedly at the teatable eggs, aside, oh Hades, she must have a nurseridia at this hour s'pose. They've wiped her mouth and sent her to me, while the mother is getting on her duds aloud, no thanks. Miss T crimson with confusion, oh, I didn't mean that, I wasn't thinking of mow eggs for an instant, I mean, salt, want you have some sauce sweets aside, hell. Think me a raving lunatic, I wish Mama would come. Cap G aside, it was a nurseridia, and she's ashamed of it, by Jove, she doesn't look half bad when she colors up like that aloud, helping himself from the dish. Have you seen those new chocolates at Pelitis? Miss T no, I made these myself, what are they like? Cap G these delicious aside, and that's a fact. Miss T aside, oh bother hell, think I'm fishing for compliments aloud, no Pelitis of course. Capt G enthusiastically, not to compare with these, how do you make them? I can't get my consomme to understand the simplest thing beyond mutton and fowl. Miss T yes I am not a consomme, you know perhaps you frighten him, you should never frighten a servant, he loses his head, it's very bad policy. Cap G he's so awfully stupid. Miss T folding her hands in her lap, you should call him quietly, and say, oh consomme G. Cap G getting interested, yes aside, fancy that little featherweight saying, oh consomme G, to my bloodthirsty Mir Khan. Miss T, then you should explain the dinner dish by dish. Cap G, but I can't speak the vernacular. Miss T patronizingly, you should pass the higher standard and try. Cap G, I have, but I don't seem to be any the wiser, are you? Miss T, I never passed the higher standard, but the consomme is very patient with me. He doesn't get angry when I talk about sheep's topies, or order mons of grain when I mean sears. Cap G aside with intense indignation, id, like to see Mir Khan being rude to that girl, hullo steady the buffs aloud, and do you understand about horses too? Miss T a little, not very much, I can't doctor them, but I know what they ought to eat, and I am in charge of our stable. Cap G, indeed you might help me then, what ought a man to give his size in the hills? My ruffian says 8 rupees, because everything is so dear. Miss T 6 rupees a month, and 1 rupee simla allowance, neither more nor less, and a grass cut gets 6 rupees, that's better than buying grass in the bazaar. Cap G admiringly, how do you know? Miss T, I have tried both ways. Cap G, do you ride much? Then I've never seen you on the mall. Miss T aside, I haven't passed him more than 50 times aloud, nearly every day. Cap G, by Jove, I didn't know that Hom pulls at his mustache and is silent for 40 seconds. Miss T desperately, and wondering what will happen next. It looks beautiful, I shouldn't touch it. If I were you aside, it's all Mama's fault for not coming before I will be rude. Cap G bronzing under the tan, and bringing down his hand, very quickly a what oh yes, ha ha laughs, uneasily aside well of all the dashed cheek. I never had a woman say that to me, yet she must be a cool hand or Elsa that nurserydia. Voice from the unknown TCHK, TCHK, TCHK. Cap G, good gracious, what's that? Miss T, the dog, I think aside Emma has been listening, and I'll never forgive her. Cap G aside, they don't keep dogs here allowed, didn't sound like a dog, did it? Miss T, then it must have been the cat. Let's go into the veranda. What a lovely evening it is. Steps into veranda, and looks out across the hills into sunset, the captain follows. Cap G aside, superb eyes, I wonder that I never noticed them before aloud. There's going to be a dance at Viceregal Lodge on Wednesday, can you spare me one? Miss T shortly, no, I don't want any of your charitadances, you only ask me, because Mama told you to I hop, and I bump, you know I do. Cap G aside, that's true, but little girls shouldn't understand these things aloud, no on my word, I don't you dance beautifully. Miss T, then why do you always stand out after half a dozen turns? I thought officers in the army didn't tell fibs. Cap G, it wasn't a fib, believe me, I really do want the pleasure of a dance with you. Miss T wickedly, why won't Mama dance with you any more? Cap G more earnestly, than the necessity demands, I wasn't thinking of your mother aside, you little vixen. Miss T still looking out of the window, oh, I beg your pardon, I was thinking of something else. Capt G aside, well, I wonder what shall say next. I've never known a woman treat me like this before. I might be dash it. I might be an infantry subaltern. Aloud, oh please, don't trouble, I am not worth thinking about, isn't your mother ready yet? Miss T, I should think so, but promise me, Captain Gadsby, you won't take poor dear Mama twice round Jacko, any more it tires her so. Cap G, she says that no exercise tires her. Miss T, yes, but she suffers afterwards. You don't know what rheumatism is, and you ought to keep her out so late when it gets chill in the evenings. Cap G aside, rheumatism. I thought she came off her horse, rather in a bunch. Hugh one lives, and learns, aloud I am sorry to hear that she hasn't mentioned it to me. Miss T flurried, of course, not poor dear Mama, never would, and you mustn't say that I told you either. Promise me that you want, oh Captain Gadsby, promise me you want. Cap G, I am dumb or I shall be as soon as you've given me that dance and anatherif, you can trouble yourself to think about me for a minute. Miss T, but you want like it one little bit, yowl, be awfully sorry afterwards. Cap G, I shall like it above all things, and I shall only be sorry that I didn't get more aside now, what in the world am I saying? Miss T, very well, you will have only yourself to thank, if your toes are trodden on, shall we say 7. Cap G and 11 aside, she can't be more than 8 stone, but even then it's an absurdly small foot. Looks at his own riding boots. Miss T, they're a beautifully shiny, I can almost see my face in them. Cap G, I was thinking whether I should have to go on crutches for the rest of my life, if you trod on my toes. Miss T, very likely, why not change 11 for a square? Cap G, no please, I want them, both waltzes, want you write them down. Miss T, I don't get so many dances that I shall confuse them, you will be the offender. Cap G, wait and see aside, she doesn't dance perfectly perhaps, but. Miss T, your tea must have got cold by this time, want you have another cup? Cap G, no thanks, don't you think it's pleasanter out in the veranda, aside, I never saw hair take that color in the sunshine, before. Aloud, it's like one of Dixie's pictures. Miss T, yes, it's a wonderful sunset, isn't it, bluntly, but what do you know about Dixie's pictures? Cap G, I go home occasionally, and I used to know the galleries nervously, you mustn't think me only a Philistine with a mustache. Miss T, don't please, don't, I'm so sorry for what I said then, I was horribly rude, it slipped out before I thought, don't you know the temptation to say frightful and shocking things, just for the mere sake of saying them. I'm afraid I gave way to it. Cap G, watching the girl as she flushes, I think I know the feeling. It would be terrible, if we all yielded to it, wouldn't it? For instance, I might say. Poor dear Mama, entering habited, hatted, and booted. Ah, Captain Gadsby, sorry. To keep you waiting hope, you haven't been bored my little girl been talking to you. Miss T aside I am not sorry I spoke about the rheumatism I am, not I only wish I'd mentioned the corns too. Cap G aside what a shame I wonder how old she is. It never occurred to me before aloud we've been discussing Shakespeare and the musical glasses in the veranda. Miss T aside nice man, he knows that quotation, he isn't a Philistine with a mustache, aloud goodbye Captain Gadsby. Aside what a huge hand, and what a squeeze I don't suppose. He meant it, but he has driven the rings into my fingers. Poor dear mamma has vermilion come round. Yet oh yes Captain Gadsby, don't you think that the saddle is too far forward, they pass into the front veranda. Cap G aside how the dickens should I know what she prefers? She told me that she doted on horses aloud, I think it is. Miss T coming out into front veranda, oh bad Boldu, I must speak to him for this. He has taken up the curb 2 links and vermilion hates that passes out and to horse's head. Capt G let me do it. Miss T no vermilion understands me, don't you old man looses curb chains skillfully, and pats horse on nose, and throttle poor vermilion, did they want to cut his chin off there? Captain Gadsby watches the interlude with undisguised admiration. Poor dear mamma tartly, to Miss T you've forgotten your guest I think dear. Miss T good gracious, so I have goodbye retreats indoors hastily. Poor dear mamma bunching, reins in fingers hampered by 2 tight gauntlets Captain Gadsby. Captain Gadsby stoops and makes the footrest. Poor dear mamma blunders halts too long and breaks through it. Capt G aside can't hold up 11 stone for ever it's all your rheumatism allowed. Can't imagine why I was so clumsy aside, now little featherweight would have gone up like a bird. They ride out of the garden, the captain falls back. Cap G aside how that habit catches her under the arms Poor dear mamma with the worn smile of 16 seasons, the worse for exchange, you're dull this afternoon Captain Gadsby. Cap G spurring up wearily, why did you keep me waiting so long? Et Kidera, et Kidera, et Kidera. An interval of 3 weeks. Gilded youth sitting on railings opposite town hall hullo, Gaddy been trotting out the gorgonzola, we all thought it was the gorgonure mashing. Cap G with withering emphasis, you young cub, what the does it matter to you? Proceeds to read Gilded Youth, a lecture on discretion and deportment, which crumbles latter like a Chinese lantern, departs fuming. Further interval of 5 weeks. Scene exterior of New Simla Library on a foggy evening. Miss Thregan and Miss Dearcourt meet among the rickshaws. Miss T is carrying a bundle of books under her left arm. Miss Roman 500 level intonation well. Miss T ascending intonation well. Miss Roman 500 capturing her friend's left arm, taking away all the books placing books in rickshaw, returning to arm securing hand by the third finger, and investigating well you bad girl, and you never told me. Miss T demurely hehe, only spoke yesterday afternoon. Miss Roman 500 bless you dear and I am, to be bridesmaid errant, you know you promised ever so long ago. Miss T of course I'll tell you all about it tomorrow, gets in Torikshaw o Emma. Miss Roman 500 with intense interest yes dear. Miss T piano it's quite true about thig. Miss Roman 500 what egg? Miss T pianissimo prestissimo the egg, without the salt forte chalo gar, ko jaldi jampani, go home jampani. The world without certain people of importance. Scene smoking room of the Dach at club time 10 p Roman 1000, of a stuffy night in the rains. 4 men dispersed in picturesque attitudes and easy chairs. To these enter Blaine of the irregular moguls in evening dress. Blaine few the judge ought to be hanged in his own storgadown high kitmacker puro whiskapeg, to take the taste out of my mouth. Curtis Royal Artillery, that's it is it what the deuce made you dine at the judge's, you know his bandabust. Blaine thought it couldn't be worse than the club but ill swear he buys alleged liquor, and doctors it with gin and ink looking round the room is this all of you tonight. Dune P.W. Roman 500 Anthony was called out at dinner, Mingle had a pain in his tummy. Curtis Miggy dies of cholera, once a week in the rains, and gets drunk on chlorodyne in between good little chap, though anyone at the judge's Blaine. Blaine Cockley and his memsahib looking awfully white and fagged female girl couldn't catch the name on her way to the hills under the Cockley's Chargeth judge and Markin fresh, from Simla disgustingly fit. Curtis, good lord, how truly magnificent was there enough ice, when I mangled garbage, there? I got one whole lump nearly as big as a walnut, what had Markin to say for himself. Blaine, seems that everyone is having a fairly good time up there. In spite of the rain, by Jove, that reminds me, I know, I hadn't come across, just for the pleasure of your society news, great news Markin told me. Dune, who's dead now? Blaine, no one that I know of, but Gaddy's hooked at last. Dropping chorus, how much the devil Markin was pulling your leg, not Gaddy. Blaine humming, yea, verily, 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 verily. I say unto thee, Theodore, the gift, O God, our Philip, it's been given out up above. Macassey barristerat, law ha women will give out anything, what does accused say? Blaine Markin told me that he congratulated him, warily own hand, held out t'other ready to guard Gaddy turned pink, and said it was so. Curtis, poor old Gaddy, they all do it, who she lets hear the details. Blaine, she's a girl daughter of a colonel somebody. Dune Simla's stiff with colonel's daughters, be more explicit. Blaine, wait a shake, what was her name, 3-something 3. Curtis stars, perhaps Gaddy knows that brand. Blaine, Thregan Minnie Thregan. Macassey, Thregan isn't she a little bit of a girl with red hair? Blaine, bout that from what Markin said. Macassey, then I've met her, she was at Lucknow last season, owned a permanently juvenile mama, and danced damnably, I say Jervois, you knew the Thregans didn't you? Jervois, civilian of 25 years' service, waking up from his doze, what's that new who how I thought I was at home, confound you. Macassey, the Thregan girls engaged, so Blaine says. Jervois, slowly engaged, bless my soul, I am getting an old man. Little Minnie Thregan, engaged, it was only the other day I went home with them in the Suratno. The Massilian, she was crawling about on her hands and knees, among the ayahs, used to call me the tic-tac sahib, because I showed her my watch, and that was in 6-70, good God, how time flies, I am an old man, I remember. When Thregan married Miss Durrant, daughter of old Hooky Durrant, but that was before your time. And so the little baby's engaged to have a little baby of her own, who's the other fool? Macassey Gadsby of the Pink Hussars. Jervois, never met him, Thregan lived in debt, married in debt, Anlil die, in debt, must be glad to get the girl off his hands. Blaine, Gaddy has Munalucky devil place at home too. Dune, he comes of first-class stock, can't quite understand his being caught by a colonel's daughter, and looking cautiously round room, black infantry, at that, no offense to you, Blaine. Blaine, stiffly, not much thanks. Curtis, quoting motto of irregular moguls, we are what we are, a old man. But Gaddy was such a superior animal, as a rule, why didn't he go home and pick his wife there? Macassey, they are all alike when they come to the turn into the straight about 30. A man begins to get sick of living alone. Curtis, and of the eternal mutnichop in the morning. Dune, it's dead goat as a rule, but go on, Macassey. Macassey, if a man's once taken that way, nothing will hold him. Do you remember Benoit of your service, Dune? They transferred him to Theranda when his time came, and he married a platelayer's daughter, or something of that kind. She was the only female about the place. Dune, yes, poor brute that smashed Benoit's chances of promotion altogether. Mrs. Benoit used to ask, was you goin' to the dance this evenin'? Curtis, hang it all, Gaddy hasn't married beneath him. There's no tarbrush in the family, I suppose. Jervois, tarbrush not an honor, you young fellows talk, as though the man was doing the girl an honor in marrying her. You're all too conceited, nothing's good enough for you. Blaine, not even an empty club, a damn bad dinner at the judge's, and a station as sickly as a hospital. You're quite right, we're a set of Sybarites. Dune, luxurious dogs wallowing in. Curtis, prickly heat between the shoulders, I am covered with it, let's hope Bayora will be cooler. Blaine, Hugh, are you ordered into camp too? I thought the gunners had a clean sheet. Curtis, no worse luck, 2 cases, yesterday on Deedend. If we have a third out, we go, is there any shooting at Bayora Dune? Dune, the country's underwater, except the patch by the Grand Trunk Road. I was there yesterday looking at a bund, and came across 4 poor devils in their last stage. It's rather bad from here to Kuchara. Curtis, then we're pretty certain to have a heavy go of it, hey? I shouldn't mind changing places with Gaddy for a while, sport with Amaryllis in the shade of the town hall, and all that. Oh, why doesn't somebody come and marry me, instead of letting me go into cholera camp? Macassey, asked the committee. Curtis, you ruffian, y'all stand me another peg for that. Blaine, what will you take? Macassey, is fine on moral grounds. Dune, have you any preference? Dune small glass cummel, please. Excellent carminative these days. Anthony told me so. Mackesy signing voucher for 4 drinks, most unfair punishment. I only thought of Curtis as Actaeon being chivied round the billiard tables by the nymphs of Diana. Blaine Curtis would have to import his nymphs by train. Mrs. Cockley's, the only woman in the station she want leave Cockley, and he's doing his best to get her to go. Curtis good indeed. Here's Mrs. Cockley's health to the only wife in the station, and a damned brave woman. Omnes drinking a damned brave woman. Blaine, I suppose Gaddy will bring his wife here at the end of the cold, whether they are going to be married almost immediately, I believe. Curtis Gaddy may thank his luck that the Pink Hussars are all detachment, and no headquarters this hot, whether or he be torn from the arms of his love, as sure as death. Have you ever noticed the thorough-minded way British cavalry take to cholera? It's because they are so expensive. If the Pinks had stood fast here, they would have been out in camp a month ago. Yes, I should decidedly like to be Gaddy. Mackesy hell go home after he's married and send in his papacy if he doesn't. Blaine, why shouldn't he? Hasn't he money? Would any one of us be here if we weren't paupers? Dune, poor old pauper, what has become of the 600 you rooked from our table last month? Blaine, it took unto itself wings. I think an enterprising tradesman got some of it, and a schroff gobbled the restore, else I spent it. Curtis Gaddy never had dealings with a schroff in his life. Dune virtuous Gaddy, if I had 3,000 a month paid from England, I don't think I'd deal with a schroff either. Mackesy yawning, oh, it's a sweet life. I wonder whether matrimony would make it sweeter. Curtis asked Cockley, his wife dying by inches. Blaine, go home and get a fool of a girl to come out tohet. Is it Thackeray says the splendid palace of an Indian proconsul? Dune, which reminds me my quarters leak like a sieve. I had fever last night from sleeping in a swamp, and the worst of it is one can't do anything to a roof till the rains are over. Curtis, what's wrong with you? You haven't 80 rotting Tommies to take into a running stream. Dune, no, but I'm mixed boils and bad language. I am a regular job all over my body. It's sheer poverty of blood, and I don't see any chance of getting richer either way. Blaine, can't you take leave? Dune, that's the pull you army men have over us. 10 days are nothing in your sight. I am so important that government can't find a substitute. If I go away, I'd like to be Gaddy, whoever his wife may be. Curtis, you've passed the turn of life that Mackesy was speaking of. Dune, indeed I have, but I never yet had the brutality to ask a woman to share my life out here. Blaine, on my soul, I believe you're right. I'm thinking of Mrs. Cockley. The woman's an absolute wreck. Dune, exactly, because she stays down here. The only way to keep her fit would be to send her to the hills for 8 months, and the same with any woman, I fancy. I see myself taking a wife on those terms. Mackesy, with the rupee at 1 and 6 pence, the little Dunes would be little Dara Dunes, with a fine Mussery chitchanette to bring home for the holidays. Curtis, and a pair of beautiful samberhorns for Dune to wear free of expense, presented by Dune. Yes, it's an enchanting prospect. By the way, the rupee hasn't done falling, yet the time will come when we shall think ourselves lucky if we only lose half our pay. Curtis, surely a third's loss enough. Who gains by the arrangement? That's what I want to know. Blaine, the silver question. I am going to bed. If you begin squabbling, thank goodness here's Anthony looking like a ghost. Enter Anthony, Indian medical staff, very white and tired. Anthony, evening. Blaine, it's raining in sheets Wiskapeg Lau Kitmecker. The roads are something ghastly. Curtis, how's Mingle? Anthony, very bad and more frightened. I handed him over to Fewton. Mingle might just as well have called him in the first place, instead of bothering me. Blaine, he's a nervous little chap. What has he got this time? Anthony, can't quite say. A very bad tummy and a blue funk. So far he asked me at once if it was cholera, and I told him not to be a fool. That soothed him. Curtis, poor devil, the funk does half the business in a man of that build. Anthony, lighting a cheroot, I firmly believe the funk will kill him if he stays down. You know the amount of trouble he's been giving Fewton for the last 3 weeks. He's doing his very best to frighten himself into the grave. General chorus, poor little devil, why doesn't he get away? Anthony, can't. He has his leave all right, but he's so dipped he can't take it, and I don't think his name on paper would raise 4 annas. That's in confidence, though. Mackesy, all the station knows it. Anthony, I suppose I shall have to die here, he said, squirming all across the bed. He's quite made up his mind to kingdom come, and I know he has nothing more than a wet-weather tummy, if he could only keep a hand on himself. Blaine, that's very bad, poor little Miggy. Good little chap too, I say. Anthony, what do you say? Blaine, well, look here anyhow, if it's like thought as you say, I say 50. Curtis, I say 50. Macassey, I go 20 better. Dune, bloated creases of the bar, I say 50. Jervois, what do you say? Hi, wake up. Jervois, what's that, what's that? Curtis, we want 100 rupees from you, you're a bachelor drawing a gigantic income, and there's a man in a hole. Jervois, what man, anyone dead? Blaine, no, but hell die if you don't give the 100 here, here's a peg voucher, you can see what we've signed for, and Anthony's man will come round tomorrow to collect it, so there will be no trouble. Jervois signing 100 Roman 1000, Jay, there you are feebly, it isn't one of your jokes, is it? Blaine, no, it really is wanted. Anthony, you were the biggest poker winner last week, and you've defrauded the tax collector too long sign. Anthony, let's see 350s, and a 7 to 2 23 20 say 420 that'll. Give him a month clear at the hills. Many thanks you men, I'll send round the chaprassie tomorrow. Curtis, you must engineer his taking the stuff, and of course you mustn't. Anthony, of course it would never do, he'd weep, with gratitude over his evening drink. Blaine, that's just what he would do, damn him. Oh, I say, Anthony, you pretend to know everything, have you heard about Gaddy? Anthony, no, divorce court at last. Blaine, worse, he's engaged. Anthony, how much he can't be. Blaine, he's going to be married in a few weeks. Markin told me at the judge's this evening it's pucka. Anthony, you don't say so, holy Moses, there'll be a shine in the tents of Kedar. Curtis, regiment cut up rough, think you? Anthony, don't know anything about the regiment. Macassey, it is bigamy then. Anthony, maybe, do you mean to say that you men have forgotten, or is there more charity in the world than I thought? Dune, you don't look pretty when you are trying to keep a secret, you bloat, explain. Anthony, Mrs. Harriet. Blaine, after a long pause, to the room generally, it's my notion that we are a set of fools. Macassey, nonsense, that business was knocked on the head last season, why young Mallard. Anthony, Mallard was a candlestick paraded as such, think a while, recollect last season, and the talk then, Mallard or no Mallard, did Gaddy ever talk to any other woman? Curtis, there's something in that, it was slightly noticeable now you come to mention it, but she's at Nainital and he's at Simla. Anthony, he had to go to Simla to look after a globetrotter relative of his a person, with a title uncle or aunt. Blaine, and there, he got engaged, no law prevents a man growing tired of a woman. Anthony, except that he mustn't do it till the woman is tired of him, and the Harriet woman was not that. Curtis, she may be now 2 months of Nainital work wonders. Dune, curious thing how some women carry a fate with them. There was a Mrs. DG in the central provinces, whose men invariably fell away and got married. It became a regular proverb with us when I was down there. I remember 3 men desperately devoted to her, and they all one after another took wives. Curtis, that's odd now, I should have thought that Mrs. DG's influence would have led them to take other men's wives, it ought to have made them afraid of the judgment of Providence. Anthony, Mrs. Harriet, will make Gaddy afraid of something more than the judgment of Providence, I fancy. Blaine, supposing things are as you say, hell be a fool to face her, hell sit tight at Simla. Anthony shouldn't be a bit surprised if he went off to Naney to explain he's an unaccountable sort of man, and she's likely to be a more than unaccountable woman. Dune, what makes you take her character away so confidently? Anthony, primum tempus Gaddy was her first, and a woman doesn't allow her first man to drop away without expostulation. She justifies the first transfer of affection to herself by swearing that it is for ever and ever. Consequently, Blaine, consequently we are sitting here till past 1 o'clock talking scandal like a set of station cats. Anthony, it's all your fault, we were perfectly respectable till you came and go to bed, I'm off, good night all. Curtis, past 1, it's past 2, by Jove, and here's the kit coming for the late charge. Just heavens, 1 2 3 4 5 rupees to pay for the pleasure of saying that a poor little beast of a woman is no better than she should be. I am ashamed of myself. Go to bed, you slanderous villains. And if I am sent to Beora tomorrow, be prepared to hear I'm dead before paying my card account. The tents of Kedar. Only why should it be with pain at all? Why must I twixt the leaves of coronal put any kiss of pardon on thy brow? Why should the other women know so much? And talk together such the look and such. The smile he used to love with then as now. Any wife to any husband. Sine nani tal dinner for third to four plate wines crockery and kitmakers, carefully calculated to scale of Rs 6,000 per mensum, less exchange table split lengthways by bank of flowers. Mrs. Harriet after conversation has risen to proper pitch. Ah, didn't see you in the crush in the drawing room sotto voce. Where have you been all this while Pip? Captain Gadsby turning from regularly ordained dinner partner and settling hot glasses, good evening sotto voce. Not quite so loud another time. You've no notion how your voice carries aside so much for shirking the written explanation. It'll have to be a verbal one now, sweet prospect. How on earth am I to tell her that I am a respectable, engaged member of society? And it's all over between us. Mrs. H, I've a heavy score against you. Where were you at the Monday pop? Where were you on Tuesday? Where were you at the Lamont's tennis? I was looking everywhere. Cap G for me, oh, I was alive, somewhere, I suppose, aside it's for Minnie's sake, but it's going to be dashed unpleasant. Mrs. H, have I done anything to offend you? I never meant it. If I have, I couldn't help going for a ride with the Vayner man. It was promised a week before you came up. Cap G, I didn't know. Mrs. H, it really was. Capt G, anything about it, I mean. Mrs. H, what has upset you today all these days? You haven't been near me for 4 whole days nearly. 100 hours. Was it kind of you, Pip? And I've been looking forward so much to your coming. Cap G, have you? Mrs. H, you know I've been as foolish as a schoolgirl about it. I made a little calendar and put it in my card case. And every time the 12 o'clock gun went off I scratched out a square and said that brings me nearer to Pip my Pip. Cap G with an uneasy laugh, what will Mackler think if you neglect him so? Mrs. H, and it hasn't brought you nearer, you seem farther away than ever. Are you sulking about something? I know your temper. Capt G, no. Mrs. H, have I grown old in the last few months? Then, reaches forward to bank of flowers for menu card. Mrs. H to partner, oh thanks I didn't see. Mrs. H keeps her arm at full stretch for 3 seconds. Partner on left, allow me, hands menu card, turns right again. Is anything in me changed at all? Cap G, for goodness sake go on with your dinner. You must eat something, try one of those cutlet arrangements aside. And I fancied she had good shoulders once upon a time. What an ass a man can make of himself. Mrs. H helping herself to a paper frill, 7 peas, some stamped carrots, and a spoonful of gravy. That isn't an answer, tell me whether I have done anything. Cap G aside, if it isn't ended here, there will be a ghastly scene somewhere else if only I'd written to her. And stood the racketat long range to Kitmaker, Hans Simpkin, do aloud. I'll tell you later on. Mrs. H, tell me now, it must be some foolish misunderstanding. And you know that there was to be nothing of that sort between us. We of all people in the world can't afford it, is it the Vayner man? And don't you like to say so on my honor? Capt G, I haven't given the Vayner man a thought. Mrs. H, but how do you know that I haven't? Cap G aside, here's my chance, and may the devil help me through with it aloud, and measuredly believe me, I do not care how often or how tenderly you think of the Vayner man. Mrs. H, I wonder if you mean that, oh, what is the good of squabbling, and pretending to misunderstand when you are only up for so short a time? Pip, don't be a stupid. Follows a pause during which he crosses his left leg over his right, and continues his dinner. Cap G, in answer to the thunderstorm in her eyes, corns me worst. Mrs. H, upon my word, you are the very rudest man in the world, I'll never do it again. Cap G aside, no, I don't think you will, but I wonder what you will do before it's all over to Kitmaker Thora Simpkin do. Mrs. H, well, haven't you the grace to apologize, bad man? Cap G aside, I mustn't let it drift back. Now, trust a woman for being as blind as a bat when she wants see. Mrs. H, I'm waiting, or would you like me to dictate a form of apology? Capt G desperately, by all means dictate. Mrs. H, lightly, very well, rehearse your several Christian names after me, and go on, profess my sincere repentance. Capt G, sincere repentance. Mrs. H, for having behaved. Capt G aside, at last I wish to goodness shed look away, for having behaved as I have behaved, and declare that I am thoroughly and heartily sick of the whole business, and take this opportunity of making clear my intention of ending it now henceforward, and forever aside. If anyone had told me I should be such a blackguard. Mrs. H shaking a spoonful of potato chips into her plate. That's not a pretty joke. Cap G, no, it's a reality. Aside, I wonder if smashes of this kind are always so raw. Mrs. H, really, Pip, you're getting more absurd every day. Capt G, I don't think you quite understand me. Shall I repeat it? Mrs. H, no, for pity's sake, don't do that. It's too terrible even in fun. Cap G, ill, let her think it over for a while, but I ought to be horsewhipped. Mrs. H, I want to know what you meant by what you said just now. Cap G, exactly what I said, no less. Mrs. H, but what have I done to deserve it? What have I done? Cap G aside, if she only wouldn't look at me aloud, and very slowly his eyes on his plate. Dayu, remember that evening in July, before the rains broke, when you said that the end would have to come sooner or later, and you wondered for which of us it would come first. Mrs. H, yes, I was only joking, and you swore that as long as there was breath in your body it should never come, and I believed you. Capt G fingering menu card, well it has, that's all. A long pause during which Mrs. H bows her head and rolls the bread twist into little pellets. G stares at the oleanders. Mrs. H throwing back her head and laughing naturally, they train us women well, don't they, Pip? Cap G brutally touching shirt stud, so far as the expression goes aside, it isn't in her nature to take things quietly. There'll be an explosion yet. Mrs. H with a shudder, thank you, B, but even red Indians allow people to wriggle. When they're being tortured, I believe slips fan from girdle and fans, slowly rim of fan level with chin. Partner on left, very close tonight, isn't it? You find it too much for you. Mrs. H, oh no, not in the least, but they really ought to have punkas even in your cool nanny. Tell aunt they turns dropping fan and raising eyebrows. Cap G, it's all right, aside, here comes the storm. Mrs. H, her eyes on the tablecloth fan, ready in right hand. It was very cleverly managed, Pip. And I congratulate you. You swore you never contented yourself with merely saying a thing. You swore that as far as lay in your power, you'd make my wretched life pleasant for me, and you've denied me the consolation of breaking down. I should have done it indeed. I should. A woman would hardly have thought of this refinement, my kind, considerate friend Fangard, as before you have explained things so tenderly and truthfully, too. You haven't spoken or written a word of warning. And you have let me believe in you, till the last minute you haven't condescended to give me your reason. Yet no, a woman could not have managed it half so well. Are there many men like you in the world? Cap G, I am sure I don't know to Kitmaker, oh his Simpkin do. Mrs. H, you call yourself a man of the world. Don't you do men of the world behave like devils, when they do a woman the honor to get tired of her? Cap G, I am sure I don't know, don't speak so loud. Mrs. H, keep us respectable, O Lord. Whatever happens, don't be afraid of my compromising you. You've chosen your ground far too well, and I've been properly brought up. Lowering fan, haven't you any pity, Pip, except for yourself? Capt G, wouldn't it be rather impertinent of me to say that I am sorry for you? Mrs. H, I think you have said it once or twice before. You're growing very careful of my feelings. My God, Pip. I was a good woman. Once you said I was. You've made me what I am. What are you going to do with me? What are you going to do with me? Want you say that you are sorry, helps herself to iced asparagus. Cap G, I am sorry for you, if you want the pity of such a brute. As I am awfully sorry for you. Mrs. H, rather tame for a man of the world. Do you think that that admission clears you? Capt G, what can I do? I can only tell you what I think of myself. You can't think worse than that. Mrs. H, oh yes, I can. And now will you tell me the reason of all this remorse? Has Bayard been suddenly ancestrican? Cap G angrily, his eyes still lowered. No, the thing has come to an end on my side, that's all maffish. Mrs. H, that's all maffish, as though I were a Kyrene dragoman. You used to make prettier speeches, do you remember when you said? Cap G, for heaven's sake, don't bring that back. Call me anything you like and ill admit it. Mrs. H, but you don't care to be reminded of old lies. If I could hope to hurt you one-tenth as much as you have hurt me tonight, no, I wouldn't. I couldn't do itlier though you are. Cap G, I've spoken the truth. Mrs. H, my dear sir, you flatter yourself. You have lied over the reason. Pip, remember that I know you as you don't know yourself. You have been everything to me, though you are Fangard. Oh, what a contemptible thing it is. And so, you are merely tired of me. Cap G, since you insist upon my repeating it, yes. Mrs. H, lie the first. I wish I knew a coarser word. Lie seems so ineffectual in your case. The fire has just died out, and there is no fresh one. Think for a minute, Pip. if you care, whether I despise you more than I do simply maffish, is it? Cap G. Yes, aside, I think I deserve this. Mrs. H. Lie number 2, before the next glass chokes, you tell me her name. Capt G. Aside, ill make her pay for dragging Minnie into the business aloud, is it likely? Mrs. H. Very likely. If you thought that it would flatter your vanity, you'd cry my name on the housetops to make people turn round. Capt G. I wish I had, there would have been an end of this business. Mrs. H. Oh no, there would not, and so you were going to be virtuous. And blasé were you to come to me and say I've done with you the incident, is cloosed I ought to be proud of having kept such a man so long. Capt G. Aside, it only remains to pray for the end of the dinner. Aloud, you know what I think of myself. Mrs. H. As it's the only person in the world you ever do think of. And as I know your mind thoroughly, I do you want to get it all over and I can't keep you back, and you're a going think of it pipto throw me over for another woman. And you swore that all other women were pip my pip. She can't care for you as I do, believe me. She can't, is it anyone that I know? Capt G. Thank goodness it isn't. Aside, I expected a cyclone, but not an earthquake. Mrs. H. She can't, is there anything that I wouldn't do for you or haven't done? And to think that I should take this trouble over you knowing what you are, do you despise me for it? Capt G. Wiping his mouth to hide a smile again, it's entirely a work of charity on your part. Mrs. H. Ah, but I have no right to resent it. Is she better looking than I? Who was it said? Cap G. No, not that. Mrs. H. Ill be more merciful than you were. Don't you know that all women are alike? Cap G. Aside then, this is the exception that proves the rule. Mrs. H. All of them, I'll tell you anything you like, I will, upon my word. They only want the admiration from anybody, no matter wonybody. But there is always one man that they care for more than anyone else in the world, and would sacrifice all the others to. Oh, do listen. I've kept the vainer man trotting after me like a poodle, and he believes that he is the only man I am interested in. Ill tell you what he said to me. Cap G. Spare him. Aside, I wonder what his version is. Mrs. H. He's been waiting for me to look at him all through dinner. Shall I do it? And you can see what an idiot he looks. Cap G. But what imports the nomination of this gentleman? Mrs. H. Watch sends a glance to the vainer man, who tries vainly to combine a mouthful of ice, putting a smirk of self-satisfaction, a glare of intense devotion, and the stolidity of a British dining countenance. Cap G. Critically, he doesn't look pretty. Why didn't you wait till the spoon was out of his mouth? Mrs. H. To amuse you shall make an exhibition of you, as I've made of him, and people will laugh at you. Oh, Pip. Can't you see that it's as plain as the noonday sun? You'll be trotted about and told lies, and made a fool of like the others. I never made a fool of you, did I? Cap G. Aside, what a clever little woman it is. Mrs. H. Well, what have you to say? Capt G. I feel better. Mrs. H. Yes, I suppose so. After I have come down to your level, I couldn't have done it if I hadn't cared for you so much. I have spoken the truth. Capt G. It doesn't alter the situation. Mrs. H. Passionately. Then, she has said that she cares for you. Don't believe her, Pip. It's as bad as yours to me. Cap G. SSS steady. I've a notion that a friend of yours is looking at you. Mrs. H. I hate him. He introduced you to me. Cap G. Aside, and some people would like women to assist in making the law's introduction to imply condonement. Aloud, well, you see, if you can remember so far back as that I couldn't in common politeness refuse the offer. Mrs. H. In common politeness, we have got beyond that. Cap G. Aside, old ground means fresh trouble. Aloud, on my honor. Mrs. H. You're what? Ha ha. Capt G. Dishonor, then she's not what you imagine. I meant to. Mrs. H. Don't tell me anything about her. She won't care for you, and when you come back after having made an exhibition of yourself, you'll find me occupied with. Capt G. Insolently, you couldn't while I am alive. Aside, if that doesn't bring her pride to her rescue, nothing will. Mrs. H. Drawing herself up. Couldn't do it. I softening. You're a right. I don't believe I could. So you are what you are, a coward and a liar in grain. Cap G. It doesn't hurt so much after your little lecture with demonstrations. Mrs. H. One mass of vanity. Will nothing ever touch you in this life? There must be a hereafter if it's only for the benefit of, but you will have it all to yourself. Capt G. Under his eyebrows. Are you so certain of that? Mrs. H. I shall have had mine in this life, and it will serve me right. Cap G. But the admiration that you insisted on so strongly a moment ago. Aside, oh, I am a brute. Mrs. H. Fiercely. Will that console me for knowing that you will go to her with the same words, the same arguments, and the same pet names you used to me? And if she cares for you, you too will laugh over my story want that be punishment, heavy enough even for me, and it's all useless. That's another punishment. Cap G feebly, oh come I am not so low as you think. Mrs. H not now perhaps, but you will be oh Pip, if a woman flatters your vanity. There's nothing on earth that you would not tell her, and no meanness that you would not do have I known you so long without knowing that. Cap G, if you can trust me in nothing else, and I don't see why I should be trusted, you can count upon my holding my tongue. Mrs. H, if you denied everything you've said this evening, and declared it was all in fun, a long pause, id trust you not, otherwise all I ask is don't tell her my name, please, don't, a man might forget a woman, never would looks up table and sees hostess beginning to collect eyes, so it's all ended through no fault of mine, haven't I behaved beautifully, I've accepted your dismissal, and you managed it as cruelly as you could, and I have made you respect my sex, haven't I, arranging gloves and fan, I only pray that shall know you some day, as I know you now, I wouldn't be you then, for I think even your conceit will be hurt, I hope shall pay you back the humiliation you've brought on me, I hope no. I can't give you up, I must have something to look forward to, or I shall go crazy, when it's all over, come back to me, come back to me. And y'all find that you're my Pip still. Cap G very clearly false move, and you pay for it, it's a girl. Mrs. H rising then, it was true they said, but I wouldn't insult you by asking a girl. I was a girl, not very long ago, be good to her, Pip, I dare say, she believes in you. Goes out with an uncertain smile, he watches her through the door, and settles into a chair as the men redistribute themselves. Capt G, now if there is any power who looks after this world, will he kindly tell me what I have done, reaching out for the claret and half, aloud, what have I done? With any amazement, and are not afraid with any amazement, marriage service. Cine bachelor's bedroom toiletable arranged with unnatural neatness, Captain Gadsby asleep, and snoring heavily, time 10, a Roman 1000, a glorious autumn day at Simla, enter, delicately Captain Mafflam of Gadsby's regiment looks at sleeper, and shakes his head, murmuring poor Gaddy performs violent fantasia, with hairbrushes on chairback. Capt Roman 1000, wake up my sleeping beauty, roars. Uprouse ye then, my merry merry men. It is our opening day. It is our opening day. Gaddy, the little dickabirds have been billing and cooing for ever so long, and I am here. Capt G sitting up and yawning, mornin', this is awfully good of you, old fellow, most awfully good of you, don't know what I should do without you, on my soul, I haven't slept a wink all night. Capt Roman 1000, I didn't get in till 11:30, had a look at you then, and you seem to be sleeping as soundly as a condemned criminal. Cap G, Jack, if you want to make those disgustingly worn-out jokes, you'd better go away with portentous gravity, it's the happiest day in my life. Capt Roman 1000, chuckling, grimly, not by a very long chalk, my son, you're going through some of the most refined torture you've ever known. But be calm, I am with you, shun dress. Capt G, a what? Capt Roman 1000, do you suppose that you are your own master for the next 12 hours, if you do of course makes for the door. Cap G, no, for goodness sake, old man, don't do that, y'all see, me through want you, I've been mugging up that beastly drill, and can't remember a line of it. Capt Roman 1000, overhauling, GS uniform, go, and tub, don't bother me, ill, give you 10 minutes to dress in. Interval filled by the noise, as of one splashing in the bathroom. Capt G, emerging from dressing room, what time is it? Capt Roman 1000, nearly 11. Capt G, 5 hours more, oh lord. Capt Roman 1000, aside, first sign of funk, that wonder if it's going to spread, aloud, come along to breakfast. Capt G, I can't eat anything, I don't want any breakfast. Capt Roman 1000, aside, so early, aloud, Captain Gadsby, I order you to eat breakfast, and a dashed good breakfast, too, none of your bridal airs and graces with me. Leads G downstairs and stands over him while he eats 2 chops. Capt G, who has looked at his watch thrice in the last 5 minutes, what time is it? Capt Roman 1000, time to come for a walk, light up. Capt G, I haven't smoked for 10 days, and I want now take cheroot, which Roman 1000 has cut for him, and blows smoke through his nose, luxuriously. We aren't going down the mall, are we? Capt Roman 1000, aside, they're all alike in these stages, aloud. No, my Vestal, we're going along the quietest road we can find. Capt G, any chance of seeing her? Capt Roman 1000, innocent, no, come along. And if you want me for the final obsequies, don't cut my eye out with your stick. Cap G spinning round, I say, isn't she the dearest creature that ever walked? What's the time? What comes after? Wilt thou take this woman? Capt M, you go for the ring. Arclect it'll be on the top of my right hand little ringer. And just be careful how you draw it off, because I shall have the verger's fees somewhere in my glove. Cap G walking forward hastily. D the verger, come along, it's past 12. And I haven't seen her since yesterday evening. Spinning round again, she's an absolute angel, Jack. And she's a dashed deal too good for me. Look here. Does she come up the aisle on my arm or how? Capt Roman 1000, if I thought that there was the least chance of your remembering anything for 2 consecutive minutes, I'd tell you stop passaging about like that. Capt G halting in the middle of the road, I say, Jack. Capt Roman 1000, keep quiet for another 10 minutes if you can, you lunatic, and walk. The two tramp at 5 miles an hour for 15 minutes. Capt G, what's the time? How about that cursed wedding cake? And the slippers, they don't throw 'em about in church, do they? Capt Roman 1000, invariably the padre leads off with his boots. Capt G, confound your silly soul, don't make fun of me, I can't stand it and I want. Capt Roman 1000, untroubled Sioux, old horse, y'all have to sleep for a couple of hours this afternoon. Capt G spinning round, I am not going to be treated like a dashed child, understand that. Capt Roman 1000 aside, nerves gone to fiddlestrings, what a day we're having, tenderly putting his hand on G.'s shoulder. My David, how long have you known this Jonathan? Would I come up here to make a fool of you after all these years? Cap G penitently, I know, Jack, but I am as upset as I can be. Don't mind what I say, just hear me run through the drill and see if I've got it all right. To have and to hold, for better or worse, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end, so help me God, amen. Capt Roman 1000, suffocating with suppressed laughter, yes, that's about the gist of it. Ill prompt if you get into a hat. Cap G earnestly, yes, y'all stick by me, Jack, want you, I'm awfully happy, but I don't mind telling you that I am in a blue funk. Capt Roman 1000 gravely, are you? I should never have noticed it, you don't look like it. Cap G, don't I? That's all right, spinning round on my soul and honor, Jack. She's the sweetest little angel that ever came down from the sky. There isn't a woman on earth fit to speak to her. Capt Roman 1000 aside, and this is old Gaddy aloud, go on if it relieves you. Capt G, you can laugh, that's all you wild asses of bachelors are fit for. Capt Roman 1000, drawling, you never would wait for the troop to come up, you aren't quite married yet, why no. Cap G, that reminds me, I don't believe I shall be able to get into my boots, let's go home, and try 'em on. Hurries forward. Capt Roman 1000, wouldn't be in your shoes for anything that Asia has to offer. Cap G spinning round, that just shows your hideous blackness of soulier, dense stupidity or brutal narrow-mindedness. There's only one fault about you, you're the best of good fellows, and I don't know what I should have done without you, beauty, you aren't married. Wags his head gravely, take a wife, Jack. Capt Roman 1000, with a face like a wall, yas, who's for choice. Capt G, if you're going to be a blackguard, I am going on, what's the time? Capt Roman 1000 hums. And since 'twas very clear, we drank only ginger beer. Faith, there must have been some stingo in the ginger. Come back, you maniac, I'm going to take you home, and you're going to lie down. Capt G, what on earth do I want to lie down for? Capt Roman 1000, give me a light from your cheroot and see. Capt G, watching cherub but quiver like a tuning fork, sweet state I am in. Capt Roman 1000, you are ill, get you a peg and y'all go to sleep. They return and Roman 1000 compounds a forefinger peg. Capt G, oh bus it'll make me as drunk as an owl. Capt Roman 1000, curious thing, twon't have the slightest effect on you, drink it off, chuck yourself down there, and go to bed. Capt G, it's absurd, I shan't sleep, I know I shan't. Falls into heavy doze at end of 7 minutes, Capt Roman 1000 watches him tenderly. Capt Roman 1000, poor old Gaddy, I've seen a few turned off before, but never one who went to the gallows in this condition. Can't tell how it affects them, though it's the thoroughbreds that sweat when they're backed into double harness. And that's the man who went through the guns at Amturin, like a devil possessed of devils, leans over G. But this is worse than the guns, old pal, worse than the guns, isn't it? G turns in his sleep, and Roman 1000 touches him clumsily on the forehead, poor dear old Gaddy. Going like the rest of him, friend, that sticketh closer than a brother 8 years dashed bit of a slip of a girly weeks, and where's your friend smokes disconsolately, till church clock strikes 3. Capt Roman 1000 up with you get into your kit. Capt G already isn't it too, soon hadn't I better have a shave. Capt Roman 1000 no, you're a all right aside he d chip his chin to pieces. Capt G what's the hurry? Capt Roman 1000 you've got to be there first. Capt G to be stared at. Capt Roman 1000 exactly, you're a part of the show, where's the burnisher your spurs are in a shameful state. Capt G gruffly, Jack I be damned if you shall do that for me. Capt Roman 1000, more gruffly dry up, and get dressed if I choose to clean your spurs you're under my orders. Capt G dresses Roman 1000 follow suit. Capt Roman 1000 critically walking round my's yowl, do only don't look so like a criminal ring gloves feast that's, all right for me let your mustache alone now, if the ponies are ready well go. Capt G nervously, it's much too soon, let's light up let's have a peg let's. Capt Roman 1000 let's make bally asses of ourselves. Bells without. Good people. To prayers we call. Capt Roman 1000, there go the bells come on unless you'd rather not they ride off. Bells. We honor the king. And bride's joy do bring. Good tidings we tell. And ring the dead's knell. Capt G dismounting at the door of the church. I say aren't we much too soon? There are no end of people inside I say aren't. We much too late stick by me Jack, what the devil do I do? Capt Roman 1000 strike an attitude at the head of the aisle, and wait for her G groans, as Roman 1000 wheels him into position before 300 eyes. Capt Roman 1000 imploringly Gaddy, if you love me for pity's sake for the honor of the regiment, stand up chuck yourself into your uniform look, like a man I've got to speak to the padre. A minute G breaks into a gentle perspiration. If you wipe your face ill never be your best man again. Stand up G trembles visibly. Capt Roman 1000 returning, she's coming now look out when the music starts there's the organ beginning to clack. Bride steps out of rickshaw at church door G, catches a glimpse of her and takes heart. Organ? The voice that breathed o'er Eden. That earliest marriage day. The primal marriage blessing. It hath not passed away. Capt Roman 1000 watching G, by Jove he is looking well didn't think he had it in him. Capt G how long does this hymn go on for? Capt Roman 1000, it will be over directly anxiously beginning to bleach and gulp hold on Gaddy, and think oh the regiment. Capt G measuredly, I say, there's a big brown lizard crawling up that wall. Capt Roman 1000, my sainted mother the last stage of collapse. Bride comes up to left of altar lifts her eyes once to G, who is suddenly smitten mad. Capt G to himself again and again, little featherweights a woman, and I thought she was a little girl. Capt Roman 1000 in a whisper form, the haltonward wheel. Capt G obeys mechanically, and the ceremony proceeds. Padre only unto her, as long as ye both shall live. Capt G his throat useless homum. Capt Roman 1000, say you will or you want there's no second deal here. Bride gives response with perfect coolness, and is given away by the father. Capt G thinking to show his learning Jack, give me away now quick. Capt Roman 1000 you're given yourself away quite enough her right-hand man repeat Theodore Philip, have you forgotten your own name? Capt G stumbles through affirmation which bride repeats without a tremor. Capt Roman 1000 now, the ring follow the padre, don't pull off my glove here it is great Cupid he's found his voice. G repeats troth in a voice to be heard to the end of the church, and turns on his heel. Capt Roman 1000 desperately rein back to your troop, tisn't half legal yet. Padre joined together, let no man put asunder. Capt G paralyzed with fear jibs after blessing. Capt Roman 1000 quickly on your own fronton length, take her with you, I don't come you've nothing to say Capt G jingles up to altar. Capt Roman 1000 in a piercing rattle, meant to be a whisper. Kneel you stiff-necked ruffian kneel. Padre whose daughters are ye so long as ye do well, and are not afraid with any amazement. Capt Roman 1000 dismiss break off left wheel. All troop to vestry they sign. Capt Roman 1000 kiss her Gaddy. Capt G rubbing the ink into his glove a watt. Capt Roman 1000, taking one pace to bride if you don't I shall. Capt G interposing an arm not this journey. General kissing in which Capt G is pursued by unknown female. Capt G faintly to Roman 1000, this is Hades can I wipe my face now. Capt Roman 1000, my responsibility has ended better ask Mrs. Gadsby. Capt G winces as though shot in procession is. Mendelssohned out of church to house where usual. Tortures take place over the wedding cake. Capt Roman 1000, at table up with you Gaddy they expect a speech. Capt G after 3 minutes agony homum thunders of applause. Capt Roman 1000, deuced good for a first attempt now go and change your kit. While Mama is weeping over the Mrs. Capt G disappears. Capt Roman 1000 starts up tearing his hair, it's not half legal where are the shoes get an aya. Aya Missy Captain, Sahib done gone band caro all the Judies. Capt Roman 1000 brandishing, scabbarded sword woman, produce those shoes, someone lend me a bread knife. We mustn't crack Gaddy's head more than it is slices heel off white satin slipper. And put slipper up his sleeve? Where is the bride to the company at large be tender, with that rice it's a heathen custom give me the big bag. Bride slips out quietly into rickshaw and departs. Towards the sunset. Capt Roman 1000 in the open stole away, by Jove so much the worse for Gaddy here, he is now Gaddy Thistle be livelier than Amterin, where's your horse? Capt G furiously seeing that the women are out of earshot, where the is my wife. Capt Roman 1000 halfway to Mahasu by this time, y'all have to ride like young Lochinvar. Horse comes round on his hind legs, refuses to let G handle him. Capt G, oh, you will you get round you brood how had you beast get round. Wrenches horse's head over nearly breaking lower, Jaw swings himself into saddle, and sends home both spurs in the midst of a spattering gale of best Patna. Capt Roman 1000 for your life, and your love ride Gaddy and God bless you. Throws half a pound of rice at G, who disappears bowed forward on the saddle, in a cloud of sunlit dust. Capt Roman 1000 I've lost old Gaddy lights cigarette and strolls off singing absently. You may carve it on his tombstone, you may cut it on his card. That a young man married is a young man marred. Miss Dearcourt from her horse really Captain Mafflin, you are more plain-spoken than polite. Capt Roman 1000, aside they say marriage is like cholera wonder hall, be the next victim. White satin slipper slides from his sleeve and falls at his feet left wondering. The Garden of Eden. And ye shall be as gods. Seen timey grass plot at back of the Mahasu Dak bungalow, overlooking little wooded valley, on the left glimpse of the dead forest of Fagu, on the right Simla Hills in background line of the snows Captain Gadsby. Now 3 weeks a husband is smoking the pipe of peace on a rug in the sunshine banjo, and tobacco pouch on rug, overhead the Fagu Eagles Mrs. G comes out of bungalow. Mrs. G, my husband. Cap G lazily with intense enjoyment a what say that again. Mrs. G, I've written to Mama, and told her that we shall be back on the 17th. Capt G, did you give her my love? Mrs. G, no, I kept all that for myself sitting down by his side, I thought you wouldn't mind. Cap G with mock sternness, I object awfully, how did you know that it was yours to keep? Mrs. G, I guessed Phil. Capt G rapturously little featherweight. Mrs. G, I want be called those sporting pet names bad boy. Capt G Yowl be called anything I choose, has it ever occurred to you madam that you are my wife? Mrs. G, it has I haven't ceased wondering at it yet. Capt G nor Roman one it seems so strange, and yet somehow it doesn't confidently, you see it could have been no one else. Mrs. G softly no one else for me, or for you, it must have been all arranged from the beginning Phil, tell me again, what made you care for me? Cap G, how could I help it you were you know? Mrs. G, did you ever want to help it speak the truth? Cap G, a twinkle in his eye, I did darling just at the first, but only at the very first chuckles, I called Yaustup low and ill whisperer, little beast ho ho ho. Mrs. G taking him by the mustache, and making him sit up a little beast stop, laughing over your crime, and yet you had thethuful cheek to propose to me. Cap G id changed my mind then, and you weren't a little beast any more. Mrs. G thank you sir, and when was I ever? Cap G never but that first day, when you gave me tea in that peach-colored muslin gown thing, you look at you, did indeed dear such an absurd little mite, and I didn't know what to say to you. Mrs. G twisting mustache. So you said little beast upon my word, sir. I called you a crrr reacher. But I wish now I had called you something worse. Cap G very meekly I apologize. But you're a hurting me off like interlude. You're a welcome to torture me again on those terms. Mrs. G, oh, why did you let me do it? Cap G looking across valley, no reason in particular beautif. It amused you? Or did you any good you might wipe those dear little boots of yours on me? Mrs. G stretching out her hands, don't Philip. My king please, don't talk like that, it's how I feel you're a so much too good for me, so much too good. Capt G me, I am not fit to put my arm round you puts it round. Mrs. G yes you are but what have I ever done? Capt G given me a wee bit of your heart, haven't you my queen? Mrs. G, that's nothing anyone would do that they cow couldn't help it. Capt G pussy yowl, make me horribly conceited just when I was beginning to feel so humble too. Mrs. G humble, I don't believe it's in your character. Capt G, what do you know of my character impertinence? Mrs. G but I shan't I feel I shall have time in all the years and years to come to know everything about you, and there will be no secrets between us. Capt G little witch, I believe you know me thoroughly already. Mrs. G, I think I can guess you're a selfish. Capt G yes. Mrs. G foolish. Capt G very. Mrs. G and a dear. Capt G that is, as my lady pleases. Mrs. G, then your lady is pleased to pause know that we're two solemn, serious grown-up people. Capt G tilting her straw hat over her eyes, you grown-up poo you're a baby. Mrs. G, and we're talking nonsense. Cap G then let's go on talking nonsense, I rather like it, pussy ill, tell you a secret promise not to repeat. Mrs. G yeas only to you. Cap G I love you. Mrs. G really for how long? Capt G for ever and ever. Mrs. G that's a long time. Cap G thinks so it's the shortest I can do with. Mrs. G you're a getting quite clever. Capt G I am talking to you. Mrs. G prettily turned hold up your stupid old head, and I'll pay you for it. Cap G affecting supreme contempt, take it yourself if you want it. Mrs. G I've a great mind toned I will takes it, and is repaid with interest. Capt G little featherweight it's my opinion that we are a couple of idiots. Mrs. G we're the only two sensible people in the world, ask the eagle he's coming by. Capt G I dare say, he's seen a good many sensible people at Mahasu, they say that those birds live for ever so long. Mrs. G how long? Capt G 120 years. Mrs. G 120 years ooh, and in 120 years, where will these two sensible people be? Capt G, what does it matter so long as we are together now? Mrs. G looking round the horizon, yes only you and I, and you in the whole wide world, until the end sees the line of the snows, how big and quiet the hills look Dayu, think they care for us. Cap G can't say I've consulted em particularly I care, and that's enough for me. Mrs. G drawing nearer to him, yes, no but afterwards, what's that little black blur on the snows? Cap G a snowstorm 40 miles away y'all see, it move as the wind carries it across the face of that spur, and then it will be all gone. Mrs. G, and then it will be all gone shivers. Cap G anxiously not chilled pet, are you better let me get your cloak? Mrs. G no, don't leave me Phil stay here I believe I am afraid oh, why are the hills so horrid Phil, promise me that y'all always love me. Cap G what's the trouble darling I can't promise any more than I have, but I'll promise that again and again if you like. Mrs. G her head on his shoulder, say it then say it, en nodant the Theagles would laugh, recovering my husband you've married a little goose. Cap G very tenderly have I am content, whatever she is so long as she is mine. Mrs. G quickly because she is yours or because she is me myself. Cap G because she is both piteously I am not clever dear, and I don't think I can make myself understood properly. Mrs. G I understand Pip will you tell me something? Capt G anything you like aside I wonder what's coming now. Mrs. G haltingly her eyes lowered you told me once in the old day centuries and centuries, Agatha you had been engaged before I didn't say anything then. Cap G innocently why not? Mrs. G raising her eyes to his Bicosabekos, I was afraid of losing you my heart but now tell about it please. Cap G, there's nothing to tell I was awfully old, then nearly 2 and 20 and she was quite that. Mrs. G, that means she was older than you I shouldn't like her to have been younger well. Cap G, well, I fancied myself in love, and raved about a bit and oh yes by Jove, I made up poetry ha ha. Mrs. G, you never wrote any for me what happened. Cap G, I came out here, and the whole thing went but she wrote to say that there had been a mistake, and then she married. Mrs. G, did she care for you much? Cap G, no, at least she didn't show it as far as I remember. Mrs. G, as far as you remember, do you remember her name, hears it, and bows her head, thank you my husband. Capt G, who, but you had the right now little featherweight, have you ever been mixed up in any dark and dismal tragedy? Mrs. G, if you call me, Mrs. Gadsby p'raps ill tell. Cap G, throwing parade rasp into his voice, Mrs. Gadsby confess. Mrs. G, good heavens Phil, I never knew that you could speak in that terrible voice. Capt G, you don't know half my accomplishments yet, wait, till we are settled in the plains, and I'll show you how I bark at my troop you were going to say darling. Mrs. G, I don't like to after that voice tremulously Phil, never you dare to speak to me in that tone, whatever I may do. Capt G, my poor little love, why you're shaking all over I am so sorry of course, I never meant to upset you, don't tell me anything I am a brute. Mrs. G, no you aren't, and I will tell there was a man. Cap G, lightly was their lucky man. Mrs. G, in a whisper, and I thought I cared for him. Cap G, still luckier Manuel. Mrs. G, and I thought I cared for him and I didn't and. Then you came and I cared for you very very much indeed, that's all face hidden you aren't angry are you? Cap G, angry, not in the least aside good lord, what have I done to deserve this angel? Mrs. G, aside, and he never asked for the name how funny men are, but perhaps it's as well. Capt G, that man will go to heaven, because you once thought you cared for him wonder if y'all ever drag me up there. Mrs. G, firmly shan't go if you don't. Cap G, thanks I say pussy, I don't know much about your religious beliefs you were brought up to believe in a heaven, and all that weren't you. Mrs. G, yes, but it was a pincushion heaven with hymn books in all the pews. Capt G, wagging his head with intense conviction, never mind there is a pucka heaven. Mrs. G, where do you bring that message from my prophet? Capt G, here, because we care for each other so it's all right. Mrs. G, as a troop of langurs crashed through the branches, so it's all right but Darwin says that we came from those. Capt G, placidly, Darwin was never in love with an angel, that settles it, SSTT you brutes monkeys, indeed you shouldn't read those books. Mrs. G, folding her hands, if it pleases my lord the king, to issue proclamation. Capt G, don't dear one, there are no orders between us only id, rather you didn't they lead to nothing and bother people's heads. Mrs. G, like your first engagement. Capt G, with an immense calm that was a necessary evil, and led to you are you nothing. Mrs. G, not so very much am I. Capt G, all this world and the next to me. Mrs. G, very softly, my boy of boys, shall I tell you something? Capt G, yes, if it's not dreadful about other men. Mrs. G, it's about my own bad little self. Capt G, then it must be good go on dear. Mrs. G, slowly, I don't know why I'm telling you Pip, but if ever you marry again interlude take your hand from my mouth, or ill bite in the future, then remember I don't know quite how to put it. Capt G, snorting indignantly, don't try marry again indeed. Mrs. G, I must listen my husband, never 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 tell your wife anything that you do not wish her to remember, and think over all her life, because a womanize I am a woman can't forget. Capt G, by Jove, how do you know that? Mrs. G, confusedly, I don't I'm only guessing I am I was a silly little girl, but I feel that I know so much oh, so very much more than you dearest, to begin with I am your wife. Capt G, so I have been led to believe. Mrs. G, and I shall want to know every one of your secrets do share, everything you know with you stares round desperately. Cap G, so you shall dear so you shall but don't look like that. Mrs. G, for your own sake, don't stop me Phil I shall never talk to you in this way again, you must not tell me at least not now later on, when I am an old matron it won't matter, but if you love me be very good to me now for this part of my life, I shall never forget have I made you understand. Cap G, I think so child have I said anything yet that you disapprove of. Mrs. G, will you be very angry that voice, and what you said about the engagement? Cap G, but you asked to be told that, darling. Mrs. G, and that's why you shouldn't have told me. You must be the judge, and oh, Pip dearly, as I love you, I shan't be able to help you, I shall hinder you. And you must judge in spite of me. Cap G meditatively, we have a great many things to find out together. God, help us both say, so pussabut, we shall understand each other better every day. And I think I'm beginning to see now how in the world did you come to know just the importance of giving me just that lead. Mrs. G. I've told you that I don't know, only somehow it seemed that, in all this new life, I was being guided for your sake as well as my own. Cap G aside then, Mafflin was right, they know, and we were blind all of us, lightly getting a little beyond our depth, dear errant, we ill remember. And if I fail, let me be punished as I deserve. Mrs. G, there shall be no punishment, well start into life together, from here you and Ian, no one else. Cap G, and no one else, apause your eyelashes are all wet sweet, was there ever such a quaint little absurdity? Mrs. G, was there ever such nonsense talked before? Capt G knocking the ashes out of his pipe, tisn't what we say, it's what we don't say that helps, and it's all the profoundest philosophy, but no one would understand Evan if it were put into a book. Mrs. G, the idea, noonly we ourselves, or people like ourselves if there are any people like us. Cap G magisterially, all people not like ourselves are blind idiots. Mrs. G wiping her eyes, do you think then that there are any people as happy as we are? Cap G must buneless we've appropriated all the happiness in the world. Mrs. G looking towards, Simla poor dears, just fancy if we have. Cap G, then well hang on to the whole show, for it's a great deal too jolly to losey wife o' mine. Mrs. G, oh Pip Pip, how much of you is a solemn married man, and how much a horrid slangy schoolboy? Cap G, when you tell me how much of you was 18 last birthday, and how much is as old as the Sphinx and twice as mysterious perhaps ill, attend to you lend me that banjo, the spirit moveth me to yowl at the sunset. Mrs. G mind it's not tuned, ah how that jars. Cap G turning pegs, it's amazingly difficult to keep a banjo to proper pitch. Mrs. G, it's the same with all musical instruments, what shall it be? Cap G vanity, and let the hills hear sings through the first and half of the second verse, turning to Mrs. G, now chorus sing pussy. Both together con brio to the horror of the monkeys, who are settling for the night. Vanity, all is vanity, said wisdom scorning me. I clasped my true love's tender hand and answered. Frank and free. If this be vanity, who'd be wise? If this be vanity, who'd be wise? Crescendo vanity, let it be. Mrs. G, defiantly, to the gray of the evening sky vanity, let it be. Echo from the Fagu spur, let it be. Fatima, and you may go into every room of the house and see everything that is there, but into the blue room, you must not go, the story of Blue Beard. Seen the Gadsby's bungalow in the plains time, 11 a Roman 1000 on a Sunday morning, Captain Gadsby in his shirt sleeves is bending over a complete set of Hussar's equipment from saddle to picketing rope, which is neatly spread over the floor of his study. He is smoking an unclean briar, and his forehead is puckered with thought. Cap G to himself, fingering a headstall jacks, an ass, there's enough brass on this to load a mullind. If the Americans know anything about anything, it can be cut down to a bit, only don't want the watering bridle either, humbug half. A dozen sets of chains and pulleys for one horse rot scratching his head. Now let's consider it all over from the beginning. By Jove, I've forgotten the scale of weights near mind. Keep the bit only and eliminate every boss from the crupper. To breastplate, no breastplate at all, simple leather strap across the breast like. The Russians high, Jack never thought of that. Mrs. G, entering hastily, her hand bound in a cloth, oh Pip, I've scalded my hand over that horrid tippery jam. Cap G absently, a what? Mrs. G with rounded reproach, I've scalded it awfully, aren't you sorry? And I did so want that jam to jam properly. Cap G, poor little woman, let me kiss the place, and make it well, unrolling bandage. You small sinner, where's that scald, I can't see it. Mrs. G on the top of the little finger, there it's a most enormous big burn. Cap G kissing little finger, baby, let Hyder look after the jam, you know, I don't care for sweets. Mrs. G, indeed, Pip. Cap G, not of that kind anyhow, and now run along, Minnie, and leave me to my own base devices, I'm busy. Mrs. G calmly settling herself in long chair, so I see what a mess you're making. Why have you brought all that smelly leather stuff into the house? Cap G to play with, do you mind, dear? Mrs. G, let me play too, I'd like it. Cap G, I'm afraid you wouldn't, pussy. Don't you think that jam will burn, or whatever it is that jam does when it's not looked after by a clever little housekeeper? Mrs. G, I thought you said Hyder could attend to it. I left him in the veranda stirring when I hurt myself so. Cap G, his eye returning to the equipment, poor little woman, 3 pounds 4 and 7 is 311. And that can be cut down to 2 8 with just a little care without weakening anything farriery, is all rot in incompetent hands. What's the use of a shoecase when a man's scouting he can't stick it on with a lick like a stamp a shoe skittles? Mrs. G, what skittles, pa? What is this leather cleaned with? Cap G, cream and champagne, and look here, dear. Do you really want to talk to me about anything important? Mrs. G, no, I've done my accounts, and I thought I'd like to see what you're a doing. Cap G, well, love, now you've seen, and would you mind that is to say, Minnie, I really am busy. Mrs. G, you want me to go? Cap G, yes, dear, for a little while this tobacco will hang in your dress, and saddlery doesn't interest you. Mrs. G, everything you do interests me, Pip. Cap G, yes, I know, dear, I'll tell you all about it some day, when I've put a head on this thing. In the meantime, Mrs. G, I am to be turned out of the room like a troublesome child. Cap G, no, I don't mean that exactly, but you see, I shall be tramping up and down shifting these things to and fro, and I shall be in your way, don't you think so? Mrs. G, can't I lift them about, let me try, reaches forward to Trooper's saddle. Cap G, good gracious child, don't touch it, y'all hurt yourself picking up saddle, little girls aren't expected to handle numdas now. Where would you like it? Put holds saddle above his head. Mrs. G, a break in her voice, nowhere, Pip, how good you are and how strong, oh, what's that ugly red streak inside your arm? Cap G, lowering saddle quickly, nothing, it's a mark of sorts, aside, and Jack's coming to tiffin with his notions all cut and dried. Mrs. G, I know it's a mark, but I've never seen it before, it runs all up the arm, what is it? Capt G, a cute if you want to know. Mrs. G, want to know, of course, I do. I can't have my husband cut to pieces in this way. How did it come? Was it an accident? Tell me, Pip. Cap G, grimly, no, 'twasn't an accident. I got it from a man in Afghanistan. Mrs. G, in action, oh, Pip, and you never told me. Capt G, I'd forgotten all about it. Mrs. G, hold up your arm. What a horrid, ugly scar. Are you sure it doesn't hurt now? How did the man give it you? Cap G, desperately looking at his watch, with a knife. I came down old Van Loo. Did that's to say, and fell on my leg. So I couldn't run, and then this man came up and began chopping at me as I sprawled. Mrs. G, oh, don't, that's enough. Well, what happened? Cap G, I couldn't get to my holster, and Mafflin came round the corner and stopped the performance. Mrs. G, how he's such a lazy man. I don't believe he Roman 999. Capt G, don't you? I don't think the man had much doubt about it. Jack cut his head off. Mrs. G, cut the head off, with one blow, as they say in the books. Cap G, I'm not sure, I was too interested in myself to know much about it. Anyhow, the head was off. And Jack was punching old Van Loo in the ribs to make him get up. Now you know all about it, dear, and now. Mrs. G, you want me to go, of course. You never told me about this, though I've been married to you for ever so long, and you never would have told me if I hadn't found out, and you never do tell me anything about yourself, or what you do, or what you take an interest in. Capt G, darling, I am always with you, aren't I? Mrs. G, always in my pocket, you were going to say. I know you are, but you are always thinking away from me. Capt G, trying to hide a smile, am I wasn't aware of it, I am awfully sorry. Mrs. G, piteously, oh, don't make fun of me, Pip, you know what I mean, when you are reading one of those things about cavalry. By that idiotic Princeway, doesn't he be a prince, instead of a stable boy? Cap G, Princecraft, a stable boy, oh, my aunt, never mind, dear, you were going to say. Mrs. G, it doesn't matter, you don't care for what I say, only you get up and walk about the room staring in front of you, and then Mafflin comes in to dinner, and after I am in the drawing room, I can hear you and him talking and talking and talking about things I can't understand, Ando. I get so tired and feel so lonely. I don't want to complain and be a trouble, Pip, but I do indeed I do. Capt G, my poor darling, I never thought of that. Why don't you ask some nice people in to dinner? Mrs. G, nice people, where am I to find them, horrid frumps, and if I did I shouldn't be amused. You know I only want you. Cap G, and you have me surely, sweetheart. Mrs. G, I have not, Pip, why don't you take me into your life? Capt G more than I do, that would be difficult, dear. Mrs. G yes, I suppose it would, though you I am no help to you, no companion to you, and you like to have it so. Cap G aren't you, a little unreasonable pussy. Mrs. G stamping her foot I am, the most reasonable woman in the world when I am treated properly. Capt G and since, when have I been treating you improperly? Mrs. G always and, since the beginning you know you have. Capt G I don't but I am willing to be convinced. Mrs. G pointing to saddlery there. Capt G how do you mean? Mrs. G what does all that mean? Why am I not to be told is it so precious? Capt G I forget its exact government value, just at present it means that it is a great deal too heavy. Mrs. G then why do you touch it? Cap G to make it lighter see here little love I've one notion, and Jack has another. But we are both agreed that all this equipment is about 30 pounds too heavy. The thing is how to cut it down without weakening any part of it, and at the same time allowing the trooper to carry everything he wants for his own comfort socks and shirts and things of that kind. Mrs. G, why doesn't he pack them in a little trunk? Capt G kissing her, oh you darling, pack them in a little trunk. Indeed hussars don't carry trunks, and it's a most important thing to make the horse do all the carrying. Mrs. G, but why need you bother about it, you're not a trooper. Cap G no, but I command a few score of him and equipment is nearly everything in these days. Mrs. G more than me. Cap G stupid of course not, but it's a matter that I am tremendously interested in, because if I or Jack or I and Jack work out some sort of lighter saddlery, and all that it's possible that we may get it adopted. Mrs. G how? Cap G sanctioned at home, where they will make a sealed pattern a pattern that all the saddlers must copy and, so it will be used by all the regiments. Mrs. G and that interests you. Cap G it's part of my profession and my profession is a good deal to me. Everything in a soldier's equipment is important. And if we can improve that equipment so much the better for the soldiers and for us. Mrs. G who's us? Cap G Jack, and I only Jack's notions are too radical what's that big sigh for Minnie. Mrs. G, oh nothing and you've kept all this a secret from me why? Capt G not a secret exactly dear, I didn't say anything about it to you, because I didn't think it would amuse you. Mrs. G, and am I only made to be amused? Cap G no of course, I merely mean that it couldn't interest you. Mrs. G, it's your work and if you'd let me id count all these things up, if they are too heavy you know by how much they are too heavy, and you must have a list of things made out to your scale of lightness, and Cap G I have got both scales somewhere in my head, but it's hard to tell how light you can make a headstall for instance, until you've actually had a model made. Mrs. G, but if you read out the list, I could copy it down and pin it up there, just above your table, wouldn't that do? Cap G, it would be awfully nice, dear. But it would be giving you trouble for nothing. I can't work that way. I go by rule of thumb. I know the present scale of weights. And the other one, the one that I am trying to work total shift, and vary so much that I couldn't be certain, even if I wrote it down. Mrs. G, I am so sorry. I thought I might help. Is there anything else that I could be of use in? Capt G looking round the room, I can't think of anything. You're always helping me, you know. Mrs. G, am I how? Cap G you are you of course, and as long as you're near me I can't explain exactly, but it's in the air. Mrs. G, and that's why you wanted to send me away. Capt G, that's only when I'm trying to do work grubby work like this. Mrs. G, Mafflin's better than isn't he? Capt G rashly of course he is Jack, and I have been thinking along the same groove for 2 or 3 years about this equipment. It's our hobby, and it may really be useful some day. Mrs. G, after a pause, and that's all that you have away from me. Capt G, it isn't very far away from you now. Take care the oil on that bit doesn't come off on your dress. Mrs. G, I wish so much that I could really help you. I believe I could if I left the room, but that's not what I mean. Capt G aside, give me patience. I wish she would go aloud. I assure you you can't do anything for me, Minnie. And I must really settle down to this. Where's my pouch? Mrs. G crossing to Riddingtable. Here you are, Bear. What a mess you keep your table. Capt G, don't touch it. There's a method in my madness, though you might think of it. Mrs. G, at table, I want to look. Do you keep accounts, Pip? Capt G, bending over saddlery of a sort. Are you rummaging among the troop papers? Be careful. Mrs. G, why I shan't disturb anything good gracious. I had no idea that you had anything to do with so many sick horses. Capt G wish I hadn't, but they insist on falling sick Minnie. If I were you, I really should not investigate those papers. You may come across something that you want like. Mrs. G, why will you always treat me like a child? I know. I am not displacing the horrid things. Cap G resignedly very well. Then don't blame me if anything happens play with the table. And let me go on with the saddlery slipping hand into trouser's pocket, oh the deuce. Mrs. G her back to G what's that for? Cap G nothing aside there's not much in it, but I wish I'd torn it up. Mrs. G turning over contents of table, I know y'all hate me for this, but I do want to see what your work is like a pause pip, what are farcibuds? Cap G ha, would you really like to know they aren't pretty things? Mrs. G, this journal of veterinary science, says they are of absorbing interest tell me. Cap G aside it may turn her attention. Gives a long and designedly loathsome account of glanders and farcy. Mrs. G, oh that's enough don't go on. Cap G, but you wanted to know then these things suppurate and maturate and spread. Mrs. G, pip you're making me sick you're a horrid disgusting schoolboy. Capt G on his knees, among the bridles, you ask to be told, it's not my fault if you worry me into talking about horrors. Mrs. G, why didn't you say no? Capt G, good heavens child, have you come in here simply to bully me? Mrs. G, I bully you how could I you're so strong hysterically strong enough to pick me up and put me outside the door and leave me there to cry aren't you? Cap G, it seems to me that you're an irrational little baby, are you quite well? Mrs. G, do I look ill returning to table? Who is your lady friend with the big gray envelope and the fat monogram outside? Cap G aside then, it wasn't locked up confound, it allowed God, made her therefore let her pass for a woman, you remember what farcibuds are like. Mrs. G showing envelope, this has nothing to do with them, I am going to open it may. Cap G certainly, if you want to id sooner, you didn't though, I don't ask to look at your letters to the dear court girl. Mrs. G, you'd better not sir takes letter from envelope, now may I look if you say no I shall cry. Capt G, you've never cried in my knowledge of you, and I don't believe you could. Mrs. G, I feel very like it today, Pip, don't be hard on me reads letter, it begins in the middle without any dear Captain Gadsby, or anything how funny. Cap G aside no, it's not dear Captain Gadsby, or anything now how funny. Mrs. G, what a strange letter reads, and so the moth has come too near the candle at last, and has been singed in Toshall I say respectability, I congratulate him, and hope he will be as happy as he deserves to be. What does that mean? Is she congratulating you about our marriage? Capt G, yes I suppose so. Mrs. G still reading letter, she seems to be a particular friend of yours. Capt G, yes, she was an excellent matron of sorts a Mrs. Harriot wife, of a Colonel Harriet. I used to know some of her people at home long ago before I came out. Mrs. G, some colonels' wives are young as me, I knew one who was younger. Capt G, then it couldn't have been Mrs. Harriet, she was old enough to have been your mother dear. Mrs. G, I remember now, Mrs. Scargill was talking about her, at the Duffins' tennis, before you came for me on Tuesday Captain Mafflin, said she was a dear old woman, do you know, I think Mafflin is a very clumsy man with his feet. Cap G aside good old Jack aloud why dear. Mrs. G, he had put his cup down on the ground then, and he literally stepped into it some of the tea spurted over my dress, the gray one, I meant to tell you about it before. Cap G aside there are the makings of a strategist about Jack though his methods are coarse aloud, you'd better get a new dress. Then aside let us pray that that will turn her. Mrs. G. O, it isn't stained in the least, I only thought that I'd tell you returning to letter what an extraordinary person reads, but need I remind you that you have taken upon yourself a charge of wardship what in the world is a charge of wardship which, as you yourself know may end in consequences. Cap G aside it's safest to let him see everything as they come across it, but seems to me that there are exceptions to the rule allowed. I told you that there was nothing to be gained from rearranging my table. Mrs. G absently, what does the woman mean? She goes on talking about consequences almost inevitable consequences, with a capital C4, half a page flushing scarlet. Oh good gracious how abominable. Cap G promptly do you think so doesn't it show a sort of motherly interest in us aside? Thank heaven Harry, always wrapped her meaning up safely aloud. Is it absolutely necessary to go on with the letter darling? Mrs. G, it's impertinent, it's simply horrid. What right has this woman to write in this way to you? She ought to. Cap G, when you write to the dear court girl, I notice that you generally fill 3 or 4 sheets. Can't you let an old woman babble on paper once in a way she means well? Mrs. G, I don't care, she shouldn't write, and if she did you ought to have shown me her letter. Cap G, can't you understand why I kept it to myself? Or must I explain at lengths? I explain the farsabuds. Mrs. G, furiously, Pip, I hate you. This is as bad as those idiotic saddlebags on the floor. Never mind whether it would please me or not, you ought to have given it to me to read. Cap G, it comes to the same thing, you took it yourself. Mrs. G, yes, but if I hadn't taken it, you wouldn't have said a word. I think this Harriet it's like a name in a bookie's an interfering old thing. Cap G, aside, so long as you thoroughly understand that she is old, I don't much care what you think aloud. Very good, dear. Would you like to write and tell her so? She's 7,000 miles away. Mrs. G, I don't want to have anything to do with her, but you ought to have told me, turning to last page of letter. And she patronizes me too. I've never seen her reads. I do not know how the world stands with you. In all human probability, I shall never know. But whatever I may have said before, I pray for her sake, more than for yours, that all may be well. I have learnt what misery means, and I dare not wish that anyone dear to you should share my knowledge. Cap G, good God, can't you leave that letter alone? Or at least can't you refrain from reading it aloud? I've been through it once. Put it back on the desk, do you hear me? Mrs. G, irresolutely, shan't looks at G.'s eyes. Oh, Pip, please. I didn't mean to make you angry, deed. I didn't, Pip, I am so sorry. I know I've wasted your time. Cap G, grimly, you have now. Will you be good enough to goif? There is nothing more in my room that you are anxious to pry into. Mrs. G, putting out her hands. Oh, Pip, don't look at me like that. I've never seen you look like that before, and it hurts me. I am sorry. I ought to have been here at all, and sobbing. Oh, be good to me, be good to me. There's only you anywhere. Breaks down in long chair, hiding face in cushions. Cap G, aside, she doesn't know how she flicked me on the raw, aloud, bending over chair. I didn't mean to be harsh, dear. I didn't really. You can stay here as long as you please. And do what you please. Don't cry like that. Y'all make yourself sick. Aside, what on earth has come over her? Aloud, darling, what's the matter with you? Mrs. G, her face still hidden. Let me go to my own room. Only say you aren't angry with me. Cap G, angry with you, love, of course. Not, I was angry with myself. I'd lost my temper over the saddlery. Don't hide your face, pussy. I want to kiss it. Bends lower. Mrs. G slides right arm round his neck. Several interludes and much sobbing. Mrs. G, in a whisper, I didn't mean about the jam when I came in to tell you. Cap G, bother the jam and the equipment. Interlude. Mrs. G, still more faintly, my finger wasn't scalded at all. I wanted to speak to you about something else, and I didn't know how. Cap G, speak away, then looking into her eyes. A what, Minnie here, don't go away, you don't mean. Mrs. G, hysterically backing to portiere and hiding her face in its folds. That almost inevitable consequences flits though portiere as G attempts to catch her and bolts herself in her own room. Cap G, his arms full of portiere. Oh, sitting down heavily in chair. I am a brutia piga bully and a blackguard, my poor little darling, made to be amused only. The Valley of the Shadow. Knowing good and evil. Seen the Gadsby's bungalow in the plains in June. Punkakuli's asleep in veranda, where Captain Gadsby is walking up and down Doctor's trap in porch. Junior Chaplain, drifting generally and uneasily through the house. Time, 3 a Roman 1000 heat 94 degrees in veranda. Doctor coming into veranda and touching G on the shoulder. You had better go in and see her now. Cap G, the color of good cigarette. A what? Oh yes, of course. What did you say? Doctor, syllable by syllable, going to the romancier. She wants to speak to you. Aside, testily. I shall have him on my hands next. Junior Chaplain in half-lighted dining room. Isn't there any? Doctor, savagely, HSH, you little fool. Junior Chaplain, let me do my work. Gadsby, stop a minute. Edges after G. Doctor, wait till she sends for you. At least, man. Alive, hell kill you if you go in there. What are you bothering him for? Junior Chaplain coming into veranda. I've given him a stiff brandipug. He wants it. You've forgotten him for the last 10 hours and forgotten yourself too. G enters bedroom, which is lit by one night lamp. Aya on the floor pretending to be asleep. Voice from the bed, all down the street such bonfires. Aya, go and put them out appealingly. How can I sleep with an installation of the Roman 100 Roman 1 in my room, not Roman 100 Roman 1? Something else, what was it? Capt G trying to control his voice. Minnie, I am here, bending over bed. Don't. You know me, Minnie, it's mates Phil, it's your husband. Voice mechanically, it's mates Phil, it's your husband. Capt G, she doesn't know me, it's your own husband, darling. Voice, your own husband, darling. Aya with an inspiration, Mem Sahib, understanding all I saying. Capt G, make her understand me, thankwick. Aya hand on Mrs. G's forehead, Mem Sahib, Captain Sahib here. Voice Salma do fretfully, I know I'm not fit to be seen. Aya aside to G, say morning, same as breakfast. Capt G, good morning, little woman, how are we today? Voice, that's Phil, poor old Phil, viciously. Phil, you fool, I can't see you, come nearer. Capt G, many, it's may you know me. Voice mockingly, of course I do, who does not know the man who was so cruel to his wife, almost, the only one he ever had. Capt G, yes dear, yes of course, but want you speak to him, he wants to speak to you so much. Voice, they'd never let him in, the doctor would give Darwaza Bund, even if he were in the house hell, never come despairingly, oh Judas, Judas, Judas. Cap G putting out his arms, they have let him in, and he always was in the house, oh my love, don't you know me. Voice in a half chant, and it came to pass at the 11th hour that this poor soul repented, it knocked at the gates. But they were shut-out as a plastera, great burning plaster. They had pasted our marriage certificate all across the door. And it was made of red-hot iron, people really ought to be more careful, you know. Cap G, what am I to do, takes her in his arms, Minnie speak to me, Phil. Voice, what shall I say, oh tell me what to say before it's too late, they are all going away, and I can't say anything. Cap G, say you know me, only say you know me. Doctor who has entered quietly for pity's sake, don't take it too much to heart, Gadsby, it's this way. Sometimes they want recognize, they say all sorts of queer things, don't you see. Cap G, all right, go away. Now shall recognize me, you're a bothering her, she must she. Doctor, she will before have I your leave to try. Cap G, anything you please so long as shall know me, it's only a question offers, isn't it? Doctor professionally, while there's life there's hope but don't build on it. Cap G, I don't pull her together if it's possible, aside, what have I done to deserve this? Doctor bending over bed, now Mrs. Gadsby, we shall be all right tomorrow, you must take it, or I shan't let Phil see you, it isn't nasty, is it? Voice, medicines, always more medicines, can't you leave me alone? Capt G, oh leave her in peace, Doc. Doctor stepping back aside, may I be forgiven, if I've done wrong, aloud in a few minutes, she ought to be sensible, but I daren't tell you to look for anything, it's only. Capt G, what go on, man? Doctor in a whisper, forcing the last rally. Cap G, then leave us alone. Doctor, don't mind what she says at first, if you can faithfully turn against those they love, most sometimes in this it's hard, but. Capt G, am I her husband, or are you leave us alone for what time we have together? Voice confidentially, and we were engaged quite suddenly, Emma, I assure you that I never thought of it for a moment, but oh my little me, I don't know what I should have done if he hadn't proposed. Cap G, she thinks of that, dear court girl, before she thinks of me, aloud, Minnie. Voice, not from the shops, mummy dear, you can get the real leaves from Kintu, and laughing, weakly, never mind about the blossoms, dead white silk, is only fit for widows, and I want where it's as bad as a winding sheet, a long pause. Cap G, I never asked a favor, yet if there is anybody to listen to me, let her know m'even if I die too. Voice very faintly, pip pip dear. Capt G, I am here, darling. Voice, what has happened? They've been bothering me so with medicines and things, and they wouldn't let you come and see me. I was never ill before, am I ill now? Capt G, yow you aren't quite well. Voice, how funny, have I been ill long? Cap G, some days, but y'all be all right in a little time. Voice, do you think so, Pip? I don't feel well, and what have they done to my hair? Capt G, I don't know. Voice, they've cut it off, what a shame. Capt G, it must have been to make your head cooler. Voice, just like a boy's wig, don't I look horrid? Capt G, never looked prettier in your life, dear, aside how am I to ask her to say goodbye? Voice, I don't feel pretty, I feel very Roman 99. My heart won't work, it's nearly dead inside me. And there's a funny feeling in my eyes, everything seems the same distance, and the almira, and the table inside my eyes, or miles away, what does it mean, Pip? Cap G, you're a little feverish sweetheart free. Feverish, breaking down my love, how can I let you go? Voice, I thought so, why didn't you tell me that at first? Cap G, what? Voice, that I am going toady. Cap G, but you aren't, you shan't. Aya to punkakuli stepping into veranda. After a glance at the bed, punka, chore do stop pulling the punka. Voice, it's hard, Pip, so very very hard after 1 year, just 1 year wailing. And I am only 20, most girls aren't, even married at 20 can't they do anything to help me, I don't want to die. Cap G, hush dear, you want? Voice, what's the use of talking, help me, you've never failed me. Yet oh Phil, help me to keep alive feverishly. I don't believe you wish me to live, you weren't a bit sorry. When that horrid baby thing died I wish I'd killed it. Cap G, drawing his hand across his forehead. It's more than a man's meant to bear, it's not right aloud, mini love. I'd die for you if it would help. Voice, no more death, there's enough already, Pip, don't you die too. Cap G, I wish I dared. Voice, it says till death do us part, nothing after that end. So, it would be no use, it stops at the dying. Why does it stop there? Only such a very short life too, Pip, I am sorry, we married. Cap G, know anything but that min. Voice, because y'all forget and ill forget, oh Pip. Don't forget I always loved you, though I was cross sometimes. If I ever did anything that you didn't like, say, you forgive me now. Capt G, you never did, darling, on my soul. And honor, you never, Roman 999. I haven't a thing to forgive you. Voice, I sulked for a whole week about those petunias, with a laugh, what a little wretch I was, and how grieved you were, forgive me that, Pip. Cap G, there's nothing to forgive, it was my fault, they were too near the drive, for God's sake. Don't talk so, Minnie, there's such a lot to say, and so little time to say it in. Voice, say that y'all always love me until the end. Cap G, until the end, carried away, it's a lie, it must be because we've loved each other, this isn't the end. Voice, relapsing into semi-delirium, my church service has an ivory cross on the back. And it says so, it must be true, till death do us part, but that's a lie with a parody of G.S. Manor. A damned lie recklessly, yes. I can swear as well as Trooper Pip. I can't make my head think, though, that's because they cut off my hair, how can one think with one's head? All fuzzy, pleadingly, hold me, Pip. Keep me with you always, and always relapsing. But if you marry the Thornus girl, when I am dead ill, come back and howl under our bedroom window all night, oh bother yowl, think I'm a jackal, Pip, what time is it? Capt G, I can't help it, dear. Voice, how funny, I couldn't cry now to save my life. G, shivers, I want to sing. Cap G, want it tire, you better not perhaps. Voice, why I want be bothered about, begins in a hoarse quaver. Minnie bakes oaten cake, Minnie brews ale. All because her Johnny's coming home from the sea. That's parade, Pip. And she grows red as Rose, who was so pale. And are you sure the church clock goes, says she. Pettishly, I knew I couldn't take the last note. How do the bass chords run, puts out her hands, and begins playing piano on the sheet. Cap G, catching up hands, ah, don't do that, pussy, if you love me. Voice, love you, of course I do, who else should it be, a pause. Voice, very clearly, Pip, I am going now, something's choking me cruelly, indistinctly, into the dark without you, my heart, but it's a lie, dear, we mustn't believe it, for ever and ever, living or dead, don't. Let me go, my husband hold me tight, they can't, whatever happens, a cough, Pip me, Pip, not for always, and soon voice ceases. Pause of 10 minutes, G buries his face in the side of the bed, while Aya bends over bed from opposite side and feels Mrs. G's breast and forehead. Capt G, rising, Dr. Sahib, ko salam do. Aya still by bedside with a shriek, ai, toot a fute a my mem sahib, not getting, not have got pusina ajia, the sweat has come fiercely to G tum jow, Dr. Sahib, ko jaldi, you go to the doctor, oh my mem sahib. Doctor entering hastily, come away, Gadsby bends over bed, a. The dev, what inspired you to stop the punka, get out, mango, away, wait outside, go here, Aya over his shoulder. To G, mind, I promise nothing. The dawn breaks as G stumbles into the garden. Capt Roman 1000, reining up at the gate on his way to parade, and very soberly, old man, how goes? Capt G, dazed, I don't quite know, stay a bit, have a drink, or something, don't run away, you're just getting amusing, ha ha. Capt Roman 1000, aside, what am I let in for, Gaddy has aged 10 years in the night. Capt G, slowly fingering charger's head, stall your curbs too loose. Capt Roman 1000, So it is put it straight, will you aside, I shall be late for parade, poor Gaddy. Cap G links and unlinks curbchain aimlessly, and finally stands staring towards the veranda. The day brightens. Doctor knocked out of professional gravity, tramping across flower beds, and shaking GS hands. It's Gadsby. There's a fair chancey a dashed fair chance the flicker inno the sweat inno. I saw how it would be the punka inno deuced clever woman that ire of yours stopped. The punka just at the right time, a dashed good chance no you. Don't go in well pull her through, yet I promise on my reputation under Providence, send a man with this note, to bingle two heads better than one specially, the Aya well pull her round, retreats hastily to house. Cap G his head on neck of Roman 1000's charger. Jack I bubba believe I am going to make a bubba bloody exhibit out of myself. Capt Roman 1000 sniffing openly, and feeling in his left cuff, I be believe ib doing it. Already old bad what cat I say, ib as pleased as cod dab you gaddy you're a one big idiot, and ib a d'other pulling himself together, sit tight here, comes the devil dodger. Junior chaplain who is not in the doctor's confidence we are only men in these things Gadsby, I know that I can say nothing now to help. Capt Roman 1000 jealously, then don't say it leave him alone it's not bad enough to croak over here. Gaddy take the chit to bingle and ride hell for leather itlil, do you good I can't go. Junior chaplain do him good smiling, give me the chit and ill drive let him lie down your horse is blocking my cart please. Capt Roman 1000 slowly, without reining back I beg your pardon'll apologize on paper if you like. Junior chaplain flicking Roman 1000's charger thatlil, do thanks turn in Gadsby and ill, bring bingle back a hemhill for leather. Capt Roman 1000 solus, it would have served me right if he'd cut me across the face, he can drive too, I shouldn't care to go that pace in a bamboo cart. What a faith he must have in his Makarov harness come hup, you brute gallops off to parade blowing his nose as the sun rises. Interval of 5 weeks. Mrs. G very white and pinched in morning wrapper at breakfast table, how big and strange the room looks. And oh how glad I am to see it again. What dost though I must talk to the servants sugar pip I've almost forgotten seriously wasn't I very ill. Capt G iller than I liked tenderly oh you bad little pussy, what a start you gave me. Mrs. G ill never do it again. Cap G you'd better not and now get those poor pale cheeks pink again, or I shall be angry don't try to lift the urn yowl, upset it. Wait comes round to head of table and lifts urn. Mrs. G quickly Kitmecker, Boarkikana, see Ketley Lau Butler, get a kettle from the cookhouse drawing down GS face to her own pip dear I remember. Capt G what? Mrs. G that last terrible night. Capt G then just you forget all about it. Mrs. G softly her eyes filling, never it has brought us very close together my husband there interlude I am, going to give Junda a sari. Capt G I gave her 50 dibs. Mrs. G, so she told me it was enormous reward, was I worth it several interludes don't, here's the kitmecker 2 lumps or 1 sir. The swelling of Jordan. If thou hast run with the footmen, and they have wearied thee then how canst thou contend with horses, and if in the land of peace, wherein thou trustedst they wearied thee then how wilt thou do in the swelling of Jordan? Seen the Gadseys' bungalow in the plains on a January morning, Mrs. G arguing with bearer in back veranda. Capt Roman 1000 rides up. Capt Roman 1000 mornin', Mrs. Gadsby house the infant phenomenon and the proud proprietor. Mrs. G Yowl find them in the front veranda, go through the house, I am Martha just now. Capt Roman 1000 cumbered about with cares of kitmeckers I fly. Passes into front veranda, where Gadsby is watching. Gadsby Jr. aged 10 months crawling about the madding. Capt Roman 1000, what's the trouble Gad spoiling an honest man's Europe morning? This way, seeing G Jr. by Jove that yearlings common on amazingly any amount of bone below the knee there. Cap G yes he's a healthy little scoundrel, don't you think his hair's growing? Roman 1000 let's have a look hi HSD come here General Luck, and well report on you. Mrs. G within what absurd name will you give him next, why do you call him that? Roman 1000 isn't he our Inspector General of Cavalry, doesn't he come down in his 7-2 perambulator, every morning, the pink hussars parade don't wriggle brigadier. Give us your private opinion on the way, the 3rd squadron went past trifle ragged weren't they? G a bigger set of tailors than the new draft, I don't wish to see they've given me more than my fare, share knocking the squadron out of shape, it's sickening. Roman 1000, when you ray in command, y'all do better, young uncant, you walk, yet get my finger and try to G twant hurt his hawks will it. G oh no, don't let him flop though, or hell lick all the blacking off your boots. Mrs. G, within who's destroying my son's character. Roman 1000, and my godsons, I am ashamed of you gaddy punch your father in the eye jack, don't you stand it hit him again. G sotto voce put the butcha down, and come to the end of the veranda id, rather the wife didn't hear just now. Roman 1000, you look awfully serious anything wrong. G depends on your view, entirely. I say Jack you want think more hardly of me, than you can help will you come further this way the fact of the matter, is that, I've made up my mind at least I am, thinking seriously off cutting the service. Roman 1000 H what? G don't shout I am going to send in my papers. Roman 1000 you are you mad? G newly married. Roman 1000 look here, what's the meaning of it all you never intend to leave us? You can't isn't the best squadron of the best regiment of the best cavalry, in all the world good enough for you. G jerking his head over his shoulder, she doesn't seem to thrive in this godforsaken country, and there's the butcha to be considered, and all that you know. Roman 1000, does she say that she doesn't like India? Gee, that's the worst of it she want for fear of leaving me. Roman 1000, what are the hills made for? Gee, not for my wife at any rate. Roman 1000, you know too much Gaddy and I, don't like you any the better for it. Gee, never mind that she wants England, and the butcha would be all the better for it, I am going to chuck, you don't understand. Roman 1000 hotly, I understand this 137 new horses, to be licked into shape somehow, before luck comes round again, a hairy-heeled draft hall, give more trouble than the horses a camp next cold weather for a certainty ourselves the first on the roster, the Russian shindy ready to come to head at 5 minutes' notice, and you the best of us all backing out of it, all think a little gaddy you want do it. Gee hang it, a man has some duties towards his family I suppose. Roman 1000 I remember a man though who told me the night after Amturin, when we were picketed under Jagai, and he left his sword be, the way did you ever pay rankin for that sword in? And at man's eyes head that man told me that he stick by me, and the pinks as long as he lived I don't blame him for not sticking by me, not much of a man but, I do blame him for not sticking by the pink hussars. Gee uneasily, we were little more than boys then, can't you see Jack how things stand tisn't, as if we were serving for our bread we've all of us more or less, got the filthy lucre I am luckier, than some perhaps, there's no call for me to serve on. Roman 1000 none, in the world for you, or for us, except the regimental if you don't choose to answer to that of course. Gee don't be too hard on a man, you know that a lot of us only take up the thing for a few years, and then go back to town, and catch on with the rest. Roman 1000 not lots and they aren't some of us. Gee and then there are one's affairs at home to be considered me place, and the rents, and all that I don't suppose my father can last much longer, and that means the title and so on. Roman 1000 fraid you won't be entered in the stud book correctly, unless you go home take 6 months then, and come out in October, if I could slay off a brother or two I suppose. I should be a marquis of sorts, any fool can be that, but it needs men gadamen like you to lead flanking squadrons, properly, don't you delude yourself into the belief that you're going home to take your place, and prance about among pink-nosed cabuli dowagers, you aren't built that way I know better. Gee, a man has a right to live his life as happily as he can you aren't married. Roman 1000, na praise be to Providence, and the one or two women who have had the good sense to jawab me. Gee then, you don't know what it is to go into your own room, and see your wife's head on the pillow, and when everything else is safe, and the house shut up for the night to wonder whether the roof beams won't give and kill her. Roman 1000 aside revelations, first and second aloud, so I knew a man who got squiffy at our mess once, and confided to me that he never helped his wife onto her horse, without praying that she'd break her neck, before she came back all husbands aren't alike you see. Gee what on earth has that to do with my case? The man must ha been mad or his wife as bad as they make em. Roman 1000 aside no fault of yours, if either weren't all you say you've forgot the tune, when you were insane about the Harriet woman, you always were a good hand at forgetting. Allowed not more mad than men who go to the other extreme, be reasonable gaddy, your roof beams are sound enough. Gee that was only a way of speaking I've been uneasy. and worried about the wife ever since that awful business 3 years ago when I nearly lost her, can you wonder? Roman 1000. A shell never falls twice in the same place. You've paid your toll to misfortune, should your wife be picked out more than anybody else's. Gee, I can talk just as reasonably as you can, but you don't understand. And then there's the butcha deuce nose, where the ayah takes him to sit in the evening. He has a bit of a cough, haven't you noticed it? Roman 1000. Bosh, the brigadier's jumping out of his skin, with pure condition. He's got a muzzle like a rose leaf, and the chest of a 2-year-old. What's demoralized you? G funk, that's the long and the short of it, funk. Roman 1000. But what is there to funk? G everything, it's ghastly. Roman 1000. Ah, I see. You don't want to fight. And by jingo, when we do. You've got the kid, you've got the wife. You've got the money too. That's about the case, eh? Gee, I suppose that's it, but it's not for myself, it's because of them, at least I think it is. Roman 1000. Are you sure, looking at the matter in a cold-blooded light? The wife is provided for even if you were wiped out tonight. She has an ancestral home to go to, money, and the brigadier to carry on the illustrious name. Gee, then it is for myself, or because they are part of me? You don't see it, my life's so good, so pleasant as it is, that I want to make it quite safe, can't you understand? Roman 1000. Perfectly shelter pit for the officer's charger, as they say in the line. G and I have everything to my hand to make it so. I am sick of the strain and the worry for their sakes out here. And there isn't a single real difficulty to prevent my dropping it. Altogether, it'll only cost me, Jack. I hope y'all never know the shame that I've been going through for the past 6 months. Roman 1000. Hold on there. I don't wish to be told. Every man has his moods and tenses sometimes. G laughing bitterly. Has he? What do you call craning over to see where your near for lands? Roman 1000. In my case, it means that I have been on the considerable bend and have come to parade with a head and a hand. It passes in 3 strides. G lowering voice. It never passes with me, Jack. I'm always thinking about it. Phil Gadsby funking a fall on parade, sweet picture. Isn't it? Draw it for me. Roman 1000 gravely. Heaven forbid, a man like you can't be as bad as that. A fall is no nice thing, but one never gives it a thought. Gee, doesn't one wait till you've got a wife and a youngster of your own, and then y'all know how the roar of the squadron behind you turns you cold all up the back. Roman 1000 aside, and this man led it Amterin, after Bagel Deason went under and we were all mixed up together, and he came out of the show dripping like a butcher. Allowed skittles. The men can always open out, and you can always pick your way more or less. We haven't the dust to bother us as the men have, and whoever heard of a horse stepping on a man? Gee, never as long as he can see, but did they open out for poor Arrington? Roman 1000. Oh, this is childish. Gee, I know it is worse than that. I don't care. You've ridden Van Loo? Is he the sort of brute to pick his way specially when we're coming up in column of troop with any pace on? Roman 1000. Once in a blue moon do we gallop in column of troop, and then only to save time. Aren't 3 lengths enough for you? Gee, yes, quite enough. They just allow for the full development of the smash. I am talking like a cur, I know. But I tell you that for the past 3 months I've felt every hoof of the squadron in the small of my back, every time that I've led. Roman 1000. But Gaddy, this is awful. Gee, isn't it lovely, isn't it royal? A captain of the Pink Hussars, watering up his charger before parade like the blasted boozing colonel of a black regiment. Roman 1000. You never did. Gee, once only. He squelched like a mussuk, and the troop sergeant major cocked his eye at me. You know, old Haffy's eye. I was afraid to do it again. Roman 1000. I should think so. That was the best way to rupture old Van Loo's tummy and make him crumple you up. You knew that. Gee, I didn't care. It took the edge off him. Roman 1000. Took the edge off him. Gaddy yow yow you. Mustn't you know? Think of the men. Gee, that's another thing I am afraid of. Do you suppose they know? Roman 1000. Let's hope not, but they're a deadly quick to spot scrim little things of that kind. See here, old man, send the wife home for the hot weather, and come to Kashmir with me. Well, start a boat on the Dal, or cross the road and shoot ibex or loaf, which you please. Only come you're a bit off your oats, and you're a talking nonsense. Look at the colonel, swag-bellied rascal that he is. He has a wife and no end of a bow window of his own. Can any one of us ride round Himchickstones? And all I can't, and I think I can shove a crock along a bit. Gee, some men are different. I haven't the nerve, Lord help me. I haven't the nerve. I've taken up a hole and a half to get my knees well under the wallets. I can't help it. I am so afraid of anything happening to me on my soul. I ought to be broke in front of the squadron for cowardice. Roman 1000 ugly, word that I should never have the courage to own up. Gee, I meant to lie about my reasons when I began, but I've got out of the habit of lying to you, old man. Jack, you want, but I know you want. Roman 1000, of course, not half allowed. The pinks are paying dearly for their pride. G.A. Watt. Roman 1000, don't you know the men have called Mrs. Gadsby the pride of the pink hussars ever since she came to us? Gee, 'tisn't her fault, don't think that it's all mine. Roman 1000, what does she say? Gee, I haven't exactly put it before her. She's the best little woman in the world, Jack. And all that, but she wouldn't counsel a man to stick to his calling, if it came between him and her, at least I think. Roman 1000, never mind, don't tell her. What you told me, go on the peerage, and landed gentry tack. Gee, shed see through it, she's 5 times cleverer than I am. Roman 1000 aside then, shall accept the sacrifice, and think a little bit worse of him for the rest of her days. Gee, absently, I say, do you despise me? Roman 1000, queer way of putting it. Have you ever been asked that question? Think a minute, what answer used you to give? Gee, so bad as that I am not entitled to expect anything more, but it's a bit hard when one's best friend turns round and. Roman 1000, so I have found, but you will have consolations, bailiffs and drains, and liquid manure, and the Primrose League, and perhaps, if you're a lucky, the colonelcy of a yeomanry cavalry regimental uniform, and no writing, I believe. How old are you? G. 33, I know it's. Roman 1000 at 40 yowl, be a fool of a JP landlord at 50 yowl on a bath share. And the brigadier, if he takes after you, will be fluttering the dovecotes. Off what's the particular dunghill? You're going to also, Mrs. Gadsby will be fat. G. limply, this is rather more than a joke. Roman 1000 Diu, think so, isn't cutting the service a joke. It generally takes a man 50 years to arrive at it. You're quite right, though it is more than a joke. You've managed it in 33. Gee, don't make me feel worse than I do. Will it satisfy you if I own that I am a shirker, a scrimshanker, and a coward? Roman 1000, it will not, because I am the only man in the world who can talk to you like this. Without being knocked down, you mustn't take all that I've said to heart in this way. I only spoke ye a lot of it, at least out of pure selfishness. Because, oh damn it all, old man, I don't know what I shall do without you. Of course you've got the money, and the place, and all that, and there are 2 very good reasons why you should take care of yourself. G. doesn't make it any the sweeter I am backing out. I know, I always had a soft drop in me somewhere, and I daren't risk any danger to them. Roman 1000, why in the world should you're bound to think of your family, bound to think if I wasn't a younger son, I'd go tube shot if I wouldn't. Gee, thank you, Jack, it's a kind lie, but it's the blackest you've told for some time. I know what I am doing, and I'm going into it with my eyes open, old man. I can't help it. What would you do if you were in my place? Roman 1000 aside, couldn't conceive any woman getting permanently between me and the regiment allowed. Can't say very likely. I should do no better. I am sorry for you all, fly sorry, but if them's your sentiments, I believe, I really do, that you are acting wisely. GDU, I hope you do. In a whisper, Jack, be very sure of yourself. Before you marry, I am an ungrateful ruffian to say this, but marriage, even as good a marriage as mine, has been hampers a man's work. It cripples his sword arm. And oh, it plays hell with his notions of duty, sometimes good, and sweet as she is sometimes. I could wish that I had kept my freedom. No, I don't mean that exactly. Mrs. G, coming down the veranda, what are you wagging your head over, Pip? Roman 1000, turning quickly me, as usual, the old sermon, your husband is recommending me to get married. Never saw such a one-idead man. Mrs. G, well, why don't you? I dare say you would make some woman very happy. Gee, there's the law and the prophets, Jack. Never mind the regiment, make a woman happy aside, O Lord. Roman 1000, well, see, I must be off to make a troop cook desperately unhappy. I won't have the wily hussar fed on government bullock train. Shinbones hastily, surely black ants can't be good for the brigadier, he's picking him off the matting. And eating him here, Senator Commandante. Don Grubbanose, come and talk to me, lifts G Jr. in his arms. Want my watch? You won't be able to put it into your mouth. But you can try. G Jr. drops watch, breaking dial in hands. Mrs. G, oh, Captain Mafflin, I am so sorry, Jack, you bad little villain. Ah. Roman 1000, it's not the least consequence, I assure you he'd treat the world in the same way, if he could get it into his hands. Everything's made to be played with, and broken isn't it, young un? Mrs. G. Mafflin didn't at all like his watch being broken, though he was too polite to say, so it was entirely his fault for giving it to the child. Dem little puds, our wary feeble errant day my jack-in-box. To G, what did he want to see you for? G, regimental shop as usual. Mrs. G, the regiment, always the regiment on my word. I sometimes feel jealous of Mafflin. G, wearily poor old Jack. I don't think you need isn't it time for the butcher to have his nap. Bring a chair out here, dear, I've got something to talk over with you. And this is the end of the story of the Gadsbys. L'envoi. What is the moral who rides may read? When the night is thick and the tracks are blind, a friend at a pinch is a friend indeed, but a fool to wait for the laggard behind. Down to Gehenna or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone. White hands cling to the tightened rein, slipping the spur from the booted heel. Tenderest voices cry turn again. Red lips tarnish the scabbarded steel. High hopes faint on a warm hearthstone. He travels the fastest who travels alone. One may fall, but he falls by himself. Falls by himself with himself to blame. One may attain, and to him is the pelf. Loot of the city in gold of fame. Plunder of earth shall be all his own. Who travels the fastest and travels alone. Wherefore the more ye be holpen and stayed. Stayed by a friend in the hour of toil. Sing the heretical song I have made. His be the labor and yours be the spoil. Win by his aid and the aid of Dason. He travels the fastest who travels alone. Dre wara yaudi. For jealousy is the rage of a man, therefore he will not spare in the day of vengeance. Prov Romans 6. Almonds and raisins, sahib grapes from Kabul, or a pony of the rarest. If the sahib will only come with me, he is 13-3. Sahib plays polo, goes in a cart, carries a lady and holy kurshid. And the blessed imams, it is the sahib himself. My heart is made fat, and my eye glad. May you never be tired, as is cold water in the Tura, so is the sight of a friend in a far place. And what do you in this accursed land south of Delhi, sahib? You know the saying, rats are the men, and trolls the women. It was an order, ahu, an order is an order. Till one is strong enough to disobey. O my brother, O my friend, we have met in an auspicious hour. Is all well in the heart, and the body, and the house in a lucky day, have we two come together again. I am to go with you, your favor is great. Will there be picatroom in the compound? I have 3 horses, and the bundles and the horseboy moreover. Remember that the police here hold me a horse thief. What do these lowland bastards know of horse thieves, do you remember? That time in Peshawar when Camel hammered on the gates of Jumrid Mountebank, that he wasn't lifted the colonel's horses all in one night. Camel is dead now, but his nephew has taken up the matter, and there will be more horses a-missing if the Khyber levies do not look to it. Peace of God and the favor of his prophet be upon this house, and all that is in it. Shafazella rope the mottled mare under the tree, and draw water the horses can stand in the sun, but double the felts over the loins. Nay, my friend, do not trouble to look them over, they are to sell to the officer fools, who know so many tilings of the horse. The mare is heavy and full, the grey is a devil unlicked, and the dunbutt, you know the trick of the peg. When they are sold I go back to Pubby, or it may be the valley of Peshawar. O friend of my heart, it is good to see you again. I have been bowing and lying all day to the officer sahibs in respect to those horses, and my mouth is dry for straight talk. Augur, before a meal tobacco is good. Do not join me, for we are not in our own country. Sit in the veranda, and I will spread my cloth here, but first I will drink in the name of God returning. Thanks thrice, this is sweet water, indeed sweet as the water of Shioran when it comes from the snows. They are all well and pleased in the North Kota Baksh, and the others. Yarkhan has come down with the horses from Kurdistan 6, and 30 head only and a full half-pack. Bunisend has said openly in the Kashmir Sarai that you English should send guns and blow the Emir into hell. There are 15 rolls now on the Kabul road. And at Dhaka, when he thought he was clear, Yarkhan was stripped of all his bulk stallions by the governor. This is a great injustice, and Yarkhan is hot with rage. And of the others, Mahbub Ali is still at Pubby writing God knows what. Tughlaq Khan is in jail for the business of the Kohat police post. Faiz Beg came down from Ismailki Dira with a Baccariot belt for thee, my brother, at the closing of the year. But none knew whither thou hadst gone. There was no news left behind. The cousins have taken a new run near Packbitten to breed mules for the government carts. And there is a story in Bazaar of a priest. Oho, such a salt tale, listen. Sahib, why do you ask that my clothes are fouled? Because of the dust on the road, my eyes are sad. Because of the glare of the sun, my feet are swollen. Because I have washed them in bitter water. And my cheeks are hollow. Because the food here is bad fire, burn your money. What do I want? With it I am rich, and I thought you were my friend. But you are like the other Sahib, is a man sad. Give him money, say the Sahibs. Is he dishonored? Give him money, say the Sahibs. Hath he a wrong upon his head? Give him money, say the Sahibs. Such are the Sahibs, and such art thou even thou. Nay, do not look at the feet of the done. Pity it is that I ever taught you to know the legs of a horse footsore. Be it so? What of that? The roads are hard, and the mare footsore, she bears a double burden, Sahib. And now I pray you give me permission to depart. Great favor and honor has the Sahib done me, and graciously has he shown his belief that the horses are stolen. Will it please him to send me to the thana to call a sweeper, and have me led away by one of these lizard men? I am the Sahib's friend. I have drunk water in the shadow of his house, and he has blackened my face. Remains there anything more to do? Will the Sahib give me 8 annas to make smooth the injury and complete the insult? Forgive me, my brother, I knew not I. No, not know what I say. Yes, I lied to you. I will put dust on my head, and I am in a fritty. The horses have been marched footsore from the valley to this place. And my eyes are dim, and my body aches for the want of sleep, and my heart is dried up with sorrow and shame. But as it was my shame, so by God the dispenser of justice be Allahul Mumatit shall be my own revenge. We have spoken together with naked hearts before this, and our hands have dipped into the same dish. And thou hast been to me as a brother, therefore I pay thee back with lies, and ingratitudias a patan. Listen now, when the grief of the soul is too heavy for endurance, it may be a little eased by speech, and moreover the mind of a true man is as a well, and the pebble of confession dropped therein sinks, and is no more seen from the valley. Have I come on foot league by league with a fire in my chest like the fire of the pit? And why hast thou then so quickly forgotten our customs among this folk, who sell their wives and their daughters for silver? Come back with me to the north, and be among men once more. Come back, when this matter is accomplished. And I call for thee. The bloom of the peach orchards is upon all the valley, and here is only dust, and a great stink. There is a pleasant wind among the mulberry trees, and the streams are bright with snow water, and the caravans go up, and the caravans go down, and 100 fires sparkle in the gut of the pass, and tent peg answers hammernose and packhorse squeals to packhorse across the drift smoke of the evening. It is good in the north now. Come back with me, let us return to our own people. Come. Whence is my sorrow? Does a man tear out his heart, and make fritters thereof over a slow fire, for aught other than a woman? Do not laugh, friend of mine, for your time will also be a woman of the Abazai. Was she, and I took her to wife to staunch the feud between our village and the men of Gore. I am no longer young, the lime has touched my beard. True, I had no need of the wedding, nay, but I loved her. What saith Raman, into whose heart love enters there is folly, and naught else. By a glance of the eye she hath blinded thee, and by the eyelids and the fringe of the eyelids taken thee into the captivity without ransom. And naught else. Dost thou remember that song at the sheep roasting in the Pindi camp, among the Uzbegs of the Amir? The Abazai are dogs, and their women the servants of sin. There was a lover of her own people, but of that her father told me not. My friend, curse for me in your prayers, as I curse at each praying from the Fakir to the Isha, the name of Daud Shah Abazai, whose head is still upon his neck, whose hands are still upon his wrists, who has done me dishonor, who has made my name a laughingstock among the women of Little Malakand. I went into Hindustan at the end of 2 months. To Charat, I was gone 12 days only, but I had said that I would be 15 days absent. This I did to try her, for it is written, trust not the incapable. Coming up the gorge alone, in the falling of the light, I heard the voice of a man singing at the door of my house, and it was the voice of Daud Shah, and the song that he sang was Dre Wara Yao Di. All three are one. It was as though a heel rope had been slipped round my heart, and all the devils were drawing it tight past endurance. I crept silently up the hill road, but the fuse of my matchlock was wetted with the rain, and I could not slay Daud Shah from afar. Moreover, it was in my mind to kill the woman also. Thus he sang, sitting outside my house. And anon the woman opened the door, and I came nearer, crawling on my belly among the rocks. I had only my knife to my hand, but a stone slipped under my foot, and the two looked down the hillside, and he, leaving his matchlock, fled from my anger because he was afraid for the life that was in him. But the woman moved not till I stood in front of her, crying, O woman, what is this that thou hast done? And she, void of fear, though she knew my thought, laughed, saying, It is a little thing. I loved him, and thou art a dog and cattle thief coming by night strike. And I, being still blinded by her beauty, for, O my friend, the women of the Abazai are very fair, said, Hast thou no fear? And she answered, None but only the fear that I do not die. Then said, I have no fear, and she bowed her head. and I smote it off at the neckbone so that it leaped between my feet. Thereafter the rage of our people came upon me. And I hacked off the breasts that the men of Little Malacan might know the crime, and cast the body into the watercourse that flows to the Cobble River Drewara Yaudi Drewara, Yaudi, the body without the head, the soul without light, and my own darkling heart, all three are one. That night, making no halt, I went to Gore and demanded news of Daoud. Shah men, said he, is gone to Pubby for horses. What wouldst thou of him? There is peace between the villages, I made answer, I the peace of treachery, and the love that the devil Atala bore to Gurel. So I fired thrice into the gate and laughed and went my way. In those hours, brother and friend of my heart's heart, the moon, and the stars were as blood above me, and in my mouth was the taste of dry earth. Also I broke no bread, and my drink was the rain of the valley of Gore upon my face. At Pubby I found Mahbub Ali the writer sitting upon his charpy, and gave up my arms according to your law. But I was not grieved, for it was in my heart that I should kill Daoud Shah with my bare hands. Theuses, a man strips a bunch of raisins. Mahbub Ali said Daoud Shah has even now gone hotfoot to Peshawar, and he will pick up his horses upon the road to Delhi. For it is said that the Bombay Tramway Company are buying horses there by the truckload, 8 horses to the truck, and that was a true saying. Then I saw that the hunting would be no little thing, for the man was gone into your borders, to save himself against my wrath. And shall he save himself, so am I not alive though he run northward to the Dora, and the snow, or southerly to the black water, I will follow him as a lover follows the footsteps of his mistress, and coming upon him, I will take him tenderly, aho, so tenderly in my arms, saying, well hast thou done, and well shalt thou be repaid. And out of that embrace Daoud Shah shall not go forth with the breath in his nostrils. Augur, where is the pitcher? I am as thirsty as a mother mare in the first month. Your law, what is your law to me? When the horses fight on the runs, do they regard the boundary pillars, or do the kites of Ali Masjid forbear? Because the carrion lies under the shadow of Gore Kutri. The matter began across the border. It shall finish where God pleases, here in my own country, or in hell. All three are one. Listen now, sharer of the sorrow of my heart, and I will tell of the hunting I followed to Peshawar from Pubby. And I went to and fro about the streets of Peshawar like a houseless dog, seeking for my enemy. Once I thought I saw him washing his mouth in the conduit in the big square, but when I came up he was gone. It may be that it was he, and seeing my face he had fled. A girl of the bazaar said that he would go to Noshira. I said, O heart's heart, does Daoud Shah visit thee? And she said, even so. I said I would fain see him, for we be friends parted for 2 years. Hide me, I pray, here in the shadow of the window shutter, and I will wait for his coming. And the girl said, O Patan, look into my eyes. And I turned, leaning upon her breast, and looked into her eyes, swearing that I spoke the very truth of God. But she answered, never friend waited friend with such eyes lie to God and the prophet. But to a woman ye cannot lie. Get hence, there shall be no harm befall Daoud Shah by cause of me. I would have strangled that girl but for the fear of your police, and thus the hunting would have come to naught. Therefore I only laughed and departed, and she leaned over the window bar in the night, and mocked me down the street. Her name is Jamun. When I have made my account with the man, I will return to Peshawar, and her lovers shall desire her no more for her beauty's sake. She shall not be Jamun, but Act the cripple among trees. Ho ho, Act shall she be. At Peshawar I bought the horses and grapes, and the almonds and dried fruits, that the reason of my wanderings might be open to the government, and that there might be no hindrance upon the road. But when I came to Noshira he was gone, and I knew not where to go. I stayed one day at Noshira, and in the night a voice spoke in my ears as I slept among the horses all night. It flew round my head and would not cease. From whispering I was upon my belly, sleeping as the devils sleep. And it may have been that the voice was the voice of a devil. It said, go south, and thou shalt come upon Daoud Shah. Listen, my brother and chiefest among friends, listen. Is the tale a long one? Think how it was long to me. I have trodden every league of the road from Pubby to this place, and from Noshira my guide was only the voice and the lust of vengeance. To the Udik I went, but that was no hindrance to me. Ho, ho, a man may turn the word twice even in his trouble. The Udik was no Udik obstacle to me. And I heard the voice above the noise of the waters beating on the big rock, saying, go to the right. So I went to Pindigheb, and in those days my sleep was taken from me utterly, and the head of the woman of the Abazai was before me night and day, even as it had fallen between my feet. Drewara, Yaudi fire ashes, and my couch. All three are one, all three are one. Now I was far from the winter path of the dealers who had gone to Sialkot, and so south by the rail and the big road to the line of cantonments. But there was a sahib in camp at Pindigheb who bought from me a white mare at a good price, and told me that one day Ud Shah had passed to Shopper with horses, Then I saw that the warning of the voice was true and made swift to come to the salt hills. The Jalem was in flood, but I could not wait. And in the crossing, a bay stallion was washed down, and drowned herein was God hard to menot in respect of the beast of that I had no care but in this snatching. While I was upon the right bank, urging the horses into the water, Daud Shah was upon the left for Algias, hoofs of my mare scattered the hot ashes of his fires when we came up the hither bank in the light of morning. But he had fled, his feet were made swift by the terror of death, and I went south from Shopper, as the kite flies. I dared not turn aside, lest I should miss my vengeance. Which is my right from Shopper I skirted by the Jalem, for I thought that he would avoid the desert of the Richna. But presently at Sahaval, I turned away upon the road to Jahang, Samundry, and Gujara, till upon a night the mottled mare breasted the fence of the rail that turns to Montgomery, and that place was Okara, and the head of the woman of the Abazai lay upon the sand between my feet. Thence I went to Fazilka, and they said that I was mad to bring starved horses there. The voice was with me, and I was not mad, but only wearied because I could not find Daud Shah. It was written that I should not find him at Rania nor Bahadurgar, and I came into Delhi from the west, and there also I found him not, my friend. I have seen many strange things in my wanderings. I have seen devils rioting across the Richna, as the stallions riot in spring. I have heard the jinns calling to each other from holes in the sand, and I have seen them pass before my face. There are no devils. Say the sahibs they are very wise, but they do not know all things about devils or horses. Ho ho, I say to you, who are laughing at my misery, that I have seen the devils at high noon whooping and leaping on the shoals of the Chenab. And was I afraid, my brother, when the desire of a man is set upon one thing alone, he fears neither God nor man, nor devil. If my vengeance failed, I would splinter the gates of paradise with the butt of my gun, or I would cut my way into hell with my knife. And I would call upon those who govern there for the body of Daud Shah. What love so deep as hate? Do not speak, I know the thought in your heart. Is the white of this eye clouded? How does the blood beat at the wrist? There is no madness in my flesh, but only the vehemence of the desire that has eaten me up. Listen. South of Delhi, I knew not the country at all, therefore I cannot say where I went, but I passed through many cities. I knew only that it was laid upon me to go south. When the horses could march no more, I threw myself upon the earth, and waited till the day. There was no sleep with me in that journeying, and that was a heavy burden dust. Thou know, brother of mine, the evil of wakefulness that cannot break when the bones are sore for lack of sleep, and the skin of the temples twitches with weariness, and yet there is no sleep. There is no sleep. Drewara, Yaudi Drewara, Yaudi, the eye of the sun, the eye of the moon, and my own unrestful eyes, all three are one, all three are one. There was a city, the name whereof I have forgotten, and there the voice called all night. That was 10 days ago. It has cheated me afresh. I have come hither from a place called Hamirpur, and behold, it is my fate that I should meet with thee to my comfort, and the increase of friendship. This is a good omen. By the joy of looking upon thy face, the weariness has gone from my feet, and the sorrow of my so long travel is forgotten. Also my heart is peaceful, for I know that the end is near. It may be that I shall find Daud Shah in the city going northward, since a hillman will ever head back to his hills when the spring warns, and shall he see those hills of our country? Surely I shall overtake him. Surely my vengeance is safe. Surely God hath him in the hollow of his hand against my claiming. There shall no harm befall Daud Shah till I come, for I would fain kill him quick and whole, with the life sticking firm in his body. A pomegranate is sweetest when the cloves break away unwilling from the rind. Let it be in the daytime, that I may see his face, and my delight may be crowned. And when I have accomplished the matter, and my honor is made clean, I shall return thanks unto God, the holder of the scale of the law, and I shall sleep from the night through the day. And into the night again I shall sleep, and no dream shall trouble me. And now, O my brother, the tale is all told. Ahi, ahi, algias ahi. The judgment of Dungara. See the pale martyr with his shirt on fire, printer's error. They tell the tale even now among the groves of the Burbulda Hill, and for corroboration point to the roofless and windowless mission house, the great god Dungara, the god of things, as they are most terrible. One bearing the red elephant tusk did it all, and he who refuses to believe in Dungara will assuredly be smitten by the madness of Yat, the madness that fell upon the sons and the daughters of the Bariakal when they turned aside from Dungara and put on clothes. So says Athon Days, who is high priest of the shrine and warden of the red elephant tusk. But if you ask the assistant collector, an agent in charge of the Bariakal, he will laugh, not because he bears any malice against missions, but because he himself saw the vengeance of Dungara executed upon the spiritual children of the Reverend Justice Crank pastor of the Tübingen mission, and upon Lotta his virtuous wife. Transcribers note the E in Athon days has an acute accent. Yet if ever a man merited good treatment of the gods, it was the Reverend Justice one time of Heidelberg, who on the faith of a call went into the wilderness, and took the blonde blue-eyed Lotta with him. We will these heathen now by idolatrous practices, so dark and better make said justice in the early days of his career, yes. He added with conviction, they shall be good, and shall with their hands. To work learn, for all good Christians must work. And upon a stipend more modest even than that of an English Lariator Justice Crank, kept house beyond Kamala, and the gorge of Malir, beyond the Burbelde River close to the foot of the blue hill of Panth, on whose summit stands the temple of Dungarain, the heart of the country of the Beria colt, naked, good-tempered, timid, shameless, lazy Beria call. Do you know what life at a mission outpost means? Try to imagine a loneliness exceeding that of the smallest station to which government has ever sent you, isolation that weighs upon the waking eyelids and drives you by force headlong into the labors of the day. There is no post, there is no one of your own color to speak to, there are no roads, there is indeed food to keep you alive. But it is not pleasant to eat, and whatever of good or beauty or interest there is in your life must come from yourself and the grace that may be planted in you. In the morning, with a patter of soft feet, the converts, the doubtful, and the open scoffers troop up to the veranda. You must be infinitely kind and patient, and above all clear-sighted, for you deal with the simplicity of childhood, the experience of man, and the subtlety of the savage. Your congregation have 100 material wants to be considered, and it is for you, as you believe in your personal responsibility to your Maker, to pick out of the clamoring crowd any grain of spirituality that may lie therein. If, to the cure of souls, you add that of bodies, your task will be all the more difficult, for the sick and the maimed will profess any and every creed for the sake of healing, and will laugh at you because you are simple enough to believe them. As the day wears and the impetus of the morning dies away, there will come upon you an overwhelming sense of the uselessness of your toil. This must be striven against, and the only spur in your side will be the belief that you are playing against the devil. For the living soul, it is a great, a joyous belief. But he who can hold it unwavering for 24 consecutive hours must be blessed with an abundantly strong physique and equable nerve. Ask the gray heads of the Bannockburn Medical Crusade what manner of life their preachers lead. Speak to the Racine Gospel Agency, those lean Americans whose boast is that they go where no Englishman dare follow. Get a pastor of the Tübingen mission to talk of his experience, as if you will be referred to the printed reports. But these contain no mention of the men who have lost youth and health, all that a man may lose except faith. In the wilds of English maidens who have gone forth and died in the fever-stricken jungle of the Panth Hills, knowing from the first that death was almost a certainty. Few pastors will tell you of these things, any more than they will speak of that young David of St. Bees, who, set apart for the Lord's work, broke down in utter desolation, and returned half distraught to the head mission, crying, "There is no God, but I have walked with the devil." The reports are silent here, because heroism, failure, doubt, despair, and self-abnegation, on the part of a mere cultured white man, are things of no weight as compared to the saving of one half-human soul from a fantastic faith in wood spirits, goblins of the rock, and river fiends. And Gallio, the assistant collector of the countryside, cared for none of these things. He had been long in the district, and the Bariakal loved him and brought him offerings of speared fish orchids from the dim, moist heart of the forests, and as much game as he could eat in return. He gave them quinine, and with Athon days the high priest controlled their simple policies. When you have been some years in the country, said Gallio at the crank's table, you grow to find one creed as good as another. Ill give you all the assistance in my power, of course. But don't hurt my Bariakal, they are a good people, and they trust me. I will them the word of the Lord teach, said Justice, his round face beaming with enthusiasm, and I will assuredly to their prejudices no wrong hastily without thinking make. But oh my friend, this in the mind impartiality off judgment bellowing is very bad. Hey-ho, said Gallio, I have their bodies and the district to see to. But you can try what you can do for their souls, only don't behave as your predecessor did, or I am afraid that I can't guarantee your life. And that, said Lotta sturdily, handing him a cup of tea. He went up to the temple of Dungarato, be sure he was new to the country, and began hammering old Dungara over the head with an umbrella. So the Bariakal turned out and hammered him, rather savagely. I was in the district, and he sent a runner to me with a note saying persecuted for the Lord's sake send wing of regiment. The nearest troops were about 200 miles off. But I guessed what he had been doing. I rode to Panth, and talked to old Athon days like a father telling him that a man of his wisdom ought to have known that the Sahib had sunstroke, and was mad. You never saw a people more sorry in your life. Athon days apologized, sent wood and milk and fowls, and all sorts of things. And I gave 5 rupees to the shrine and told McNamara that he had been injudicious. He said that I had bowed down in the house of Rimmon, but if he had only just gone over the brow of the hill and insulted Palin, Dio the idol of the Surya Call, he would have been impaled on a charred bamboo long before I could have done anything. And then I should have had to have hanged some of the poor brutes. Be gentle with them, Padrabut, I don't think y'all do much. Not I said justice, but my master, we will with the little children begin, many of them will be sick, that is so, after the children the mothers, and then the men, but I would greatly that you were in internal sympathies with us prefer. Gallio departed to risk his life in mending the rotten bamboo bridges of his people, in killing a too persistent tiger here or there, in sleeping out in the reeking jungle, or in tracking the Surya Call raiders, who had taken a few heads from their brethren of the Beria clan. He was a knock-kneed shambling young man, naturally devoid of creed or reverence, with a longing for absolute power, which his undesirable district gratified. No one wants my post, he used to say grimly, and my collector only pokes his nose in when he's quite certain that there is no fever. I am monarch of all I survey, and Athon days is my viceroy. Because Gallio prided himself on his supreme disregard of human life, though, he never extended the theory beyond his own, naturally, rode 40 miles to the mission, with a tiny brown girl baby on his saddle. Here is something for you, Padre said. He the calls leave their surplus children to die, don't see why they shouldn't. But you may rear this one. I picked it up beyond the Burbalda fork. I've a notion that the mother has been following me through the woods ever since. It is the first of the fold, said Justice, and Lotta caught up the screaming morsel to her bosom, and hushed it craftily while, as a wolf hangs in the field, Madui, who had borne it, and in accordance with the law of her tribe, had exposed it to die, panted, weary, and footsore in the bamboo brake, watching the house with hungry mother eyes. What would the omnipotent assistant collector do? Would the little man in the black coat eat her daughter alive, as Athon days said, was the custom of all men in black coats? Matui waited among the bamboos through the long night, and in the morning there came forth a fair white woman, the like of whom Matui had never seen, and in her arms was Matui's daughter clad in spotless raiment. Lotta knew little of the tongue of the Beria call, but when mother calls to mother, speech is easy to follow by the hands stretched timidly to the hem of her gown, by the passionate gutturals, and the longing eyes. Lotta understood with whom she had to deal, so Madui took her child. Agin would be a servant, even a slave, to this wonderful white woman for her own tribe, would recognize her no more, and Lotta wept with her exhaustively after the German fashion, which includes much blowing of the nose. First the child, then the mother, and last the man, and to the glory of God all, said Justice, the hopeful, and the man came with a bow and arrows, very angry indeed, for there was no one to cook for him. But the tale of the mission is a long one, and I have no space to show how Justice, forgetful of his injudicious predecessor, grievously smote Modo, the husband of Madui, for his brutality. How Modo was startled, but being released from the fear of instant death, took heart and became the faithful ally and first convert of Justice. How the little gathering grew to the huge disgust of Athon days. How the priest of the god of things, as they are argued subtly, with priest of the god of things as they should be, and was worsted. How the dews of the temple of Dungara fell away in fowls and fish, and honeycomb. How Lotta learnt the curse of Eve among the women, and how Justice did his best to introduce the curse of Adam. How the Beriakal rebelled at this, saying that their god was an idol god, and how Justice partially overcame their scruples against work, and taught them that the black earth was rich in other produce than pig nuts only. All these things belong to the history of many months, and throughout those months, the white-haired Athon days meditated revenge for the tribal neglect of Dungara. With savage cunning, he feigned friendship towards Justice, even hinting at his own conversion. But to the congregation of Dungara, he said darkly, they of the Padri's flock have put on clothes and worship a busy god, therefore Dungara will afflict them grievously, till they throw themselves howling into the waters of the Burbalda. At night the red elephant tusk boomed and groaned among the hills, and the faithful waked, and said the god of things, as they are matures, revenge against the backsliders, be merciful Dungara to us thy children, and give us all their crops. Late in the cold weather the collector and his wife came into the Beriakal country. Go and look at Crank's mission, said Gallio. He is doing good work in his own way. And I think he'd be pleased if you opened the bamboo chapel that he has managed to run up. At any rate y'all see a civilized burial call. Great was the stir in the mission, now he and the gracious lady will that we have done good work with their own eyes see and yes we will him our converts in all their new clothes, by their own hands constructed exhibit. It will a great day before the Lord, always said Justice. And Lotta said Amen. Justice had in his quiet way felt jealous of the Basel weaving mission, his own converts being unhandy. But Athon days had latterly induced some of them to hackle the glossy silky fibers of a plant that grew plenteously on the Panth hills. It yielded a cloth white and smooth, almost as the tapper of the South Seas. And that day, the converts were to wear for the first time clothes made therefrom. Justice was proud of his work. They shall in white clothes clothed to meet the collector, and his well-born lady come down singing, now thank we all our God. Then he will the chapel open and Evan Gallio to believe, will begin stand so my children two by two and Lotta. Why do they thus themselves bescratch? It is not seemly to wriggle Nala my child, the collector will be here and be pained. The collector, his wife and Gallio climbed the hill to the mission station. The converts were drawn up in two lines. A shining band nearly 40 strong said the collector, whose acquisitive bent of mind led him to believe that he had fostered the institution from the first advancing, I see by leaps and bounds. Never was truer word spoken. The mission was advancing exactly, as he had said at first, by little hops and shuffles of shamefaced uneasiness, but soon by the leaps of fly-stung horses, and the bounds of maddened kangaroos from the hill of Panth. The red elephant tusk delivered a dry and anguished blare, the ranks of the converts wavered broke, and scattered with yells and shrieks of pain, while Justice and Lotta stood horror-stricken. It is the judgment of Dungara, shouted a voice, I burn to the river, or we die. The mob wheeled and headed for the rocks that overhung the Burbalda, writhing, stamping, twisting, and shedding its garments, as it ran pursued by the thunder of the trumpet of Dungara. Justice, and Lotta fled to the collector, almost in tears. I cannot understand, yesterday panted Justice. They had the 10 commandments. What is this? Praise the Lord all good spirits by land and by sea. Nala, oh shame. With a bound and a scream there alighted on the rocks above their heads Nala, once the pride of the mission, a maiden of 14 summers, good, docile, and virtuoso, naked as the dawn and spitting like a wildcat. Was it for this, she raved, hurling her petticoat at Justice, was it for this I left my people, and Dungaraffer, the fires of your bad place, blind ape, little earthworm, dried fish, that you said that I should never burn, O Dungara, I burn now, have mercy God of things as they are. She turned and flung herself into the Burbalda, and the trumpet of Dungara bellowed jubilantly. The last of the converts of the Tubingen mission had put a quarter of a mile of rapid river between herself and her teachers. Yesterday, gulped Justice, she taught in the school ABC Roman 500. Oh, it is the work of Satan. But Gallio was curiously regarding the maiden's petticoat where it had fallen at his feet. He felt its texture, drew back his shirt sleeve beyond the deep tan of his wrist, and pressed a fold of the cloth against the flesh, a blotch of angry red rose on the white skin. Ah, said Gallio calmly, I thought so. What is it? Said Justice. I should call it the shirt of Nessus, but where did you get the fiber of this cloth from? Athon days, said Justice. He showed the boys how it should manufactured be. The old fox, do you know that he has given you the Nilgiri nettle scorpion Gerardinia heterophyllato? Work up, no wonder they squirmed. Why, it stings even when they make bridge ropes of it. Unless it's soaked for 6 weeks, the cunning brute, it would take about half an hour to burn through their thick hides, and then. Gallio burst into laughter, but Lotta was weeping in the arms of the collector's wife, and Justice had covered his face with his hands. Gerardinia heterophylla, repeated Gallio crank. Why didn't you tell me I could have saved you this woven fire? Anybody but a naked call would have known it. And if I am a judge of their ways, y'all never get them back. He looked across the river to where the converts were still wallowing and wailing in the shallows, and the laughter died out of his eyes, for he saw that the Tubingen mission to the Beriakal was dead. Never again, though they hung mournfully round the deserted school for 3 months, could Lotta or Justice coax back even the most promising of their flock know the end of conversion was the fire of the bad place fire that ran through the limbs and gnawed into the bones. Who dare a second time tempt the anger of Dungara? Let the little man and his wife go elsewhere. The Beriakal would have none of them. An unofficial message to Athon days that if a hair of their heads were touched, Athon days and the priests of Dungara would be hanged by Gallio at the temple shrine, protected justice and Lada from the stumpy poisoned arrows of the Bariakal, but neither fish nor foul honeycomb salt, nor young pig were brought to their doors any more, and alas man cannot live by grace alone, if meat be wanting. Let us go, mine wife, said Justice. There is no good here, and the Lord has willed that some other man shall the work tacking good timing his own good time, we will go away, and I will I some botany bestudy. If anyone is anxious to convert the Bariakal, afresh there lies at least the core of a mission house, under the hill of Panth, but the chapel and school have long since fallen back into jungle. At Howlithona, his own shoe his own head native proverb. As a messenger if the heart of the presence be moved to so great favor, and on 6 rupees yes sahib, for I have 3 little children whose stomachs are always empty and corn, is now but 40 pounds to the rupee, I will make so clever a messenger that you shall all day long be pleased with me, and at the end of the year bestow a turban I know all the roads of the station, and many other things aha sahib I am clever, give me service I was aforetime in the police a bad character now, without doubt. An enemy has told this tale, never was I a scamp, I am a man of clean heart. And all my words are true they knew this when I was in the police they said if Sal Khan is a true speaker in whose words men may trust I am a Delhi Patan Sahibal. Delhi Patans are good men you have seen Delhi yes. It is true that there be many scamps among the Delhi Patans how wise is the Sahib, nothing is hid from his eyes, and he will make me his messenger and I will take all his notes secretly, and without ostentation. Nay, Sahib, God is my witness that I meant no evil. I have long desired to serve under a true Sahiba virtuous Sahib. Many young Sahibs are as devils unchained with these Sahibs. I would take no service not, though all the stomachs of my little children were crying for bread. Why am I not still in the police? I will speak true talk and evil. Came to the Thanato, Ram Baksh the Havildar and Mala Baksh, and Jugat Ram and Bim Singh, and Suraj Bul Ram Baksh is in the jail for a space, and so also is Mala Baksh. It was at the Thana of Howley on the road that leads to Gokral Sidaran, wherein are many dacoits we were all brave men Rustums, wherefore we were sent to that Thana, which was 8 miles from the next Thana all day, and all night we watched for dacoits. Why does the sa laugh? Nay, I will make a confession, the dacoits were too clever, and seeing this, we made no further trouble. It was in the hot, whether what can a man do in the hot days, is the Sahib, who is so strongies he even vigorous in that hour, we made an arrangement with the dacoits for the sake of peace that was the work of the Havildar, who was fat ho sahib, he is now getting thin in the jail among the carpets. The Havildar said, give us no trouble. And we will give you no trouble at the end of the reaping. Send us a man to lead before the judge a man of infirm mind against whom the trumpet-up case will break down. Thus, we shall save our honor to this talk. The dacoits agreed, and we had no trouble at the Thana, and could eat melons in peace sitting upon our charpoys all day long. Sweet as sugar cane are the melons of Howley. Now there was an assistant commissioner, a stunt sahib in that district, called Yunkum Sahib. Aha, he was hard, even as is the sahib, who without doubt will give me the shadow of his protection. Many eyes had Yunkum Sahib, and moved quickly through his district. Men called him the tiger of Gokral Sidaran, because he would arrive unannounced and make his kill, and before sunset would be giving trouble to the Tehsildars 30 miles away. No one knew the comings or the goings of Yunkum Sahib. He had no camp, and when his horse was weary, he rode upon a devil carriage. I do not know its name, but the Sahib sat in the midst of 3 silver wheels that made no creaking and drave them with his legs, prancing like a beamed horse. This, a shadow of a hawk upon the fields, was not more without noise than the devil carriage of Yunkum Sahib. It was here, it was there, it was gone, and the rapport was made. And there was trouble. Asked the Tehsildar of Rohestri how the henstealing came to be known. Sahib. It fell upon a night that we of the Thana slept according to custom upon our charpoys, having eaten the evening meal and drunk tobacco. When we awoke in the morning, behold, of our 6 rifles, not one remained. Also the big police book that was in the Havildar's charge was gone. Seeing these things, we were very much afraid, thinking on our parts that the dacoits, regardless of honor, had come by night and put us to shame. Then said Ram Baksh the Havildar, be silent, the business is an evil business. But it may yet go well, let us make the case complete. Bring a kid, and my tulwar. See you not now, O fools, a kick for a horse, but a word is enough for a man. We of the Thana, perceiving quickly what was in the mind of the Havildar, and greatly fearing that the service would be lost, made haste to take the kid into the inner room, and attended to the words of the Havildar. 20 dacoits came, said the Havildar, and we, taking his words, repeated after him according to custom. There was a great fight, said the Havildar, and of us no man escaped unhurt. The bars of the window were broken. Suraj bull, see thou to that. And O men, put speed into your work, for a runner must go with the news to the tiger of Gokral Sitaran. Thereon Suraj bull, leaning with his shoulder break in the bars of the window. And I, beating her with a whip, made the Havildar's mare skip among the melons, till they were much trodden with hoofprints. These things being made, I returned to the Thana, and the goat was slain, and certain portions of the walls were blackened with fire. And each man dipped his clothes a little into the blood of the goat. Know, O Sahib, that a wound made by man upon his own body can by those skilled be easily discerned from a wound wrought by another man. Therefore the Havildar, taking his tulwar, smote one of us lightly on the forearm in the fat, and another on the leg, and a third on the back of the hand. Thus dealt he with all of us till the blood came, and Suraj bull, more eager than the others, took out much hair. O Sahib, never was so perfect an arrangement, yea, even I would have sworn that the Thana had been treated, as we said there was smoke and breaking, and blood and trampled earth. Ride now Mala back, said the Havildar, to the house of the Stunt Sahib, and carry the news of the dacoity. Do you also, O Afzal Khan, run there, and take heed that you are mired with sweat and dust on your incoming. The blood will be dry on the clothes. I will stay, and send a straight report to the Dipti Sahib, and we will catch certain that ye know of villagers, so that all may be ready against the Dipti Sahib's arrival. Thus Mala Baksh rode, and I ran hanging on the stirrup, and together we came in an evil plight before the tiger of Gokral Sitaran in the Rohestri Tasel. Our tale was long and correct, Sahib, for we gave even the names of the dacoits and the issue of the fight, and besought him to come. But the tiger made no sign, and only smiled after the manner of Sahibs, when they have a wickedness in their hearts. Swear ye to the rapport, said he, and we said, thy servants swear. The blood of the fight is but newly dry upon us. Judge thou if it be the blood of the servants of the presence or not. And he said, I see ye have done well. But he did not call for his horse or his devil carriage, and scour the land as was his custom. He said, rest now, and eat bread, for ye be wearied men. I will wait the coming of the Dipti Sahib. Now it is the order that the Havildar of the Thana should send a straight report of all dacoities to the Dipti Sahib. At noon came he, a fat man, and an old and overbearing withal. But we of the Thana had no fear of his anger, dreading more the silences of the tiger of Gokral Sitaran. With him came Ram Baksh the Havildar, and the others guarding 10 men of the village of Haulial men, evil affected towards the police of the Sirkar. As prisoners, they came the irons upon their hands, crying for mercy. Imam Baksh the farmer, who had denied his wife to the Havildar, and others, ill-conditioned rascals against whom we of the Thane bore spite. It was well done, and the Havildar was proud, but the Dipti Sahib was angry with the stunt for lack of zeal, and said damn after the custom of the English people, and extolled the Havildar. Yunkum Sahib lay still in his long chair. Have the men sworn, said Yunkum Sahib. Aye, and captured 10 evildoers, said the Dipti Sahib. There be more abroad in your charge. Take horse ride, and go in the name of the Sirkar. Truly, there be more evildoers abroad, said Yunkum Sahib, but there is no need of a horse. Come all men with me. I saw the mark of a string on the temples of Imam Baksh. Does the presence know the torture of the cold draw? I saw also the face of the tiger of Gokral Sitaran. The evil smile was upon it, and I stood back ready for what might befall. Well, it was Sahib that I did this thing. Yunkum Sahib unlocked the door of his bathroom, and smiled anew. Within lay the 6 rifles, and the big police book of the Thana of Howley. He had come by night in the devil carriage, that is noiseless as a ghoul, and moving among us asleep, had taken away both the guns and the book. Twice had he come to the Thana, taking each time 3 rifles. The liver of the Havildar was turned to water, and he fell scrabbling in the dirt about the boots of Yunkum Sahib, crying, have mercy. And I, Sahib, I am a Delhi Patan, and a young man with little children. The Havildar's mare was in the compound. I ran to her, and rode. The black wrath of the Sirkar was behind me, and I knew not whither to go till she dropped and died. I rode the red mare, and by the blessing of God, who is without doubt on the side of all just men, I escaped. But the Havildar and the rest are now in jail. I am a scamp. It is, as the presence pleases God will make the presence a lord, and give him a rich memsahib as fair as a piri to wife and many strong sons. If he makes me his orderly, the mercy of heaven be upon the sahib. Yes, I will only go to the bazaar, and bring my children to these sopolis-like quarters, and then the presence is my father and my mother, and I Afzal Khan am his slave. O Sirdarji, I also am of the household of the sahib. Gemini. Great is the justice of the white mangrator, the power of a lie native proverb. This is your English justice, protector of the poor. Look at my back and loins, which are beaten with stickshavy sticks. I am a poor man, and there is no justice in courts. There were two of us and we were born of one birth. But I swear to you that I was born the first, and Ram Das is the younger by 3 full breaths, the astrologer said so, and it is written in my horoscope of Durga Das. But we were alike I, and my brother who is a beast without a nurso, alike that none knew together, or apart which was Durga Das. I am a Mahajan of Pali in Marwar and an honest man. This is true talk. When we were men we left our father's house in Pali, and went to the Punjab, where all the people are mudheads and sons of asses. We took shop together in Isser Jang I and my brother near the big well where the governor's camp draws water, but Ram Das, who is without truth, made quarrel with me, and we were divided. He took his books and his pots and his mark, and became a bunyam monolender in the long street of Isser, Jang near the gateway of the road that goes to Montgomery. It was not my fault that we pulled each other's turbans. I am a Mahajan of Pali, and I always speak true talk. Ram Das was the thief and the liar. Now no man, not even the little children, could at one glance see which was Ram Das, and which was Durga Das. But all the people of Isser Jang, may they die, without son said that we were thieves. They used much bad talk. But I took money on their bedsteads, and their cooking pots, and the standing crop, and the calf unborn from the well in the big square, to the gate of the Montgomery road. They were fools, these people fit to cut the toenails of a Marwari from Pali. I lent money to them, all a little, very little, only her a pice. And their apice, God is my witness, that I am a poor man. The money is all with Ram Das. May his sons turn Christian and his daughter be a burning fire, and a shame in the house from generation to generation. May she die unwed, and be the mother of a multitude of bastards. Let the light go out in the house of Ram Das my brother. This I pray daily twice with offerings and charms. Thus the trouble began. We divided the town of Isser Jang between us, I and my brother. There was a landholder beyond the gates living but 1 short mile out on the road that leads to Montgomery, and his name was Mohammed Shah, son of a Nawab. He was a great devil, and drank wine so long as there were women in his house, and wine and money for the marriage feasts. He was merry, and wiped his mouth. Ram Das lent him the money, a lakh or half a lakh. How do I know? And so long as the money was lent, the landholder cared not what he signed. The people of Isser Jang were my portion, and the landholder, and the outtown, was the portion of Ram Das. For so we had arranged. I was the poor man, for the people of Isser Jang were without wealth. I did what I could, but Ram Das had only to wait without the door of the landholder's garden court, and to lend him the money, taking the bonds from the hand of the steward. In the autumn of the year after the lending, Ram Das said to the landholder, "Pay me my money." But the landholder gave him abuse, but Ram Das went into the courts with the papers, and the Bonsal Correctan took out decrees against the landholder. And the name of the government was across the stamps of the decrees. Ram Das took field by field and mangatree by mangatree, and well by well, putting in his own mendeders of the outtown of Isser Jangto, cultivate the crops. So he crept up across the land, for he had the papers, and the name of the government was across the stamps, till his men held the crops for him on all sides of the big white house of the landholder. It was well done. But when the landholder saw these things, he was very angry and cursed Ram Das, after the manner of the Mohammedans. And thus the landholder was angry, but Ram Das laughed, and claimed more fields, as was written upon the bonds. This was in the month of Fagun. I took my horse, and went out to speak to the man who makes lac bengals upon the road that leads to Montgomery, because he owed me a debt. There was in front of me upon his horse my brother Ram Das, and when he saw me, he turned aside into the high crops, because there was hatred between us, and I went forward till I came to the orange bushes by the landholder's house. The bats were flying, and the evening smoke was low down upon the land. Here met me 4 swishbucklers, and Muhammadans with their faces bound up, laying hold of my horse's bridle, and crying out, "This is Ram Das." Beat me they beat with their stave-chevy staves, bound about with wire at the end, such weapons as those swine of Punjabis use. Till, having cried for mercy, I fell down senseless. But these shameless ones still beat me, saying, "O Ram Das, this is your interest well weighed, and counted into your hand." Ram Das, I cried aloud that I was not Ram Das, but Durga Das his brother. Yet they only beat me the more, and when I could make no more outcry, they left me. But I saw their faces. There was Allahi Baksh, who runs by the side of the landholder's white horse, and Nur Ali, the keeper of the door, and Wajib Ali, the very strong cook, and Abdul Latif, the messenger-all of the household of the landholder. These things I can swear on the cow's tail, if need be. Batahi Ahiyat has been already sworn, and I am a poor man whose honor is lost. When these 4 had gone away, laughing, my brother Ram Das came out of the crops, and mourned over me as one dead. But I opened my eyes, and prayed him to get me water. When I had drunk, he carried me on his back, and by byways brought me into the town of Isser. Jang, my heart was turned to Ram Das my brother in that hour because of his kindness, and I lost my enmity. But a snake is a snake till it is dead, and a liar is a liar till the judgment of the gods takes hold of his heel. I was wrong in that I trusted my brother, the son of my mother. When we had come to his house, and I was a little restored, I told him my tale, and he said without doubt, "It is me whom they would have beaten, but the law courts are open, and there is the justice of the Sirkar above all, and to the law courts do thou go when this sickness is overpast." Now when we two had left Pali in the old years, there fell a famine that ran from Jaisalmer to Gurgaon and touched Gaganda in the south at that time. The sister of my father came away, and lived with us in Isser Jang, for a man must above all see that his folk do not die of want. When the quarrel between us twain came about the sister of my father Aline Shedog, without teeth said that Ram Das had the right, and went with him into her hands because she knew medicines, and many cures. Ram Das, my brother, put me faint with the beating, and much bruised even to the pouring of blood from the mouth. When I had 2 days' sickness, the fever came upon me, and I set aside the fever to the account written in my mind against the landholder. The Punjabis of Isser Jang are all the sons of Belial and Ashish, but they are very good witnesses, bearing testimony unshakingly. Whatever the pleaders may say, I would purchase witnesses by the score, and each man should give evidence not only against Nur Ali Wajib Ali Abdul Latif and Allahi Baksh, but against the landholder, saying that he upon his white horse had called his men to beat me, and further that they had robbed me of 200 rupees. For the latter testimony, I would remit a little of the debt of the man who sold the lac bangles, and he should say that he had put the money into my hands and had seen the robbery from afar, but being afraid had run away. This plan I told to my brother Ram Das, and he said that the arrangement was good and bade me take comfort and make swift work to be abroad again. My heart was open to my brother in my sickness, and I told him the names of those whom I would call as witness as all men in my debt. But of that the magistrate Sahib could have no knowledge, nor the landholder. The fever stayed with me, and after the fever I was taken with colic and gripings, very terrible in that day. I thought that my end was at hand, but I know now that she who gave me the medicines, the sister of my father, a widow, with a widow's hearth, had brought about my second sickness. Ram Das, my brother, said that my house was shut and locked, and brought me the big dorky and my books together, with all the monies that were in my house, even the money that was buried under the floor, for I was in great fear lest thieves should break in and dig. I speak true talk. There was but very little money in the house, perhaps 10 rupees, perhaps 20. How can I tell? God is my witness that I am a poor man. One night when I had told Ram Das all that was in my heart of the lawsuit that I would bring against the landholder, and Ram Das had said that he had made the arrangements with the witnesses, giving me their names written, I was taken with a new great sickness, and they put me on the bed. When I was a little recovered, I cannot tell how many days afterwards, I made inquiry for Ram Das, and the sister of my father said that he had gone to Montgomery upon a lawsuit. I took medicine and slept very heavily without waking. When my eyes were opened, there was a great stillness in the house of Ram Das, and none answered when I called, not even the sister of my father. This filled me with fear, for I knew not what had happened. Taking a stick in my hand, I went out slowly, till I came to the great square by the well, and my heart was hot in me against the landholder, because of the pain of every step I took. I called for Jawar Singh the carpenter, whose name was first upon the list of those who should bear evidence against the landholder, saying, Are all things ready, and do you know what should be said? Jawar Singh answered, What is this, and whence do you come, Durga Das? I said, From my bed, where I have so long lain sick, because of the landholder, whereas Ram Das, my brother, who was to have made the arrangement for the witnesses. Surely you and yours know these things. Then Jawar Singh said, What has this to do with us, O liar? I have borne witness, and I have been paid, and the landholder has, by the order of the court, paid both the 500 rupees that he robbed from Ram Das, and yet other 500 because of the great injury he did to your brother. The well and the jujubetri above it and the square of Isser Jang became dark in my eyes, but I leaned on my stick and said, Nay, this is child's talk and senseless. It was I who suffered at the hands of the landholder, and I am come to make ready the case. Where is my brother Ram Das? But Jawar Singh shook his head, and a woman cried, What lie is here? What quarrel had the landholder with you, Bunya? It is only a shameless one, and one without faith who profits by his brother's smarts. Have these Bunyas no bowels? I cried again, saying, By the cow, be the oath of the cow, by the temple of the blue-throated Mahadio, I only was beaten to the death, Let your talk be straight, O people of Isser Jang, and I will pay for the witnesses. And I tottered where I stood, for the sickness and the pain of the beating were heavy upon me. Then Ramnarin, who has his carpet spread under the jujubetri by the well, and writes all letters for the men of the town, came up and said, Today is the 41st day since the beating, and since these 6 days the case has been judged in the court, and the assistant commissioner Sahib has given it for your brother Ram Das, allowing the robbery to which too I bore witness, and all things else as the witnesses said. There were many witnesses, and twice Ram Das became senseless in the court because of his wounds, and the stunt Sahib, the Baba stunt Sahib, gave him a chair before all the pleaders. Why do you howl, Durga Das? These things fell, as I have said, was it not so? And Jawar Singh said, That is truth, I was there, and there was a red cushion in the chair. And Ram Narayan said, Great shame has come upon the landholder because of this judgment, and fearing his anger, Ram Das and all his house have gone back to Pali. Ram Das told us that you also had gone first, the enmity being healed between you, to open a shop in Pali. Indeed, it were well for you that you go even now, for the landholder has sworn that if he catch any one of your house, he will hang him by the heels from the well-beam, and swinging him to and fro will beat him with staves, till the blood runs from his ears. What I have said in respect to the case is true, as these men here can testify even to the 500 rupees. I said, Was it 500? And Kirpa Ram, the Jat, said 500, for I bore witness also. And I groaned, for it had been in my heart to have said 200 only. Then a new fear came upon me, and my bowels turned to water, and running swiftly to the house of Ram Das, I sought for my books and my money in the great wooden chest under my bedstead. There remained nothing, not even a cari's value. All had been taken by the devil, who said he was my brother. I went to my own house also, and opened the boards of the shutters, but there also was nothing save the rats. Among the grain baskets in that hour, my senses left me, and tearing my clothes, I ran to the well place, crying out for the justice of the English on my brother Ram Das, and in my madness telling all that the books were lost. When men saw that I would have jumped down the well, they believed the truth of my talk, more especially because upon my back and bosom were still the marks of the staves of the landholder. Jawar Singh the carpenter withstood me, and turning me in his hands, for he is a very strong man, showed the scars upon my body, and bowed down with laughter upon the well curb. He cried aloud, so that all heard him, from the well square to the caravanserai of the pilgrims, Oho, the jackals have quarreled, and the grey one has been caught in the trap. In truth, this man has been grievously beaten, and his brother has taken the money which the court decreed. O Bunya, this shall be told for years against you. The jackals have quarreled, and moreover, the books are burned. O people, indebted to Durga Das, and I know that ye be manai, the books are burned. Then all Isser Jang took up the cry that the books were burned. Ahi ahi, that in my folly I had let that escape my mouth. And they laughed throughout the city. They gave me the abuse of the Punjabi, which is a terrible abuse, and very hot, pelting me also with sticks and cow dung, till I fell down and cried for mercy. Ram Narayan the letter writer bade the people cease for fear that the news should get into Montgomery, and the policemen might come down to inquire. He said, using many bad words, This much mercy will I do to you, Durga Das, though there was no mercy in your dealings with my sister's son over the matter of the dun heifer. Has any man a pony on which he sets no store that this fellow may escape? If the landholder hears that one of the twain, and God knows whether he beat one or both, but this man is certainly beaten, be in the city, there will be a murder done, and then will come the police, making inquisition into each man's house, and eating the sweetseller's stuff all day long. Kirpa Ram, the Jat, said, I have a pony very sick, but with beating, he can be made to walk for 2 miles. If he dies, the hide-sellers will have the body. Then Chumbo, the hide-seller, said, I will pay 3 annas for the body, and will walk by this man's side, till such time as the pony dies. If it be more than 2 miles, I will pay 2 annas only. Kirpa Ram said, Be it. So men brought out the pony, and I asked leave to draw a little water from the well, because I was dried up with fear. Then Ram Narayan said, Here be 4 annas. God has brought you very low, Durga Das, and I would not send you away empty, even though the matter of my sister's son's dun heifer be an open sore between us. It is a long way to your own country go, and if it be so willed, live, but above all do not take the pony's bridle, for that is mine. And I went out of Isser Jang amid the laughing of the Huguethide Jots, and the hide-seller walked by my side, waiting for the pony to fall dead. In 1 mile it died, and being full of fear of the landholder, I ran, till I could run no more, and came to this place. But I swear by the cow, I swear by all things whereon Hindus and Musulmans, and even the sahibs swear that I and not my brother was beaten by the landholder. But the case is shut, and the doors of the law courts are shut, and God knows where the Baba. Stunt Sahib the mother's milk is not yet dry upon his hairless lippies gone ahi ahi. I have no witnesses, and the scars will heal, and I am a poor man, but on my father's soul on the oath of a Mahajan from Pali I, and not my brother I was beaten by the landholder. What can I do? The justice of the English is as a great river having gone forward. It does not return, howbeit do you, Sahib, take a pen, and write clearly what I have said, that the Dipti Sahib may see and reprove the Stunt Sahib, who is a colt yet unlicked by the mare, so young is he, I, and not my brother was beaten. And he is gone to the west, I do not know where. But above all things write so that Sahibs may read, and his disgrace be accomplished, that Ram Das, my brother's son of Puran Das Majan of Pali, is a swine, and a night thief, a taker of life, an eater of flesh, a jackal spawn without beauty or faith or cleanliness or honor. At 22, narrow as the womb, deep as the pit, and dark as the heart of a man, Santhal miner's proverb. A weaver went out to reap, but stayed to unravel the cornstalks. Ha ha ha, is there any sense in a weaver? Janki Mi glared at Kundu, but as Janki Mi was blind, Kundu was not impressed. He had come to argue with Janki Mi, and if chance favored, to make love to the old man's pretty young wife. This was Kundu's grievance, and he spoke in the name of all the 5 men who with Janki Mi composed the gang in number 7 gallery of 22. Janki Mi had been blind for the 30 years, during which he had served the Jimahari collieries with pick and crowbar. All through those 30 years he had regularly every morning before going down drawn from the overseer his allowance of lample, just as if he had been an eyed miner. What Kundu's gang resented, as hundreds of gangs had resented before, was Janki Mi's selfishness. He would not add the oil to the common stock of his gang, but would save and sell it. I knew these workings before you were born, Janki Mi used to reply. I don't want the light to get my coal out by, and I am not going to help you. The oil is mine, and I intend to keep it. A strange man in many ways was Janki Mi, the white-haired, hot-tempered, sightless weaver, who had turned pitman all day long except on Sundays and Mondays, when he was usually drunk, worked in the 22 shaft of the Jimahari colliery, as cleverly as a man with all the senses. At evening, he went up in the great steam-hauled cage to the pit bank, and there called for his pony a rusty coal dusty beast nearly as old as Janki Mi. The pony would come to his side, and Janki Mi would clamber onto its back and be taken at once to the plot of land, which he, like the other miners, received from the Jimahari Company. The pony knew that place. And when after 6 years, the company changed all the allotments to prevent the miners from acquiring proprietary rights, Janki Mi represented with tears in his eyes that were his holding shifted, he would never be able to find his way to the new one. My horse only knows that place, pleaded Janki Mi, and so he was allowed to keep his land. On the strength of this concession, and his accumulated oil savings, Janki Mi took a second wife, a girl of the Jalaha main stock of the Mies, and singularly beautiful. Janki Mi could not see her beauty, wherefore he took her on trust, and forbade her to go down the pit. He had not worked for 30 years in the dark, without knowing that the pit was no place for pretty women. He loaded her with ornaments, not brass or pewter, but real silver once, and she rewarded him by flirting outrageously with Kundu of number 7 gallery. Gang Kundu was really the gang head, but Janki Mi insisted upon all the work being entered in his own name, and chose the men that he worked with. Custom stronger even than the Jimahari Company dictated that Janki, by right of his years, should manage these things, and should also work despite his blindness in Indian mines, where they cut into the solid coal with the pick, and clear it out from floor to ceiling. He could come to no great harm at home, where they undercut the coal, and bring it down in crashing avalanches from the roof. He would never have been allowed to set foot in a pit. He was not a popular man, because of his oil savings, but all the gangs admitted that Janki knew all the cods or workings that had ever been sunk or worked since the Jimahari Company first started operations on the Tarachunda fields. Pretty little Unda only knew that her old husband was a fool who could be managed. She took no interest in the collieries, except in so far as they swallowed up Kundu 5 days out of the 7, and covered him with coal dust. Kundu was a great workman, and did his best not to get drunk, because when he had saved 40 rupees, Unda was to steal everything that she could find in Janki's house and run with Kundu to a land where there were no mines, and everyone kept 3 fat bullocks and a milch buffalo. While this scheme ripened, it was his custom to drop in upon Janki and worry him about the oil savings. Unda sat in a corner and nodded approval on the night when Kundu had quoted that objectionable proverb about weavers. Janki grew angry. Listen, you pig, said he, blind I am, and old I am. But before ever you were born, I was grey among the coal, even in the days when the 22 cod was unsunk. And there were not 2,000 men here, I was known to have all knowledge of the pits. What cod is there that I do not know from the bottom of the shaft to the end of the last drive? Is it the Baramba cod the oldest, or the 22 where Tibis Gallery runs up to number 5? Hear the old fool talk, said Kundu, nodding. To unda no gallery of 22. We'll cut into 5 before the end of the rains. We have a month's solid coal before us. The Babuji says so. Babuji pigji dogji? What do these fat slugs from Calcutta know? He draws and draws and draws and talks and talks and talks. And his maps are all wrong. I janky know that this is so. When a man has been shut up in the dark for 30 years, God gives him knowledge. The old gallery that Tibis gang made is not 6 feet from number 5. Without doubt God gives the blind knowledge, said Kundu with a look at Unda. Let it be as you say. I for my part do not know where lies the gallery of Tibis gang. But I am not a withered monkey who needs oil to grease his joints with. Kundu swung out of the hut laughing, and Unda giggled. Janki turned his sightless eyes towards his wife and swore, I have land, and I have sold a great deal of lample, mused Janki. But I was a fool to marry this child. A week later the rains set in with a vengeance, and the gangs paddled about in coal slush at the pit banks. Then the big mine pumps were made ready, and the manager of the colliery plowed through the wet towards the Tarachunda River, swelling between its soppy banks. Lord send that this beastly Beck doesn't misbehave, said the manager piously, and he went to take counsel with his assistant about the pumps. But the Tarachunda misbehaved very much indeed. After a fall of 3 inches of rain, in an hour it was obliged to do something. It topped its bank, and joined the floodwater that was hemmed between 2 low hills, just where the embankment of the colliery main line crossed, when a large part of a rainfed river and a few acres of floodwater make a dead set for a 9-foot culvert. The culvert may spout its finest, but the water cannot all get out. The manager pranced upon one leg with excitement, and his language was improper. He had reason to swear because he knew that 1 inch of water on land meant a pressure of 100 tons to the acre, and here were about 5 feet of water forming behind the railway embankment over the shallower workings of 22. You must understand that, in a coal mine, the coal nearest the surface is worked first from the central shaft. That is to say, the miners may clear out the stuff to within 10, 20, or 30 feet of the surface, and when all is worked out, leave only a skin of earth upheld by some few pillars of coal in a deep mine, where they know that they have any amount of material at hand. Men prefer to get all their mineral out at one shaft, rather than make a number of little holes to tap the comparatively unimportant surface coal. And the manager watched the flood. The culvert spouted a 9-foot gush, but the water still formed, and word was sent to clear the men out of 22. The cages came up crammed and crammed again, with the men nearest the paitai, as they call the place, where you can see daylight from the bottom of the main shaft all away. And away up the long black galleries, the flare lamps were winking and dancing like so many fireflies, and the men and the women waited for the clanking, rattling, thundering cages to come down and fly up again. But the outworkings were very far off, and word could not be passed quickly, though the heads of the gangs and the assistant shouted and swore and tramped and stumbled. The manager kept one eye on the great troubled pool behind the embankment, and prayed that the culvert would give way and let the water through in time. With the other eye he watched the cages come up, and saw the headman counting the roll of the gangs. With all his heart and soul he swore at the winder who controlled the iron drum that wound up the wire rope on which hung the cages. In a little time there was a downdraw in the water behind the embankment, a sucking whirlpool, all yellow and yeasty. The water had smashed through the skin of the earth, and was pouring into the old shallow workings of 22. Deep down below, a rush of black water caught the last gang waiting for the cage, and as they clambered in, the whirl was about their waists. The cage reached the pit bank, and the manager called the roll. The gangs were all safe, except Gang Janki, Gang Mogul, and Gang Rahim, 18 men, with perhaps 10 basket women, who loaded the coal into the little iron carriages that ran on the tramways of the main galleries. These gangs were in the outworkings 3/4 of a mile away on the extreme fringe of the mine. Once more the cage went down, but with only 2 Englishmen in it, and dropped into a swirling, roaring current that had almost touched the roof of some of the lower side galleries. One of the wooden balks with which they had propped the old workings shot past on the current, just missing the cage. If we don't want our ribs knocked out, we'd better go, said the manager. We can't even save the company's props. The cage drew out of the water with a splash, and a few minutes later, it was officially reported that there were at least 10 feet of water in the pits. I now 10 feet of water. There meant that all other places in the mine were flooded, except such galleries as were more than 10 feet above the level of the bottom of the shaft. The deep workings would be full, the main galleries would be full. But in the high workings reached by inclines from the main roads, there would be a certain amount of air cut off, so to speak, by the water, and squeezed up by it. The little science primers explain how water behaves when you pour it down test tubes. The flooding of 22 was an illustration on a large scale. By the Holy Grove, what has happened to the air? It was a Sonthal gangman of Gang Mogul in number 9 gallery, and he was driving a 6-foot way through the coal. Then there was a rush from the other galleries, and Gang Janki and Gang Rahim stumbled up with their basket women. Water has come in the mine, they said, and there is no way of getting out. I went down, said Janka, down the slope of my gallery, and I felt the water. There has been no water in the cutting in our time, clamored the women, why cannot we go away? Be silent, said Janki, long ago, when my father was here, water came to 10 or 11 cutting, and there was great trouble, let us get away to where the air is better. The 3 gangs and the basket women left number 9 gallery, and went further up number 16, at one turn of the road. They could see the pitchy black water lapping on the coal. It had touched the roof of a gallery that they knew well, a gallery where they used to smoke their hookahs and manage their flirtations. Seeing this, they called aloud upon their gods, and the Mees, who are thrice bastard Mohammedans, strove to recollect the name of the prophet. They came to a great open square, whence nearly all the coal had been extracted. It was the end of the outworkings and the end of the mine. Far away down the gallery, a small pumping engine used for keeping dry a deep working and fed with steam from above was throbbing faithfully. They heard it cease. They have cut off the steam, said Kundu hopefully. They have given the order to use all the steam for the pit bank pumps. They will clear out the water. If the water has reached the smoking gallery, said Janki, all the company's pumps can do nothing for 3 days. It is very hot, moaned Jasoda, the me basket woman. There is a very bad air here because of the lamps. Put them out, said Janki. Why do you want lamps? The lamps were put out, and the company sat still in the utter dark. Somebody rose quietly and began walking over the coals. It was Janki, who was touching the walls with his hands. Where is the ledge? He murmured to himself. Sit, sit, said Kundu. If we die, we die. The air is very bad. But Janki still stumbled and crept and tapped with his pick upon the walls. The women rose to their feet. Stay all where you are. Without the lamps you cannot see. And I am always seeing, said Janki. Then he paused and called out, "Oh, you who have been in the cutting more than 10 years, what is the name of this open place? I am an old man, and I have forgotten." Bulia's room, answered the Sonthal, who had complained of the vileness of the air. Again, said Janki. Bulia's room. Then I have found it, said Janki. The name only had slipped my memory. Tibus Gang's gallery is here. A lie, said Kundu. There have been no galleries in this place since my day. 3 paces was the depth of the ledge, muttered Janki. Without heeding Gando, my poor bones, I have found it. It is here up this ledge. Come all you one by one to the place of my voice, and I will count you. There was a rush in the dark, and Janki felt the first man's face hit his knees as the Sonthal scrambled up the ledge. Who? Cried Janki. I, Sunwa Manji. Sit you down, said Janki. Who next? One by one, the women and the men crawled up the ledge, which ran along one side of Bulia's room. Degraded Mohammedan Pijating Musar and wild Sonthal Janki ran his hand over them all. Now follow after, said he, catching hold of my heel, and the women catching the men's clothes. He did not ask whether the men had brought their picks with them, a minor black or white. Does not drop his pick one by one. Janki, leading, they crept into the old gallery a 6-foot way, with a scant 4 feet from hill to roof. The air is better here, said Jasoda. They could hear her heart beating in thick, sick bumps. Slowly, slowly, said Janki. I am an old man, and I forget many things. This is Tibus Gallery. But where are the 4 bricks where they used to put their hookah fire on, when the sahibs never saw? Slowly, slowly, oh, you people behind. They heard his hands disturbing the small coal on the floor of the gallery. And then a dull sound. This is one unbaked brick. And this is another, and another. Kundu is a young manlet. Him come forward, put a knee upon this brick, and strike here. When Tibus gang were at dinner on the last day before the good coal ended, they heard the men of 5 on the other side, and 5 worked their gallery 2 Sundays laterer. It may have been 1 strike there. Kundu, but give me room to go back. Kundu doubting drove the pick, but the first soft crush of the coal was a call to him. He was fighting for his life. And for undapperty little Unda with rings on all her toes. For Unda, And the 40 rupees, the women sang the song of the pick, that terrible, slow, swinging melody, with the muttered chorus that repeats the sliding of the loosened coal, and to each cadence Kundu smote in the black dark. When he could do no more, Sunwamanji took the pick and struck for his life and his wife and his village, beyond the blue hills over the Tarachunda River. An hour the men worked, and then the women cleared away the coal. It is farther than I thought, said Janki. The air is very bad, but strike Kundu, strike hard. For the 5th time, Kundu took up the pick as the Santhal crawled back. The song had scarcely recommenced, when it was broken by a yell from Kundu that echoed down the gallery. Par hua, par hua. We are through, we are through. The imprisoned air in the mine shot through the opening, and the women at the far end of the gallery heard the water rush through the pillars of Bulia's room and roar against the ledge. Having fulfilled the law under which it worked, it rose no farther. The women screamed and pressed forward. The water has come, we shall be killed, let us go. Kundu crawled through the gap and found himself in a propped gallery by the simple process of hitting his head against a beam. Do I know the pits or do I not? Chuckled Janki. This is the number 5. Go you out slowly, giving me your names. Ho Rahim, count your gang now. Let us go forward, each catching hold of the other as before. They formed a line in the darkness, and Janki led them. For a pitman in a strange pit is only 1 degree less liable to err than an ordinary mortal underground. For the first time at last, they saw a flare lamp and gangs. Janki, Mogul, and Rahim, of 22, stumbled, dazed, into the glare of the draft furnace. At the bottom of 5, Janki, feeling his way, and the rest behind. Water has come into 22. God knows. Where are the others? I have brought these men from Tibis Gallery, in our cutting making connection, through the north side of the gallery. Take us to the cage, said Janki me. At the pit bank of 22, some 1,000 people clamored and wept and shouted. 100 men on 1,000 men had been drowned in the cutting. They would all go to their homes tomorrow. Where were their men? Little Unda, her cloth drenched, with the rain, stood at the pitmouth calling down the shaft for Kundu. They had swung the cages clear of the mouth, and her only answer was the murmur of the flood in the pits 260 feet below. Look after that woman, Shell, chuck herself down the shaft in a minute, shouted the manager. But he need not have troubled. Unda was afraid of death. She wanted Kundu. The assistant was watching the flood, and seeing how far he could wade into it. There was a lull in the water, and the whirlpool had slackened. The mine was full, and the people at the pit bank howled. My faith, we shall be lucky if we have 500 hands on the place tomorrow, said the manager. There's some chance yet of running a temporary dam across that water. Shove in anything, tubs and bullock carts. If you haven't enough bricks, make them work now. If they never worked before, hi, you gangers, make them work. Little by little, the crowd was broken into detachments and pushed towards the water with promises of overtime. The dam making began, and when it was fairly underway, the manager thought that the hour had come for the pumps. There was no fresh inrush into the mine. The tall red iron clamp pump beam rose and fell, and the pumps snored and guttered and shrieked as the first water poured out of the pipe. We must run her all tonight, said the manager wearily. But there's no hope for the poor devils down below. Look here, Gur Sahai, if you are proud of your engines, show me what they can do now. Gur Sahai grinned and nodded with his right hand upon the lever, and an oil can in his left. He could do no more than he was doing, but he could keep that up till the dawn. Were the company's pumps to be beaten by the vagaries of that troublesome Tarachunda River? Never, never. And the pumps sobbed and panted. Never, never. The manager sat in the shelter of the pit bank roofing, trying to dry himself by the pumpler fire, and in the dreary dusk he saw the crowds on the dam scatter and fly. That's the end, he groaned. 'Twill take us 6 weeks to persuade 'em that we haven't tried to drown their mates on purpose. Oh, for a decent, rational Geordie. But the flight had no panic in it. Men had run over from 5 with astounding news, and the foremen could not hold their gangs together. Presently surrounded by a clamorous crew, gangs, Rahim, Mogul, and Janki, and 10 basket women walked up to report themselves, and pretty little Unda stole away to Janki's hut to prepare his evening meal. Alone I found the way, explained Janki me, and now will the company give me pension. The simple pit folk shouted and leaped, and went back to the dam, reassured in their old belief that whatever happened, so great was the power of the company whose salt they ate, none of them could be killed. But Gur Sahai only bared his white teeth and kept his hand upon the lever and proved his pumps to the uttermost. I say, said the assistant to the manager, a week later, do you recollect Germinal? Yes, queer thing, I thought of it in the cage when that bulk went by. Why? Oh, this business seems to be Germinal upside down. Janki was in my veranda all this morning, telling me that Kundu had eloped with his wife Unda, or Anda, I think her name was. Hillo and those were the cattle that you risked your life to clear out of 22. No, I was thinking of the company's props, not the company's men. Sounds better to say so now, but I don't believe you, old fellow. In flood time, Tweed said Till. What gars ye rin sae still? Till said Tweed. Though ye rin why speed. And I rin slow. Yet were ye droon I man. I droon twa. There is no getting over the river tonight, Sahib. They say that a bullock cart has been washed down already. And the eka that went over a half hour before you came has not yet reached the far side. Is the Sahib in haste? I will drive the Ford elephant in to show him Ohuma out there. In the shed bring out Ram Purshad. And if he will face the current good an elephant, never lies Sahib, and Ram Purshad is separated from his friend Kala Nag. He too wishes to cross to the far side. Well done, my king. Go halfway across Mahauji and see what the river says. Well done, Ram Purshad. Pearl among elephants. Go into the river, hit him on the head, fool. Was the goad made only to scratch thy own fat back? With bastard strike. What are the boulders to the Ram Purshad, my Rustum, my mountain of strength? Go in. No, Sahib, it is useless. You can hear him trumpet. He is telling Kala Nag that he cannot come over. See, he has swung round and is shaking his head. He is no fool. He knows what the barwi means when it is angry. Aha. Indeed thou art no fool, my child. Salam, Ram Purshad Bahadur. Take him under the trees, Mahout, and see that he gets his spices. Well done, thou chiefest among tuskers. Salam to the Sirkar, and go to sleep. What is to be done? The Sahib must wait till the river goes down. It will shrink tomorrow morning, if God pleases, or the day after at the latest. Now, why does the Sahib get so angry? I am his servant before God. I did not create this stream. What can I do? My hut and all that is therein is at the service of the Sahib. And it is beginning to rain. Come away, my lord. How will the river go down for your throwing abuse at it in the old days? The English people were not thus. The fire courage has made them soft in the old days, when they drave behind horses by day or by night. They said not if a river barred the way or a carriage sat down in the mud. It was the will of God, not like a fire courage which goes and goes and goes, and would go though all the devils in the land hung on to its tail. The fire courage hath spoiled the English people. After all, what is a day lost? Or for that matter, what are 2 days? Is the Sahib going to his own wedding that he is so mad with haste? Ho, 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 I am an old man, and see few Sahibs. Forgive me if I have forgotten the respect that is due to them. The Sahib is not angry. His own wedding, ho, ho, ho. The mind of an old man is like the numatri fruit bud blossom, and the dead leaves of all the years of the past flourish together, old and new, and that which is gone out of remembrance. All three are there. Sit on the bedstead, Sahib, and drink milk, or would the Sahib in truth care to drink my tobacco? It is good, it is the tobacco of Nuklaw, my son, who is in service. There, send it to me. Drink then, Sahib. If you know how to handle the tube. The Sahib takes it like a Musalman. Wah wah. Where did he learn that his own wedding? Ho, ho, ho. The Sahib says that there is no wedding in the matter at all. Now, is it likely that the Sahib would speak true talk to me, who am only a black man? Small wonder then that he is in haste. 30 years have I beaten the gong at this ford, but never have I seen a Sahib in such haste. 30 years, Sahib. That is a very long time. 30 years ago this ford was on the track of the Banjaras, and I have seen 2,000 pack bullocks cross in one night. Now the rail has come, and the fire carriage says buzz, 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 and 100 locks of Mons slide across that big bridge. It is very wonderful, but the ford is lonely now that there are no Banjaras to camp under the trees. Nay, do not trouble to look at the sky, without it will rain. Till the dawn, listen, the boulders are talking tonight in the bed of the river. Hear them, they would be husking your bones. Sahib, had you tried to cross sea, I will shut the door, and no rain can enter. Wahai ahi. 30 years on the banks of the ford, an old man am I, and where is the oil for the lamp? Your pardon, but because of my years I sleep no sounder than a dog. And you move to the door. Look, then, Sahib, look and listen. A full half coss from bank to bank is the stream. No, you can see it under the starsend. There are 10 feet of water therein. It will not shrink because of the anger in your eyes, and it will not be quiet on account of your curses. Which is louder, Sahib, your voice, or the voice of the river call to it? Perhaps it will be ashamed. Lie down and sleep afresh, Sahib. I know the anger of the Barwi when there has fallen rain in the foothills. I swam the flood once on a night tenfold worse than this, and by the favor of God I was released from death when I had come to the very gates thereof. May I tell the tale? Very good talk. I will fill the pipe anew. 30 years ago it was when I was a young man, and had but newly come to the ford. I was strong then, And the Banjaras had no doubt. When I said this ford is clear, I have toiled all night up to my shoulder blades, in running water amid 100 bullocks mad with fear, and have brought them across losing not a hoof. When all was done, I fetched the shivering men, and they gave me for reward the pick of their cattle, the bellbullock of the drove. So great was the honor in which I was held. But today, when the rain falls, and the river rises, I creep into my hut and whimper, like a dog my strength is gone from me, I am an old man. And the fire courage has made the ford desolate. They were wont to call me the strong one of the Barhui. Behold my face, Sahibit, is the face of a monkey, and my armit is the arm of an old woman. I swear to you, Sahib, that a woman has loved this face, and has rested in the hollow of this arm. 20 years ago, Sahib, believe me, this was true talk 20 years ago. Come to the door and look across. Can you see a thin fire very far away down the stream? That is the temple fire in the shrine of Hanuman of the village of Patira north, under the big star, is the village itself. But it is hidden by a bend of the river. Is that far to swim, Sahib? Would you take off your clothes and adventure? Yet I swam to Patira not once, but many times, and there are muggers in the river too. Love knows no caste else. Why should I, a Musalman, and the son of a Musalman, have sought a Hindu woman, a widow of the Hindust sister of the headman of Patira? But it was even so they of the headman's household came on a pilgrimage to Mutra, when she was but newly a bride. Silver tires were upon the wheels of the bullock cart, and silken curtains hid the woman Sahib. I made no haste in their conveyance, for the wind parted the curtains, and I saw her when they returned from pilgrimage. The boy that was her husband had died, and I saw her again in the bullock cart. By God, these Hindus are fools. What was it to me, whether she was Hindu, or Jainskaving, or leper, or whole? I would have married her and made her a home by the ford. The seventh of the 9 bars says that a man may not marry one of the idolaters. Is that truth? Both Shias and Sunnis say that a Musalman may not marry one of the idolaters. Is the Sahib a priest? Then that he knows so much, I will tell him something that he does not know. There is neither Shia nor Sunni forbidden nor idolater in love, and the 9 bars are but 9 little faggots, that the flame of love utterly burns away. In truth, I would have taken her. But what could I do? The headman would have sent his men to break my head with staves. I am not. I was not afraid of any 5 men, but against half a village who can prevail. Therefore it was my custom, these things having been arranged between us twain, to go by night to the village of Patira. And there we met among the crops, no man knowing aught of the matter. Behold now, I was wont to cross here, skirting the jungle to the river bend, where the railway bridge is, and thence across the elbow of land to Patira. The light of the shrine was my guide when the nights were dark. That jungle near the river is very full of snakes, little carates, that sleep on the sand, and moreover, her brothers would have slain me had they found me in the crops. But none knew save she and I, and the blown sand of the riverbed covered the track of my feet in the hot months it was in. Easy thing to pass from the ford to Patira, and in the first rains when the river rose slowly, it was an easy thing. Also I set the strength of my body against the strength of the stream, and nightly I ate in my hut here and drank at Patira yonder. She had said that one Hernam Singh, a thief, had sought her, and he was of a village up the river, but on the same bank all Sikhs are dogs, and they have refused in their folly that good gift of God, tobacco. I was ready to destroy Hernam Singh that ever he had come nigh her, and the more because he had sworn to her that she had a lover, and that he would lie in wait and give the name to the headman, unless she went away with him. What curs are these Sikhs? After that news, I swam always with a little sharp knife in my belt, and evil would it have been for a man had he stayed me. I knew not the face of Hernam Singh, but I would have killed any who came between me and her. Upon a night in the beginning of the rains, I was minded to go across to Patira, albeit the river was angry. Now the nature of the Barhui is this, Sahib: in 20 breaths it comes down from the hills, a wall 3 feet high, and I have seen it between the lighting of a fire and the cooking of a chupeti grow from a runnel to a sister of the Jumna. When I left this bank, there was a shoal a half-mile down, and I made shift to fetch it, and draw breath there ere going forward, for I felt the hands of the river heavy upon my heels. Yet what will a young man not do for love's sake? There was but little light from the stars, and, midway to the shoal, a branch of the stinking deodar tree brushed my mouth. As I swam, that was a sign of heavy rain in the foothills, and beyond, for the deodar is a strong tree not easily shaken from the hillsides. I made haste, the river aiding me, but ere I touched the shoal, the pulse of the stream beat as it were within me and around, and behold the shoal was gone. And I rode high on the crest of a wave that ran from bank to bank. Has the Sahib ever been cast into much water that fights, and will not let a man use his limbs to me my head upon the water. It seemed as though there were naught but water to the world's end, and the river drave me with its driftwood. A man is a very little thing in the belly of a flood. And this flood, though I knew it not, was the great flood about which men talk still. My liver was dissolved, and I lay like a log upon my back in the fear of death. There were living things in the water crying and howling grievous of the forest and cattle, and once the voice of a man asking for help. But the rain came and lashed the water white, and I heard no more save the roar of the boulders below and the roar of the rain above. Thus I was whirled downstream, wrestling for the breath in me. It is very hard to die when one is young. Can the sahib standing here see the railway bridge? Look, there are the lights of the mail train going to Peshawar. The bridge is now 20 feet above the river, but upon that night the water was roaring against the lattice work. And against the lattice came my feet first, but much driftwood was piled there, and upon the piers, and I took no great hurt, only the river pressed me as a strong man presses a weaker. Scarcely could I take hold of the lattice work, and crawl to the upper boom sahib. The water was foaming across the rails, a foot deep, judge. Therefore what manner of flood it must have been I could not hear, I could not see, I could but lie on the boom, and pant for breath. After a while the rain ceased, and there came out in the sky certain new washed stars, and by their light I saw that there was no end to the black water as far as the eye could travel, and the water had risen upon the rails. There were dead beasts in the driftwood on the piers, and others caught by the neck in the latticework, and others not yet drowned who strove to find a foothold on the latticework. Buffaloes, and kine, and wild pig, and deer one or two, and snakes and jackals passed, all counting their bodies were black upon the left side of the bridge, but the smaller of them were forced through the latticework and whirled downstream. Thereafter the stars died, and the rain came down afresh, and the river rose yet more, and I felt the bridge begin to stir under me, as a man stirs in his sleep ere he wakes. But I was not afraid, sahib. I swear to you that I was not afraid, though I had no power in my limbs. I knew that I should not die till I had seen her once more, but I was very cold, and I felt that the bridge must go. There was a trembling in the water, such a trembling as goes before the coming of a great wave, and the bridge lifted its flank to the rush of that coming, so that the right lattice dipped under water, and the left rose clear on my beard. Sahib, I am speaking God's truth, as a Mirzapur stoneboat careens to the wind, so the Barwi bridge turned thus, and in no other manner. I slid from the boom into deep water, and behind me came the wave of the wrath of the river. I heard its voice, and the scream of the middle part of the bridge as it moved from the piers and sank, and I knew no more till I rose in the middle of the great flood. I put forth my hand to swim, and lo, it fell upon the knotted hair of the head of a man. He was dead. For no one but I, the strong one of Barwi, could have lived in that race. He had been dead full 2 days, for he rode high wallowing, and was an aid to me. I laughed, then knowing for a surety that I should yet see her, and take no harm, and I twisted my fingers in the hair of the man, for I was far spent, and together we went down the stream of the dead, and I the living. Lacking that help I should have sunk. The cold was in my marrow, and my flesh was ribbed and sodden on my bones. But he had no fear who had known the uttermost of the power of the river, and I let him go where he chose. At last we came into the power of a side current that set to the right bank, and I strove with my feet to draw with it, but the dead man swung heavily in the whirl, and I feared that some branch had struck him, and that he would sink. The tops of the tamarisk brushed my knees, so I knew we were come into flood water above the crops, and after I let down my legs, and felt bottom the ridge of a field end, after the dead man stayed upon a knoll under a fig tree, and I drew my body from the water, rejoicing. Does the sahib know whither the backwash of the flood had borne me? To the knoll, which is the eastern boundary mark of the village of Patira. No other place. I drew the dead man up on the grass, for the service that he had done me, and also because I knew not whether I should need him again. Then I went crying thrice like a jackal to the appointed place, which was near the byre of the headman's house. But my love was already there weeping. She feared that the flood had swept my hut at the Barwi ford, when I came softly through the ankle-deep water. She thought it was a ghost, and would have fled, but I put my arms round her, and I was no ghost in those days, though I am an old man now. Ho ho, dried corn in truth, maize without juice. Ho ho. Footnote: I grieve to say that the warden of Barwi Ford is responsible here for 2 very bad puns in the vernacular RK. I told her the story of the breaking of the Barwi Bridge, and she said that I was greater than mortal man, for none may cross the Barwi in full flood, and I had seen what never man had seen before. Hand in hand, we went to the knoll where the dead lay, and I showed her by what help I had made the ford. She looked also upon the body under the stars, for the latter end of the night was clear, and hid her face in her hands, crying, "It is the body of Hernam Singh." I said the swine is of more use dead than living, my beloved. And she said, surely, for he has saved the dearest life in the world to my love. None the less he cannot stay here, for that would bring shame upon me. The body was not a gunshot from her door. Then said I, rolling the body with my hands, God hath judged between us, Hernam Singh, that thy blood might not be upon my head. Now whether I have done thee a wrong in keeping thee from the burning ghat, do thou? And the crows settled together. So I cast him adrift into the flood water. And he was drawn out to the open, ever wagging his thick black beard like a priest under the pulpit board, and I saw no more of him, Singh. Before the breaking of the day, we two parted, and I moved towards such of the jungle as was not flooded with the full light. I saw what I had done in the darkness, and the bones of my body were loosened in my flesh, for there ran 2 kos of raging water between the village of Patira and the trees of the far bank, and in the middle the piers of the Barhui bridge showed like broken teeth in the jaw of an old man, nor was there any life upon the waters, neither birds nor boats, but only an army of drowned thingspillocks and horses and men, and the river was redder than blood from the clay of the foothills. Never had I seen such a flood, never since that year have I seen the like, and, O Sahib, no man living had done what I had done. There was no return for me, that day, not for all the lands of the headman would I venture, a second time, without the shield of darkness that cloaks danger. I went across up the river to the house of a blacksmith, saying that the flood had swept me from my hut, and they gave me food. 7 days I stayed with the blacksmith, till a boat came, and I returned to my house. There was no trace of wall or roof or floor knot, but a patch of slimy mud. Judge, therefore, Sahib, how far the river must have risen. It was written that I should not die either in my house, or in the heart of the Barhui, or under the wreck of the Barhui bridge, for God sent down Hernam Singh 2 days dead. Though I know not how the man died, to be my buoy and support, Hernam Singh has been in hell these 20 years, and the thought of that night must be the flower of his torment. Listen, Sahib, the river has changed its voice. It is going to sleep before the dawn, to which there is yet 1 hour. With the light it will come down afresh. How do I know? Have I been here 30 years? Without knowing the voice of the river, as a father knows the voice of his son, every moment it is talking less angrily. I swear that there will be no danger for 1 hour, or perhaps 2. I cannot answer for the morning. Be quick, Sahib. I will call Ram Purshad, and he will not turn back this time. Is the pollen tightly corded upon all the baggage? Owe him a hout with a mud head, the elephant, for the Sahib, and tell them on the far side that there will be no crossing after daylight. Money, nay, Sahib, I am not of that kind, no, not even to give sweetmeats to the baby folk. My house, look you, is empty, and I am an old man. Ram Purshad, good luck go with you, Sahib. The sending of Dana Da. When the devil rides on your chest, remember the Chamar native proverb. Once upon a time, some people in India made a new heaven and a new earth out of broken teacups, a missing brooch or two, and a hairbrush. These were hidden under bushes or stuffed into holes in the hillside, and an entire civil service of subordinate gods used to find or mend them again, and every one said there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Several other things happened also, but the religion never seemed to get much beyond its first manifestations, though it added an airline postal service and orchestral effects in order to keep abreast of the tunes and choke off competition. This religion was too elastic for ordinary use. It stretched itself and embraced pieces of everything that the medicine men of all ages have manufactured. It approved of and stole from Freemasonry, looted the latter-day Rosicrucians of half their pet words, took any fragments of Egyptian philosophy that it found in the Encyclopedia Britannica, annexed as many of the Vedas as had been translated into French or English, and talked of all the rest built in the German versions of what is left of the Zendavesta, encouraged white, gray, and black magic, including spiritualism, palmistry, fortune-telling by cards, hot chestnuts, double-kerneled nuts, and tallow droppings, would have adopted voodoo and oboe had it known anything about them, and showed itself in every way one of the most accommodating arrangements that had ever been invented since the birth of the sea. When it was in thorough working order with all the machinery down to the subscriptions complete, Dana Da came from nowhere with nothing in his hands and wrote a chapter in its history, which has hitherto been unpublished. He said that his first name was Dana and his second was Da. Now, setting aside Dana of the New York Sun, Dana is a bill name, and Da fits no native of India, unless you accept the Bengali Da as the original spelling. Da is Lap or Finnish, and Dana Da was neither Finn, Chin, Bill, Bengali, Lap, Nair, Gond, Romani, Mogh, Bakhariot, Kurd, Armenian, Levantan, Jew, Persian, Punjabi, Madrasi, Parsi, nor anything else known to ethnologists. He was simply Dana Da, and declined to give further information for the sake of brevity. And as roughly indicating his origin, he was called the native. He might have been the original old man of the mountains, who is said to be the only authorized head of the teacup creed. Some people said that he was, but Dana Da used to smile and deny any connection with the cult, explaining that he was an independent experimenter. As I have said, he came from nowhere with his hands behind his back, and studied the creed for 3 weeks sitting at the feet of those best competent to explain its mysteries. Then he laughed aloud and went away, but the laugh might have been either of devotion or derision. When he returned, he was without money, but his pride was unabated. He declared that he knew more about the things in heaven and earth than those who taught him, and for this contumacy was abandoned altogether. His next appearance in public life was at a big cantonment in Upper India, and he was then telling fortunes with the help of 3 leaden dice, a very dirty old cloth, and a little tin box of opium pills. He told better fortunes when he was allowed half a bottle of whiskey. But the things which he invented on the opium were quite worth the money he was in reduced circumstances among other people's, he told. The fortune of an Englishman who had once been interested in the Simla Creed, but who later on had married and forgotten all his old knowledge in the study of babies and things. The Englishman allowed Dana Da to tell a fortune for charity's sake, and gave him 5 rupees a dinner and some old clothes. When he had eaten, Dana Da professed gratitude, and asked if there were anything he could do for his hostin, the esoteric line. "Is there anyone that you love?" said Dana Da. The Englishman loved his wife, but had no desire to drag her name into the conversation. He therefore shook his head. "Is there anyone that you hate?" said Dana Da. The Englishman said that there were several men whom he hated deeply. "Very good," said Dana Da, upon whom the whiskey and the opium were beginning to tell. "Only give me their names, and I will dispatch a sending to them and kill them." Now a sending is a horrible arrangement, first invented, they say, in Iceland. It is a thing sent by a wizard, and may take any form, but most generally wanders about the land in the shape of a little purple cloud, till it finds the sendee, and him it kills by changing into the form of a horse or a cat or a man without a face. It is not strictly a native patent, though chammers of the skin and hide castes can, if irritated, dispatch a sending, which sits on the breast of their enemy by night, and nearly kills him. Very few natives care to irritate chammers for this reason. "Let me dispatch a sending," said Dana Da. "I am nearly dead now with want and drink and opium, but I should like to kill a man before I die. I can send a sending anywhere you choose, and in any form except in the shape of a man." The Englishman had no friends that he wished to kill, but partly to soothe Dana Da, whose eyes were rolling, and partly to see what would be done, he asked whether a modified sending could not be arranged for such a sending as should make a man's life a burden to him, and yet do him no harm. If this were possible, he notified his willingness to give Dana Da 10 rupees for the job. "I am not what I was once," said Dana Da, "and I must take the money because I am poor. To what Englishman shall I send it?" "Send a sending to Lone Sahib," said the Englishman, naming a man who had been most bitter in rebuking him for his apostasy from the teacup creed. Dana Da laughed and nodded. "I could have chosen no better man myself," said he. "I will see that he finds the sending about his path and about his bed." He lay down on the hearthrug, turned up the whites of his eyes, shivered all over, and began to snort. This was magic, or opium, or the sending, or all three. When he opened his eyes, he vowed that the sending had started upon the warpath, and was at that moment flying up to the town where Lone Sahib lives. "Give me my 10 rupees," said Dana Da wearily, "and write a letter to Lone Sahib telling him, and all who believe with him, that you and a friend are using a power greater than theirs. They will see that you are speaking the truth." He departed unsteadily, with the promise of some more rupees, if anything came of the sending. The Englishman sent a letter to Lone Sahib, couched in what he remembered of the terminology of the creed. He wrote, "I also, in the days of what you held to be my backsliding, have obtained enlightenment, and with enlightenment has come power." Then he grew so deeply mysterious that the recipient of the letter could make neither head nor tail of it, and was proportionately impressed, for he fancied that his friend had become a fifth-ernder. When a man is a fifth-ernder, he can do more than Slade and Howden combined. Lone Sahib read the letter in 5 different fashions, and was beginning a 6th interpretation when his bearer dashed in with the news that there was a cat on the bed. Now, if there was one thing that Lone Sahib hated more than another, it was a cat. He scolded the bearer for not turning it out of the house. The bearer said that he was afraid all the doors of the bedroom had been shut throughout the morning, and no real cat could possibly have entered the room. He would prefer not to meddle with the creature. Lone Sahib entered the room gingerly, and there on the pillow of his bed sprawled and whimpered a wee white kitten, not a jumpsome frisky little beast, but a slug-like crawler with its eyes barely opened, and its paws lacking strength or direction. A kitten that ought to have been in a basket with its mama. Lone Sahib caught it by the scruff of its neck, handed it over to the sweeper to be drowned, and fined the bearer 4 annas. That evening, as he was reading in his room, he fancied that he saw something moving about on the hearthrug, outside the circle of light from his reading lamp. When the thing began to mile, he realized that it was a Katina wee white kitten, nearly blind and very miserable. He was seriously angry and spoke bitterly to his bearer, who said that there was no kitten in the room when he brought in the lamp, and real kittens of tender age generally had mother cats in attendance. If the presents will go out into the veranda and listen, said the bearer, he will hear no cats. How therefore can the kitten on the bed and the kitten on the hearthrug be real kittens? Lone Sahib went out to listen, and the bearer followed him, but there was no sound of anyone mewing for her children. He returned to his room, having hurled the kitten down the hillside, and wrote out the incidents of the day for the benefit of his coreligionists. Those people were so absolutely free from superstition that they ascribed anything a little out of the common to agencies. As it was their business to know all about the agencies, they were on terms of almost indecent familiarity with manifestations of every kind there. Letters dropped from the ceiling. Gunstumpedans spirits used to squatter up and down their staircases all night, but they had never come into contact with kittens. Lone Sahib wrote out the facts, noting the hour and the minute, as every psychical observer is bound to do, and appending the Englishman's letter, because it was the most mysterious document and might have had a bearing upon anything in this world or the next. An outsider would have translated all the tangle thus: look out, you laughed at me once, and now I am going to make you sit up. Lone Sahib's coreligionists found that meaning in it, but their translation was refined and full of four-syllable words. They held a sederunt and were filled with tremulous joy, for in spite of their familiarity with all the other worlds and cycles, they had a very human awe of things sent from Ghostland. They met in Lone Sahib's room in shrouded and sepulchral gloom, and their conclave was broken up by a clinking among the photo frames on the mantelpiece. A wee white kitten, nearly blind, was looping and writhing itself between the clock and the candlesticks. That stopped all investigations or doublings. Here was the manifestation in the flesh. It was, so far as could be seen, devoid of purpose, but it was a manifestation of undoubted authenticity. They drafted a round robin to the Englishman, the backslider of old days, adjuring him, in the interests of the creed, to explain whether there was any connection between the embodiment of some Egyptian god or other, I have forgotten the name, and his communication they called the kitten Ra or Toth or Tum or something. And when Lone Sahib confessed that the first one had, at his most misguided instance, been drowned by the sweeper, they said consolingly that in his next life he would be a bounder and not even a rounder of the lowest grade. These words may not be quite correct, but they accurately express the sense of the house. When the Englishman received the round robin, it came by post. He was startled and bewildered. He sent into the bazaar for Dana, who read the letter and laughed. That is my sending, said he. I told you I would work well. Now give me another 10 rupees. But what in the world is this gibberish about Egyptian gods? Asked the Englishman. Cats, said Dana with a hiccup, for he had discovered the Englishman's whiskey bottle. Cats, and cats, and cats, never was such a sending. 100 of cats. Now give me 10 more rupees, and write as I dictate. Dana's letter was a curiosity. It bore the Englishman's signature, and hinted at catset, a sending of cats. The mere words on paper were creepy and uncanny to behold. What have you done, though? Said the Englishman. I am as much in the dark as ever. Do you mean to say that you can actually send this absurd sending you talk about? Judge for yourself, said Dana. What does that letter mean? In a little time they will all be at my feet and yours, and I, oh glory, will be drugged or drunk all day long. Dana knew his people. When a man who hates cats wakes up in the morning and finds a little squirming kitten on his breast, or puts his hand into his ulster pocket and finds a little half-dead kitten where his gloves should be, or opens his trunk and finds a vile kitten among his dress shirts, or goes for a long ride with his mackintosh strapped on his saddlebow and shakes a little squalling kitten from its folds when he opens it, or goes out to dinner and finds a little blind kitten under his chair, or stays at home and finds a writhing kitten under the quilt, or wriggling among his boots, or hanging head downwards in his tobacco jar, or being mangled by his terrier in the veranda, and such A man finds one kitten neither more nor less once a day in a place where no kitten rightly could or should be. He is naturally upset when he dare not murder his daily trove, because he believes it to be a manifestation, an emissary, an embodiment, and half a dozen other things, all out of the regular course of nature. He is more than upset, he is actually distressed. Some of Lone Sahib's coreligionists thought that he was a highly favored individual, but many said that if he had treated the first kitten with proper respect as suited a oth ra tum senisharib embodimental, this trouble would have been averted. They compared him to the ancient mariner, but nonetheless they were proud of him, and proud of the Englishman who had sent the manifestation. They did not call it a sending, because Icelandic magic was not in their program. After 16 kittens, that is to say after one fortnight, for there were 3 kittens on the first day, to impress the fact of the sending, the whole camp was uplifted. By a letter it came flying through a window from the old man of the mountain's head of all the creed, explaining the manifestation in the most beautiful language, and soaking up all the credit of it for himself. The Englishman said the letter was not there at all. He was a backslider without power or asceticism, who couldn't even raise a table by force of volition, much less project an army of kittens through space. The entire arrangement, said the letter, was strictly orthodox, worked and sanctioned by the highest authorities within the pale of the creed. There was great joy at this, for some of the weaker brethren, seeing that an outsider, who had been working on independent lines, could create kittens, whereas their own rulers had never gone beyond crockery and broken at Bistur, showing a desire to break line on their own trail. In fact, there was the promise of a schism. A second round robin was drafted to the Englishman, beginning O Scoffer, and ending with a selection of curses from the rites of Mizraim and Memphis, and the combination of Jugana, who was a fifth-rounder upon whose name an upstart third-rounder once traded a papal excommunication, is a billet doux compared to the combination of Jugana. The Englishman had been proved under the hand and seal of the old man of the mountains to have appropriated virtue, and pretended to have power which in reality belonged only to the supreme head. Naturally, the round robin did not spare him. He handed the letter to Dana to translate into decent English. The effect on Dana was curious. At first he was furiously angry, and then he laughed for 5 minutes. I had thought, he said, that they would have come to me in another week. I would have shown that I sent the sending, and they would have discrowned the old man of the mountains who has sent this sending of mine. Do nothing. The time has come for me to act right as I dictate, and I will put them to shame, but give me 10 more rupees. At Dana's dictation, the Englishman wrote nothing less than a formal challenge to the old man of the mountains. It wound up, and if this manifestation be from your hand, then let it go forward. But if it be from my hand, I will that the sending shall cease in 2 days' time. In that day there shall be 12 kittens, and thenceforward none at all. The people shall judge between us. This was signed by Dana, who added pentacles and pentagrams and a crux ansata and half a dozen swastikas, and a triple tau to his name, just to show that he was all he laid claim to be. The challenge was read out to the gentlemen and ladies, and they remembered then that Dana had laughed at them some years ago. It was officially announced that the old man of the mountains would treat the matter with contempt. Dana being an independent investigator, without a single round at the back of him, but this did not soothe his people. They wanted to see a fight. They were very human for all their spirituality. Lone Sahib, who was really being worn out with kittens, submitted meekly to his fate. He felt that he was being kittened to prove the power of Dana, as the poet says. When the stated day dawned, the shower of kittens began. Some were white, and some were tabby, and all were about the same loathsome. Age 3 were on his hearthrug, 3 in his bathroom, and the other 6 turned up at intervals among the visitors, who came to see the prophecy break down. Never was a more satisfactory sending. On the next day there were no kittens, and the next day, and all the other days, were kittenless and quiet. The people murmured, and looked to the old man of the mountains for an explanation. A letter written on a palm leaf dropped from the ceiling, but everyone except Lone Sahib felt that letters were not what the occasion demanded. There should have been cats. There should have been cats, full-grown ones. The letter proved conclusively that there had been a hitch in the psychic current, which, colliding with a dual identity, had interfered with the percipient activity all along the main line. The kittens were still going on, but owing to some failure in the developing fluid, they were not materialized. The air was thick with letters. For a few days afterwards, unseen hands played Gluck and Beethoven on finger bowls and clockshades, but all men felt that psychic life was a mockery, without materialized kittens. Even Lone Sahib shouted with the majority on this head. Dana's letters were very insulting. and if he had then offered to lead a new departure, there is no knowing what might not have happened. But Dana Da was dying of whiskey and opium in the Englishman's go down, and had small heart for honors. They have been put to shame, said, he never was such a sending, it has killed me. Nonsense, said the Englishman, you are going to die, Dana Da, and that sort of stuff must be left behind ill. Admit that you have made some queer things come about. Tell me honestly now, how was it done? Give me 10 more rupees, said Dana Da faintly. And if I die before I spend them, bury them with me. The silver was counted out while Dana Da was fighting with death, his hand closed upon the money, and he smiled a grim smile. Bend low, he whispered. The Englishman bent. Bunia mission school expelled Boxwalla peddler salon pro merchantal, mine English education outcasted, and made up name Dana Do England with American thought trading man, and you, gave me 10 rupees several times. I gave the sahib's bearer 2 a month for cats, little cats, I wrote. And he put them about, very clever man, very few kittens now in the bazaar, ask, lone sahib's sweeper's wife. So saying, Dana Da gasped and passed away into a land where, if all be true, there are no materializations, and the making of new creeds is discouraged. But consider the gorgeous simplicity of it all. On the city wall. Then she let them down by a cord through the window, for her house was upon the town wall, and she dwelt upon the wall. Joshua Roman 2. Lalan is a member of the most ancient profession in the world. Lilith was her great-grandmamma, and that was before the days of Eve, as everyone knows. In the West, people say rude things about Lalan's profession and write lectures about it, and distribute the lectures to young persons in order that morality may be preserved. In the East, where the profession is hereditary, descending from mother to daughter, nobody writes lectures or takes any notice. And that is a distinct proof of the inability of the East to manage its own affairs. Lalan's real husband, for even ladies of Lalan's profession in the East must have husbands, was a big jujubetri. Her mama, who had married a fig tree, spent 10,000 rupees on Lalan's wedding, which was blessed by 4 to 7 clergymen of Mama's church, and distributed 5,000 rupees in charity to the poor. And that was the custom of the land. The advantages of having a jujubetri for a husband are obvious. You cannot hurt his feelings, and he looks imposing. Lalan's husband stood on the plain outside the city walls, and Lalan's house was upon the east wall facing the river. If you fell from the broad windows you dropped 30 feet sheer into the city ditch. But if you stayed where you should and looked forth, you saw all the cattle of the city being driven down to water the students of the government college, playing cricket, the high grass and trees that fringed the riverbank, the great sandbars that ribbed the river, the red tombs of dead emperors beyond the river, and very far away through the blue heathays a glint of the snows of the Himalayas. Wali Dad used to lie in the windows for hours at a time, watching this view. He was a young Mohammedan who was suffering acutely from education of the English variety, and knew it. His father had sent him to a mission school to get wisdom, and Wali Dad had absorbed more than ever his father, or the missionaries, intended he should. When his father died, Wali Dad was independent, and spent 2 years experimenting with the creeds of the earth and reading books that are of no use to anybody. After he had made an unsuccessful attempt to enter the Roman Catholic Church and the Presbyterian fold at the same time, the missionaries found him out and called him names. But they did not understand his trouble. He discovered Lalan on the city wall and became the most constant of her few admirers. He possessed a head that English artists at home would rave over and paint amid impossible surroundings, a face that female novelists would use with delight through 900 pages. In reality, he was only a clean-bred young Mohammedan with penciled eyebrows, small cut nostrils, little feet and hands, and a very tired look in his eyes. By virtue of his 22 years, he had grown a neat black beard which he stroked with pride, and kept delicately scented. His life seemed to be divided between borrowing books from me and making love to Lalan in the windows. He composed songs about her, and some of the songs are sung to this day in the city, from the street of the mutton butchers to the coppersmith's ward. One song, the prettiest of all, says that the beauty of Lalan was so great that it troubled the hearts of the British government and caused them to lose their peace of mind. That is the way the song is sung in the streets. But if you examine it carefully and know the key to the explanation, you will find that there are 3 puns in item: beauty, heart, and peace of mind, so that it runs by the subtlety of Lalan. The administration of the government was troubled, and it lost such and such a man. When Wali Dad sings that song, his eyes glow like hot coals, and Lalan leans back among the cushions and throws bunches of jasmine buds at Wali Dad. But first, it is necessary to explain something about the supreme government, which is above all and below all and behind all. Gentlemen come from England spend a few weeks in India, walk round this great sphinx of the plains, and write books upon its ways, and its works denouncing or praising it as their own ignorance, prompts consequently all the world knows how the supreme government conducts itself, but no one, not even the supreme government, knows everything about the administration of the empire year by year. England sends out fresh drafts for the first fighting line, which is officially called the Indian Civil Service. These die or kill themselves by overwork, or are worried to death or broken in health, and hope in order that the land may be protected from death and sickness, famine and war, and may eventually become capable of standing alone. It will never stand alone. But the idea is a pretty one, and men are willing to die for it. And yearly the work of pushing and coaxing and scolding, and petting the country into good living goes forward. If an advance be made, all credit is given to the native, while the Englishmen stand back and wipe their foreheads. If a failure occurs, the Englishmen step forward and take the blame. Overmuch tenderness of this kind has bred a strong belief among many natives that the native is capable of administering the country, and many devout Englishmen believe this, also because the theory is stated in beautiful English, with all the latest political color. There be other men who, though uneducated, see visions and dream dreams, and they too hope to administer the country in their own way. That is to say, with a garnish of red sauce. Such men must exist among 200 million people, and if they are not attended to may cause trouble, and even break the great idol called Pax Britannic, which, as the newspapers say, lies between Peshawar and Cape Comorin. Were the day of doom to dawn tomorrow, you would find the supreme government taking measures to allay popular excitement, and putting guards upon the graveyards, that the dead might troop forth orderly. The youngest civilian would arrest Gabriel on his own responsibility. If the archangel could not produce a deputy commissioner's permission to make music or other noises, as the license says. Whence it is easy to see that mere men of the flesh who would create a tumult must fare badly at the hands of the supreme government, and they do. There is no outward sign of excitement, there is no confusion, there is no knowledge. When due and sufficient reasons have been given, weighed, and approved, the machinery moves forward, and the dreamer of dreams and the seer of visions is gone from his friends, and following he enjoys the hospitality of government. There is no restriction upon his movements within certain limits, but he must not confer any more with his brother dreamers. Once in every 6 months, the supreme government assures itself that he is well, and takes formal acknowledgement of his existence. No one protests against this detention, because the few people who know about it are in deadly fear of seeming to know him, and never a single newspaper takes up his case or organizes demonstrations on his behalf, because the newspapers of India have got behind that lying proverb, which says the pen is mightier than the sword, and can walk delicately. So now you know as much as you ought about Wali Dad, the educational mixture, and the supreme government. Lalan has not yet been described. She would need, so Wali Dad says, 1,000 pens of gold and ink scented with musk. She has been variously compared to the moon, the dill sagar like a spotted quail, a gazelle, the sun on the desert of Kutch, the dawn, the stars, and the young bamboo. These comparisons imply that she is beautiful exceedingly according to the native standards, which are practically the same as those of the West. Her eyes are black, and her hair is black, and her eyebrows are black as leeches. Her mouth is tiny, and says witty things. Her hands are tiny, and have saved much money. Her feet are tiny, and have trodden on the naked hearts of many men. But as Wali Dad sings, Lalan is Lalan, and when you have said that you have only come to the beginnings of knowledge. The little house on the city wall was just big enough to hold Lalan and her maid, and a pussycat with a silver collar. A big pink and blue cut-glass chandelier hung from the ceiling of the reception room. A petty Nawab had given Lalan the horror, and she kept it for politeness' sake. The floor of the room was of polished chunam white, as curds. A latticed window of carved wood was set in one wall. There was a profusion of squabby pluffy cushions, and fat carpets everywhere, and Lalan's silver huqa studded with turquoises had a special little carpet. All to its shining self. Wali Dad was nearly as permanent a fixture as the chandelier. As I have said, he lay in the windows at, and meditated on life and death. And Lalan, specially Lalan, the feet of the young men of the city tended to her doorways, and then Rudyard, for Lalan was a particular maiden, slow of speech, reserved of mind, and not in the least inclined to orgies which were nearly certain to end in strife. If I am of no value, I am unworthy of this honor, said Lalan. If I am of value, they are unworthy of me, and that was a crooked sentence. In the long hot nights of latter April and May, all the city seemed to assemble in Lalan's little white room to smoke, and to talk shias of the grimmest and most uncompromising persuasion Sufis, who had lost all belief in the prophet, and retained but little in God, wandering Hindu priests passing southward on their way to the Central India fairs, and other affairs pundits in black gowns with spectacles on their noses, and undigested wisdom in their insides, bearded headmen of the ward's Sikhs with all the details of the latest ecclesiastical scandal in the Golden Temple, red-eyed priests from beyond the border looking like trapped wolves and talking like ravens Roman, 1,000 as of the university, very superior, and very voluble these people. And more also you might find in the white room Wali Dad lay in the windows at, and listen to the talk. It is Lalan's salon, said Wali Dad to me, and it is electicis not that the word outside of a Freemason's lodge. I have never seen such gatherings there. I dined once with a Jua Yahudi he spat into the city ditch, with apologies for allowing national feelings to overcome him, though I have lost every belief in the world, said he, and try to be proud of my losing. I cannot help hating a Jew. Lalan admits no Jews here. But what in the world do all these men do? I asked. The curse of our country, said Wally. Dad, they talk it is like the Athenians always hearing, and telling some new thing. Ask the Pearl, and she will show you how much she knows of the news of the city, and the province. Lalan knows everything. Lalan, I said at randomsh, was talking to a gentleman of the Kurd persuasion, who had come in from God knows where. When does the 175th Regiment go to Agra? It does not go at all, said Lalan, without turning her head. They have ordered the 118th to go in its stead. That regiment goes to Lucknow in 3 months, unless they give a fresh order. That is so, said Wali Dad without a shade of doubt. Can you with your telegrams and your newspapers do better, always hearing and telling some new thing? He went on, my friend. Has your God ever smitten a European nation for gossiping in the bazaars? India has gossiped for centuries, always standing in the bazaars, until the soldiers go by there for you, are here today instead of starving in your own country. And I am not a Mohammedan, I am a product, a demnition product, that also I owe to you and yours, that I cannot make an end to my sentence without quoting from your authors. He pulled at the hookah and mourned, half feelingly, half in earnest, for the shattered hopes of his youth. Wali Dad was always mourning over something or other, the country of which he despaired, or the creed in which he had lost faith, or the life of the English which he could by no means understand. Lalan never mourned. She played little songs on the sitar, and to hear her sing "O Peacock Cry Again" was always a fresh pleasure. She knew all the songs that have ever been sung, from the war songs of the South that make the old men angry with the young men, and the young men angry with the state, to the love songs of the North, where the swords whinnywicker like angry kites in the pauses between the kisses, and the passes fill with armed men, and the lover is torn from his beloved and cries ai, 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 evermore. She knew how to make up tobacco for the hookah, so that it smelt like the gates of paradise and wafted you gently through them. She could embroider strange things in gold and silver, and dance softly with the moonlight when it came in at the window. Also she knew the hearts of men and the heart of the city, and whose wives were faithful, and whose untrue, and more of the secrets of the government offices than are good to be set down in this place. Nazabin, her maid, said that her jewelry was worth 10,000 pounds, and that some night a thief would enter and murder her for its possession. But Lalan said that all the city would tear that thief limb from limb, and that he, whoever he was, knew it. So she took her sitar and sat in the windows at, and sang a song of old days that had been sung by a girl of her profession in an armed camp on the eve of a great battle day, before the fords of the Jumna ran red, and Sivaji fled 50 miles to Delhi with a torque stallion at his horse's tail, and another Lalan on his saddlebow. It was what men call a Maratha Layani, and it said, their warrior forces Chimaji. Before the Peshwa led, the children of the sun and fire, behind him turned and fled. And the chorus said, with them there fought who rides so free, with a sword and turban red, the warrior youth who earns his fee. At peril of his head. At peril of his head, said Wali Dad in English to me, thanks to your government, all our heads are protected. And with the educational facilities at my command, his eyes twinkled wickedly. I might be a distinguished member of the local administration. Perhaps in time, I might even be a member of a legislative council. Don't speak English, said Lalan, bending over her sitar afresh. The chorus went out from the city wall to the blackened wall of Fort Amara, which dominates the city. No man knows the precise extent of Fort Amara. 3 kings built it hundreds of years ago, and they say that there are miles of underground rooms beneath its walls. It is peopled with many ghosts, a detachment of garrison artillery, and a company of infantry in its prime. It held 10,000 men, and filled its ditches with corpses. At peril of his head, sang Lallan again and again. A head moved on one of the ramparts, gray head of an old man, and a voice rough as sharkskin on a sword hilt, sent back the last line of the chorus, and broke into a song that I could not understand though Lallan and Wali Dad listened intently. What is it? I asked. Who is it? A consistent man, said Wali. Dad, he fought you in 46, when he was a warrior youth, fought you in 57, and he tried to fight you in 71. But you had learned the trick of blowing men from guns too well. Now he is old, but he would still fight if he could. Is he a Wahhabi? Then why should he answer to Amarat Alayani? If he be Wahhabi or Sikh, said Roman. One, I do not know, said Wali Dad. He has lost perhaps his religion, perhaps. He wishes to be a king. Perhaps he is a king, I do not know his name. That is a lie, Wali Dad. If you know his career, you must know his name. That is quite true. I belong to a nation of liars. I would rather not tell you his name. Think for yourself. Lallan finished her song, pointed to the fort, and said simply, Kem Singh. Said Wali Dad, if the pearl chooses to tell you, the pearl is a fool. I translated to Lallan, who laughed. I choose to tell what I choose to tell. They kept Kem Singh in Burma. Said she, they kept him there for many years, until his mind was changed in him. So great was the kindness of the government finding this, they sent him back to his own country that he might look upon it. Before he died, he is an old man. But when he looks upon this country, his memory will come. Moreover, there be many who remember him. He is an interesting survival, said Wali Dad, pulling at the hookah. He returns to a country, now full of educational and political reform. But as the Pearl says, there are many who remember him. He was once a great man. There will never be any more great men in India. They will all, when they are boys, go whoring after strange gods. And they will become citizens, fellow citizens, illustrious fellow citizens. What is it that the native papers call them? Wali Dad seemed to be in a very bad temper. Lallan looked out of the window and smiled into the dust days. I went away thinking about Kem Singh, who had once made history with 1,000 followers, and would have been a princeling, but for the power of the supreme government aforesaid. The senior captain commanding Fort Amara was away on leave, but the subaltern, his deputy, had drifted down to the club where I found him, and inquired of him whether it was really true that a political prisoner had been added to the attractions of the fort. The subaltern explained at great length, for this was the first time that he had held command of the fort, and his glory lay heavy upon him. Yes, said he, a man was sent in to me about a week ago from down the linear thorough, gentleman. Whoever he is, of course, I did all I could for him. He had his 2 servants and some silver cooking pots. And he looked for all the world like a native officer. I called him Subadar Sahib, just as well to be on the safe side. And oh, look here. Subadar Sahib, I said, you're handed over to my authority, and I'm supposed to guard you now. I don't want to make your life hard, but you must make things easy for me. All the fort is at your disposal, from the flagstaff to the dry ditch, and I shall be happy to entertain you in any way I can, but you mustn't take advantage of it. Give me your word that you won't try to escape, Subadar Sahib, and give you my word that you shall have no heavy guard put over you. I thought the best way of getting at him was by going at him straight in. Oh, and it was, by Jove, the old man gave me his word, and moved about the fort as contented as a sick crow. He's a rummy chapelways asking to be told where he is and what the buildings about him are. I had to sign a slip of blue paper when he turned up acknowledging receipt of his body, and all that, and I am responsible that he doesn't get away. Queer thing, though, looking after a Johnny old enough to be your grandfather. Isn't it come to the fort one of these days and see him? For reasons which will appear, I never went to the fort while Kem Singh was then within its walls. I knew him only as a grey head seen from Lallan's window, a grey head and a harsh voice. But natives told me that day by day, as he looked upon the fair lands round Amara, his memory came back to him, and with it the old hatred against the government that had been nearly effaced in far off Burma. So he raged up and down the west face of the fort from morning till noon, and from evening till the night, devising vain things in his heart and croaking war songs. When Lallan sang on the city wall, as he grew more acquainted with the subaltern, he unburdened his old heart of some of the passions that had withered it. Sahib, he used to say, tapping his stick against the parapet, when I was a young man, I was one of 20,000 horsemen who came out of the city and rode round the plain here. Sahib, I was the leader of 100 then, of 1,000 then, of 5,000. And no, pointed to his 2 servants. But from the beginning to today, I would cut the throats of all the sahibs in the land, if I could hold me fast, Sahib, lest I get away and return to those who would follow me. I forgot them when I was in Burma, But now that I am in my own country again, I remember everything. Do you remember that you have given me your honor, not to make your tendance a hard matter, said the subaltern. Yes to you only to you, Sahib, said Kem Singh to you, because you are of a pleasant countenance if my turn comes again. Sahib, I will not hang you nor cut your throat. Thank you, said the subaltern gravely, as he looked along the line of guns that could pound the city to powder in half an hour. Let us go into our own quarters, Kem Singh, come, and talk with me after dinner. Kem Singh would sit on his own cushion at the subaltern's feet, drinking heavy scented aniseseed brandy in great gulps, and telling strange stories of Fort Amara, which had been a palace in the old days of Begums and Ranis, tortured to death in the very vaulted chamber that now served as a messroom. Would tell stories of Sabrian that made the subaltern's cheeks flush and tingle with pride of race, and of the Kuka rising from which so much was expected, and the foreknowledge of which was shared by 100,000 souls. But he never told tales of 57, because as he said he was the subaltern's guest, and 57 is a year that no man black or white cares to speak of, once only when the aniseseed brandy had slightly affected his head. He said, Sahib, speaking now of a matter which lay between Sabrian and the affair of the Kukas, it was ever a wonder to us that you stayed your hand at all, and that having stayed it, you did not make the land one prison. Now, I hear from without that you do great honor to all men of our country, and by your own hands are destroying the terror of your name, which is your strong rock and defense. This is a foolish thing. Will oil and water mix now in 57? I was not born then, Subadar Sahib, said the subaltern, and Kem Singh reeled to his quarters. The subaltern would tell me of these conversations at the club, and my desire to see Kem Singh increased, but Wali Dad, sitting in the windows of the house on the city wall, said that it would be a cruel thing to do, and Lalan pretended that I preferred the society of a grizzled old Sikh to hers. Here is tobacco, here is talk, here are many friends and all the news of the city, and above all here is myself. I will tell you stories and sing you songs, and Wali Dad will talk his English nonsense in your ears. Is that worse than watching the caged animal yonder go tomorrow then? If you must, but today such and one will be here, and he will speak of wonderful things. It happened that tomorrow never came, and the warm heat of the latter rains gave place to the chill of early October, almost before I was aware of the flight of the year. The captain commanding the fort returned from leave, and took over charge of Kem Singh, according to the laws of seniority. The captain was not a nice man, he called all natives niggers, which besides being extreme bad form shows gross ignorance. What's the use of telling off two Tommies to watch that old nigger, said he. I fancy it soothes his vanity, said the subaltern. The men are ordered to keep well out of his way, but he takes them as a tribute to his importance, poor old wretch. I want have line men taken off regular guards in this way, put on a couple of native infantry. Sikhs, said the subaltern, lifting his eyebrows. Sikhs, Pathans, Dogras, all alike these black vermin, and the captain talked to Kem Singh in a manner which hurt that old gentleman's feelings 15 years before, when he had been caught for the second time. Every one looked upon him as a sort of tiger. He liked being regarded in this light. But he forgot that the world goes forward in 15 years, and many subalterns are promoted to captaincies. The captain pig is in charge of the fort, said Kem Singh to his native guard every morning, and the native guard said yes, Subadar Sahib, in deference to his age and his air of distinction, but they did not know who he was. In those days the gathering in Lalan's little white room was always large and talked more than before. The Greeks, said Wali Dad, who had been borrowing my books, the inhabitants of the city of Athens, where they were always hearing and telling some new thing, rigorously secluded their women who were fools, hence the glorious institution of the heterodox women, is it not, who were amusing, and not fools. All the Greek philosophers delighted in their company. Tell me, my friend, how it goes now in Greece, and the other places upon the continent of Europe. Are your womenfolk also fools? Wali Dad, I said, you never speak to us about your womenfolk, and we never speak about ours to you. That is the bar between us. Yes, said Wali Dad, it is curious to think that our common meeting place should be here in the house of a common how. Do you call her? He pointed with the pipe myth to Lalan. Lalan is nothing but Lalan, I said, and that was perfectly true, but if you took your place in the world, Wali Dad, and gave up dreaming dreams. I might wear an English coat and trouser, I might be a leading Mohammedan pleader, I might be received even at the commissioners' tennis parties, where the English stand on one side, and the natives on the other, in order to promote social intercourse throughout the empire. Heart's heart, said he to Lalan quickly. The Sahib says that I ought to quit you. The Sahib is always talking stupid talk, returned Lalan, with a laugh in this house. I am a queen, and thou art a king. The Sahib put her arms above her head, and thought for a moment. Sahib shall be our vizier thine and mine Wali Dad because he has said that thou shouldst leave me. Wali Dad laughed immoderately, and I laughed too, be it so, said he. My friend, are you willing to take this lucrative government appointment? Lalan, what shall his pay be? But Lalan began to sing, and for the rest of the time, there was no hope of getting a sensible answer from her or Wali Dad. When the one stopped, the other began to quote Persian poetry, with a triple pun in every other line. Some of it was not strictly proper, but it was all very funny, and it only came to an end when a fat person in black with gold pincenez sent up his name to Lalan, and Wali Dad dragged me into the twinkling night to walk in a big rose garden and talk heresies about religion and governments and a man's career in life. The Moharram, the great mourning festival of the Mohammedans, was close at hand, and the things that Wali Dad said about religious fanaticism would have secured his expulsion from the loosest thinking Muslim sect. There were the rose bushes round us, the stars above us. And from every quarter of the city came the boom of the big Moharram drums. You must know that the city is divided in fairly equal proportions between the Hindus and the Musulmans, and where both creeds belong to the fighting races, a big religious festival gives ample chance for trouble when they can't, that is to say, when the authorities are weak enough to allow it. The Hindus do their best to arrange some minor feast day of their own, in time to clash with the period of general mourning for the martyrs. Hassan and Hussein, the heroes of the Moharram gilt, and painted paper presentations of their tombs, are borne with shouting and wailing music torches, and yells through the principal thoroughfares of the city, which fakements are called taziyas. Their passage is rigorously laid down beforehand by the police and detachments of police accompany each tazia lest the Hindus should throw bricks at it, and the peace of the queen and the heads of her loyal subjects should thereby be broken. Moharram time in a fighting town means anxiety to all the officials, because if a riot breaks out, the officials, and not the rioters, are held responsible. The former must foresee everything, and while not making their precautions ridiculously elaborate, must see that they are at least adequate. Listen to the drums, said Wali Dad, that is the heart of the Piplimpti, and making much noise. How think you will the Moharram go this year? I think that there will be trouble. He turned down a side street and left me alone with the stars and a sleepy police patrol. Then I went to bed and dreamed that Wali Dad had sacked the city, and I was made vizier with Lalan's silver huqa for mark of office. All day the Moharram drums beat in the city, and all day deputations of tearful Hindu gentlemen besieged the deputy commissioner with assurances that they would be murdered ere next dawning by the Mohammedans, which said the deputy commissioner in confidence to the head of police is a pretty fair indication that the Hindus are going to make themselves unpleasant. I think we can arrange a little surprise for them. I have given the heads of both creeds fair warning. If they choose to disregard it, so much the worse for them. There was a large gathering in Lalan's house that night, but of men that I had never seen before, if I except the fat gentleman in black, with the gold pincenez. Wali Dad lay in the windows at, more bitterly scornful of his faith and its manifestations than I had ever known him. Lalan's maid was very busy cutting up and mixing tobacco for the guests. We could hear the thunder of the drums as the processions accompanying each tazia marched to the central gathering place in the plain, outside the city preparatory to their triumphant re-entry, and circuit within the walls. All the streets seemed ablaze with torches, and only Fort Amara was black and silent. When the noise of the drums ceased, no one in the white room spoke for a time. The first tazia has moved off, said Wali Dad, looking to the plain. That is very early, said the man with the pincenez. It is only 8:30. The company rose and departed. Some of them were men from Ladakh, said Lalan. When the last had gone, they brought me briktia, such as the Russians sell, and a toan from Peshawar. Show me now how the English memsahibs make tea. The briktia was abominable when it was finished. Wali Dad suggested going into the streets. I am nearly sure that there will be trouble tonight, he said. All the city thinks so. And vox populi is vox Dei. As the Babus say now, I tell you that at the corner of the Padshahi gate, you will find my horse all this night if you want to go about. And to see things, it is a most disgraceful exhibition, where is the pleasure of saying Ya Hassan Ya Hussein 20,000 times in a night. All the processions, there were 22 of them, were now well within the city walls. The drums were beating afresh, the crowd were howling Ya Hassan Ya Hussein, and beating their breasts, the brass bands were playing their loudest, And at every corner where space allowed Mohammedan preachers were telling the lamentable story of the death of the martyrs, it was impossible to move except with the crowd, for the streets were not more than 20 feet wide in the Hindu quarters, the shutters of all the shops were up, and crossbarred as the first tazia, a gorgeous erection 10 feet high, was borne aloft on the shoulders of a score of stout men, into the semi-darkness of the gully of the horsemen. A brickbat crashed through its talc and tinsel sides. "Into thy hands, O Lord," murmured Wali Dad profanely, as a yell went up from behind, and a native officer of police jammed his horse through the crowd. Another brickbat followed, and the tazia staggered and swayed where it had stopped. "Go on in the name of the Sirkar, go forward," shouted the policeman, but there was an ugly cracking and splintering of shutters, and the crowd halted with oaths and growlings before the house whence the brickbat had been thrown. Then, without any warning, broke the storm, not only in the gully of the horsemen, but in half a dozen other places. The tazias rocked like ships at sea, the long pole torches dipped and rose round them, while the men shouted, "The Hindus are dishonoring the tazias, strike, strike into their temples for the faith." The 6 or 8 policemen with each tazia drew their batons and struck as long as they could in the hope of forcing the mob forward, but they were overpowered, and as contingents of Hindus poured into the streets, the fight became general. Half a mile away, where the tazias were yet untouched, the drums and the shrieks of Ya Hassanal, Ya Hussein continued, but not for long. The priests at the corners of the streets knocked the legs from the bedsteads that supported their pulpits and smote for the faith, while stones fell from the silent houses upon friend and foe, and the packed streets bellowed, "Din, din, din." A tazia caught fire and was dropped for a flaming barrier between Hindu and Musalman at the corner of the gully. Then the crowd surged forward, and Wali Dad drew me close to the stone pillar of a well. "It was intended from the beginning," he shouted in my ear with more heat than blank unbelief, "should be guilty of the bricks were carried up to the houses beforehand. These swine of Hindus, we shall be gutting kine in their temples tonight." Tazia after tazia, some burning, others torn to pieces, hurried past us, and the mob with them howling, shrieking, and striking at the house doors in their flight. At last, we saw the reason of the rush. Huguenin, the assistant district superintendent of police, a boy of 20, had got together 30 constables and was forcing the crowd through the streets. His old gray police horse showed no sign of uneasiness as it was spurred breaston into the crowd, and the long dog whip with which he had armed himself was never still. "They know we haven't enough police to hold 'em," he cried, as he passed me, mopping a cut on his face. "They know we haven't any of the men from the club coming down to help get on you sons of burnt fathers." The dog whip cracked across the writhing backs, and the constables smote afresh with baton and gun butt. With these past the lights, and the shouting, and Wali Dad began to swear under his breath. From Fort Amara shot up a single rocket, then 2 side by side. It was the signal for troops. Pettit, the deputy commissioner, covered with dust and sweat, but calm and gently smiling, cantered up the clean-swept street, in rear of the main body of the rioters. No one killed, yet he shouted, "Ill keep 'em on the run till dawn, don't let 'em halt. Huguenin, trot 'em about till the troops come." The science of the defense lay solely in keeping the mob on the move. If they had breathing space, they would halt and fire a house. And then the work of restoring order would be more difficult, to say the least of it. Flames have the same effect on a crowd as blood has on a wild beast. Word had reached the club, and men in evening dress were beginning to show themselves and lend a hand in heading off and breaking up the shouting masses with steeropleathers, whips, or chance-a-found staves. They were not very often attacked, for the rioters had sense enough to know that the death of a European would not mean one hanging, but many, and possibly the appearance of the thrice-treated artillery. The clamor in the city redoubled. The Hindus had descended into the streets in real earnest, and ere long the mob returned. It was a strange sight. There were no taziasanli, their riven platform sand, there were no police here, and there a city dignitary, Hindu or Mohammedan, was vainly imploring his coreligionists to keep quiet and behave themselves, advice for which his white beard was pulled. Then a native officer of police, unhorsed but still using his spurs with effect, would be borne along, warning all the crowd of the danger of insulting the government. Everywhere men struck aimlessly with sticks, grasping each other by the throat, howling and foaming with rage, or beat with their bare hands on the doors of the houses. "It is a lucky thing that they are fighting with natural weapons," I said to Wali Dad, "else we should have half the city killed." I turned as I spoke and looked at his face. His nostrils were distended, his eyes were fixed, and he was smiting himself softly on the breast. The crowd poured by with renewed riot, a gang of Musalmans hard-pressed by some 100 Hindu fanatics. Wali Dad left my side with an oath, and shouting Ya Hassan Ya Hussein plunged into the thick of the fight where I lost sight of him. I fled by a side alley to the Padshahi gate where I found Wali Dad's house, and thence rode to the fort once outside the city wall. The tumult sank to a dull roar very impressive under the stars, and reflecting great credit on the 50,000 angry able-bodied men who were making it the troops who, at the deputy commissioner's instance, had been ordered to rendezvous quietly near the fort, showed no signs of being impressed. Two companies of native infantry, a squadron of native cavalry, and a company of British infantry, were kicking their heels in the shadow of the east face waiting for orders to march, and I am sorry to say that they were all pleased, unholily pleased, at the chance of what they called a little fun. The senior officers, to be sure, grumbled at having been kept out of bed, and the English troops pretended to be sulky. But there was joy in the hearts of all the subalterns, and whispers ran up and down the line. No, Balcartridge, what a beastly shame, Dayu. Think the beggars will really stand up to us, hope. I shall meet my moneylender there. I owe him more than I can afford. Oh, they want let us even unsheathe swords. Hurrah, up goes the fourth rocket, fall in there. The garrison artillery, who to the last cherished a wild hope that they might be allowed to bombard the city at 100 yards range, lined the parapet above the east gateway, and cheered themselves hoarse, as the British infantry doubled along the road to the main gate of the city. The cavalry cantered on to the Padshahi gate, and the native infantry marched slowly to the gate of the butchers. The surprise was intended to be of a distinctly unpleasant nature, and to come on top of the defeat of the police, who had been just able to keep the Mohammedans from firing the houses of a few leading Hindus. The bulk of the riot lay in the north and northwest wards. The east and southeast were by this time dark and silent, and I rode hastily to Lalan's house, for I wished to tell her to send someone in search of Wali Dad. The house was unlighted, but the door was open, and I climbed upstairs in the darkness. One small lamp in the white room showed Lalan and her maid leaning half out of the window, breathing heavily and evidently pulling at something that refused to come. Thou art late, very late, gasped Lalan, without turning her head. Help us now, O fool, if thou hast not spent thy strength howling among the Tazias. Pull Nazibin. And I can do no more, O Sahib, is it? You, the Hindus, have been hunting an old Mohammedan round the ditch with clubs. If they find him again, they will kill him. Help us to pull him up. I put my hands to the long red silk waistcloth that was hanging out of the window, and we three pulled and pulled with all the strength at our command. There was something very heavy at the end, and it swore in an unknown tongue as it kicked against the city wall. Pull, oh pull, said Lalan at the last. A pair of brown hands grasped the windowsill, and a venerable Mohammedan tumbled upon the floor, very much out of breath. His jaws were tied up, his turban had fallen over one eye, and he was dusty and angry. Lalan hid her face in her hands for an instant and said something about Wali Dad that I could not catch. Then, to my extreme gratification, she threw her arms round my neck and murmured pretty things. I was in no haste to stop her, and Nazibin, being a handmaiden of tact, turned to the big jewel chest that stands in the corner of the white room and rummaged among the contents. The Mohammedan sat on the floor and glared. One service more, Sahib, since thou hast come so opportunely, said Lalan. Wilt do it? Is very nice to be thou'd by Lalan. Take this old man. Across the city the troops are everywhere, and they might hurt him, for he is old to the Cumharson gate there. I think he may find a carriage to take him to his house. He is a friend of mine, and thou art more than a friend, therefore I ask this. Nazibin bent over the old man, tucked something into his belt, and I raised him up and led him into the streets. In crossing from the east to the west of the city, there was no chance of avoiding the troops and the crowd. Long before I reached the gully of the horsemen, I heard the shouts of the British infantry, crying cheeringly, "Hut ye beggars, hut ye devils, get along, go forward." There then followed the ringing of rifle butts and shrieks of pain. The troops were banging the bare toes of the mob with their gun butts, for not a bayonet had been fixed. My companion mumbled and jabbered as we walked on, until we were carried back by the crowd, and had to force our way to the troops. I caught him by the wrist, and felt a bangle there, the iron bangle of the six, but I had no suspicions, for Lalan had only 10 minutes before put her arms round me. Thrice we were carried back by the crowd, and when we made our way past the British infantry, it was to meet the Sikh cavalry driving another mob before them with the butts of their lances. What are these dogs? Said the old man. Sikhs of the cavalry, father, I said, and we edged our way up the line of horses two abreast, and found the deputy commissioner, his helmet smashed on his head, surrounded by a knot of men who had come down from the club as amateur constables and had helped the police mightily. Well, keep 'em on the run till dawn, said Pettit. Who's your villainous friend? I had only time to say the protection of the Sirkar when a fresh crowd flying before the native infantry carried us 100 yards nearer to the Kumharsan gate, and Petit was swept away like a shadow. I do not know why cannot see thighs is all new to me moaned, my companion how many troops are there in the city. Perhaps 500 I said. A lock of men beaten by 500 and Sikhs among them, surely, I am an old man. But the Kumharsan gate is new who pulled down the stone lions, whereas the conduit sahib, I am a very old man, and alas I cannot stand he dropped in the shadow of the Kumharsan gate, where there was no disturbance a fat gentleman, wearing gold pincenez, came out of the darkness. You are most kind to my old friend, he said suavely. He is a landholder of Akala. He should not be in a big city when there is religious excitement. But I have a carriage here, you are quite truly kind. Will you help me to put him into the carriage? It is very late. We bundled the old man into a hired Victoria that stood close to the gate, and I turned back to the house on the city wall. The troops were driving the people to and fro, while the police shouted to your houses, get to your houses, and the dog whip of the assistant district superintendent cracked remorselessly terror-stricken bunnias clung to the stirrups of the cavalry, crying that their houses had been robbed, which was a lie, and the burly Sikh horsemen patted them on the shoulder and bade them return to those houses. Lest a worse thing should happen, parties of 5 or 6 British soldiers joining arms swept down the side gullies, their rifles on their backs, stamping with shouting and song upon the toes of Hindu and Musalman. Never was religious enthusiasm more systematically squashed, and never were poor breakers of the peace more utterly weary and footsore. They were rooted out of holes and corners from behind whelpelers and buyers, and bidden to go to their houses, if they had no houses to go to, so much the worse for their toes. On returning to Lalan's door, I stumbled over a man at the threshold. He was sobbing hysterically, and his arms flapped like the wings of a goose. It was Wali Dad, agnostic, an unbeliever, shoeless, turbanless, and frothing at the mouth, the flesh on his chest bruised and bleeding from the vehemence with which he had smitten himself. A broken torch handle lay by his side, and his quivering lips murmured Ya Hassan, Ya Hussein. As I stooped over him, I pushed him a few steps up the staircase, threw a pebble at Lalan's city window, and hurried home. Most of the streets were very still, and the cold wind that comes before the dawn whistled down them. In the center of the square of the mosque, a man was bending over a corpse. The skull had been smashed in by gunbutt or bamboo stave. It is expedient that one man should die for the people, said Petit, grimly raising the shapeless head. These brutes were beginning to show their teeth too much. And from afar, we could hear the soldiers singing Two Lovely Black Eyes as they drove the remnant of the rioters within doors. Of course, you can guess what happened. I was not so clever when the news went abroad that Kem Singh had escaped from the fort. I did not, since I was then living this story, not writing it, connect myself, or Lalan, or the fat gentleman with the gold pincenez with his disappearance. Nor did it strike me that Wali Dad was the man who should have convoyed him across the city, or that Lalan's arms round my neck were put there to hide the money that Nazibin gave to Kem Singh, and that Lalan had used me and my white face as even a better safeguard than Wali Dad, who proved himself so untrustworthy. All that I knew at the time was that when Fort Amara was taken up with the riots, Kem Singh profited by the confusion to get away, and that his 2 Sikh guards also escaped. But later on I received full enlightenment, and so did Kem Singh. He fled to those who knew him in the old days, but many of them were dead and more were changed, and all knew something of the wrath of the government. He went to the young men, but the glamour of his name had passed away, and they were entering native regiments of government offices, and Kem Singh could give them neither pension decorations nor influence, anything but a glorious death with their backs to the mouth of a gun. He wrote letters and made promises, and the letters fell into bad hands, and a wholly insignificant subordinate officer of police tracked them down and gained promotion. Thereby, moreover, Kem Singh was old, and aniseseed brandy was scarce, and he had left his silver cooking pots in Fort Amara with his nice warm bedding, and the gentleman with the gold pincenez was told by those who had employed him that Kem Singh, as a popular leader, was not worth the money paid. Great is the mercy of these fools of English, said Kem Singh, when the situation was put before him. I will go back to Fort Amara of my own free will, and gain honor. Give me good clothes to return in. So at his own time, Kem Singh knocked at the wicket gate of the fort, and walked to the captain and the subaltern, who were nearly grey-headed on account of correspondence that daily arrived from Simla, marked private. I have come back, Captain Sahib, said Kem Singh. Put no more guards over me, it is no good out yonder. A week later I saw him for the first time to my knowledge, and he made as though there were an understanding between us. "It was well done, Sahib," said he, "and greatly I admired your astuteness in thus boldly facing the troops, when I whom they would have doubtless torn to pieces, was with you. Now there is a man in Fort Ultagar, whom a bold man could with ease help to escape. This is the position of the fort as I draw it on the sand." But I was thinking how I had become Lalan's vizier after all.